Chapter 2216. Chapter 2215, 9 Dragons Reappears. Chapter 2216. Chapter 2215. 9 Dragons Reappears in Lu Ming's body. His qi and blood were surging like the water of a river, and they were swimming like real dragons. Dragon roars were heard as the illusionary 9 dragons that surrounded Lu Ming suddenly collapsed and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Then, 9 drops of blood essence flew out of Lu Ming's body. 9 dragon blood essence. Lu Ming did not need to think to know that this was the blood essence of the 9 dragons. The blood essence of the 9 dragons that he had refined in his body actually flew out of his body. All of a sudden, Lu Ming felt extremely weak. The strength of his physical body was rapidly weakening. The 9 drops of blood essence of the 9 dragons glowed and flew into the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons. At this moment, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons burst out with dragon roars. At the same time, the 9 divine 9 dragon cauldrons began to merge. This sudden change caused the face of the evil god race's old ancestor to change, and he unleashed an even stronger attack. However, the divine 9 dragon cauldron completed its fusion as it shook. The 9 cauldrons fused into one. Lu Ming and Dandan were still in the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The 9 cauldrons combined into one, and their power increased greatly. They were even larger than mountains, filling the sky and suppressing the other party. Thump. Boom! His opponent's combat sword kept striking the divine 9 dragon cauldron. However, the power of the 9 cauldrons was indeed stronger. With a shake, his opponent's combat sword exploded inch by inch. Kill! The divine 9 dragon cauldron didn't stop and continued to attack the other party. Boom! The other party's palm struck the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The divine cauldron was unscathed, but the other party's body trembled violently and was forced to retreat. Kill, kill, kill! Lu Ming's killing intent soared. He took the opportunity to control the divine 9 dragon cauldron and bombarded it at his opponent. The divine 9 dragon cauldron's attack was brutal and direct. There was no technique involved, and it simply crushed the opponent. Kill, kill, kill this fucking dog! Dandan shouted. Boom! The evil god race's old master was sent flying once more, and he was forced to retreat. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were filled with rage. Ant! The evil god race's old ancestor bellowed. He could sense Lu Ming and Dandan's cultivation in the divine 9 dragon cauldron. In his eyes, such cultivation was no different from that of ants. But now he was being suppressed by 2 ants. This made him furious. As he roared, the body of the evil god tribe's old master rapidly grew in size. In the end, he surpassed the mountain peak and reached into the clouds. He was even bigger than the divine 9 dragon cauldron. At the same time, the light on his body grew even brighter, and his aura continued to rise. Not good, this guy is going to go all out. He's going to raise his combat strength to the peak regardless of his injuries. Dandan exclaimed. Boom! At this moment, the aura of the evil god tribe's old ancestor reached its peak. A beam of light burst out of the third eye and turned into a huge sword, which slashed toward the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The divine 9 dragon cauldron also emitted a layer of light and rumbled toward the other party. Thump! A terrifying vibration was heard as the area exploded. The ground cracked and the space was smashed. They appeared in the dark void and continued to fight. The evil god race's old master slammed out with his palm. The huge palm covered the entire sky as it struck the divine 9 dragon cauldron. The divine 9 dragon cauldron shook violently again. The evil god tribe's old ancestor then unleashed a storm of attacks. At this moment, the evil god race's old ancestor was raising his combat strength to the peak without caring about his injuries. This was truly shocking. This was a true peerless expert, a figure that was revered in the universe. He was simply too strong. At this moment, even if the 9 divine dragon cauldrons were combined, it would be difficult to defeat the other party. The divine 9 dragon cauldron was suppressed, but the dragon roars were endless and getting louder and louder. Finally, a real dragon emerged from the divine 9 dragon cauldron. No, it was 9 dragons. There were 9 dragons with 9 claws under their bellies. The 9 dragons appeared. At first, they were still very illusory, but they became more and more solid. In the end, they were so lifelike that they seemed real, as if the 9 dragons had come back to life. Whoa, the 9 dragons have appeared. No, this is the combination of his blood essence and the mark of the divine 9-dragon cauldron. It's not a real entity. Dandan shouted. The 9 dragons let out long roars, and their eyes shone as bright as the sun. Their dragon claws stepped through the air as they pounced toward the evil god race's old master. 9 dragons? The evil god race's old master roared as a look of fear flashed across his eyes. Even though he was the old ancestor of the evil god tribe, he wasn't someone who had survived from the ancient era. He had been born later and had never seen the 9 dragons before. However, he had heard of the rumors about 9 dragons. Each of the Heaven Realm's top 10 battle beasts was a peak expert and extremely terrifying. Back then, countless experts of the evil god tribe had died at their hands. His ancestors had all died at the hands of the top 10 beasts. When he saw the 9 dragons, he subconsciously felt a little scared. However, he immediately reacted. These were not real dragons, so what was there to be afraid of? He let out a loud roar and charged towards the 9 dragons, engaging in a battle with them. After all, the 9 dragons were only 9 drops of blood essence, and they were manifested by the mark in the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Their strength was far inferior to that of their peak. As for the evil god race's old master, he had already raised his strength to his peak. The battle between the two sides was difficult to determine a winner in a short time. Ming, it's more important to completely destroy that passageway. Don't get entangled with the other party. At this moment, Evil Swordsman's voice was heard. Not bad. Ming nodded secretly and sent a voice transmission to Evil Swordsman. Senior, how can we completely destroy that passage? Control the 9 dragons and have them bombard the passageway. Turn the space there into nothingness and return it to chaos. In that case, it will take at least 100 years for the passageway to reappear. This will buy us some time. Evil Sword Guest said. All right. Ming made his decision and began to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Boom. The 9 dragons exchanged another blow with the other party, then turned around and rushed back to the original passage. The divine 9-dragon cauldron was right under the 9 dragons. It followed the 9 dragons and moved rapidly toward the original passage. If you want to leave, then stay. The evil god race's old master roared and chased after Ming. Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron at a very fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the original passageway. The 9 dragons roared and stomped with their 9 claws. A terrifying attack blasted towards that position. The space in that area was constantly exploding, turning into the tiniest particles. Back then, although the passageway had collapsed and exploded, it had not been completely destroyed. From time to time, a spatial rift would appear. This way, it was still possible to open it with some powerful means. However, if it was completely destroyed, it would be difficult to open it in a short time. Naturally, the evil god race's old ancestor knew what Ming was up to. He was instantly enraged and charged toward Ming. However, right at this moment, a dragon's roar rang out from the depths of the sky. An incomparably huge true dragon appeared, and its dragon claws grabbed out toward the evil god race's old ancestor. It's this true dragon. Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, when he had passed through the passageway and arrived in the Heaven Realm, he had seen the divine 9-dragon cauldron bring along the 9 dragon veins and fight against the evil god tribe's patriarch. At that time, there was also an incomparably huge true dragon that had participated in the battle, and its strength was terrifying. Chapter 2217. Chapter 2217. Passage completely collapses. Chapter 2217. Chapter 2217 passage completely collapses. Previously, Ming had not seen the true dragon and thought that it had already fallen. Now it seemed that it had not. This true dragon was entangled with the evil god race's old master, preventing him from coming over. Ming controlled the divine 9-dragon cauldron with all his might, causing the 9 dragons to bombard the space continuously. The space kept exploding. Don't tell me this is the ancestral dragon. At this moment, Dandan looked at the huge true dragon in the sky, dumbfounded and shocked. Ancestral dragon? What was it? A senior? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was rare to see something that could make Dandan so shocked. Lu Ming was very surprised. That's not right. It's not the ancestor dragon. If it was really him, he could have killed this evil god tribe member with just a breath. No, it's just a wisp of his aura. Dandan seemed to have not heard Lu Ming's words. She was mumbling to herself, still looking like a fool. Lu Ming was shocked. How was it possible that he could kill the evil god tribe member in front of him with just a breath? This evil god race was a peerless expert. A heavenly emperor above the 4-star level, even a peak heavenly emperor, would not be able to kill him with just a breath. However, a peak heavenly emperor was already standing at the highest point in this world. According to Lu Ming's understanding, the celestial the arch was the limit of cultivation in this world. He was truly invincible at Arch peak. Could there be a stronger existence than a peak heavenly emperor? Lu Ming thought that Dandan was bragging. He did not think too much about it. He controlled the 9 dragons with all his might and bombarded the void continuously. It was like kneading dough. If you don't knead a dough, there will be many cracks. The dough is not completely fused together. If you follow the cracks, you can separate the whole dough. However, after continuous kneading and slapping, the dough would melt into one, and the cracks would disappear. Now, this void, this passageway was like this. It was like a dough that had not been kneaded. There were still cracks, and the evil god tribe could open up the tunnel completely by following these cracks. Lu Ming's current bombardment was to knead the dough, to completely integrate these spaces into one, and the cracks would disappear. Of course, this required a shocking amount of power. Even ordinary heavenly emperors would find it difficult to do so. At that moment, Lu Ming's 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence flew out and manifested 9 dragons. Only then did he have such power to completely collapse the passageway and the crack disappeared. The evil god tribe's patriarch naturally knew what Lu Ming and the others were planning. However, one of them was blocked by the huge true dragon and it was difficult to get rid of the other. You guys, don't even think about it. The evil god race's old ancestor who was fighting against evil swordsmen roared in anger. The light on his body brightened, and at this moment, he no longer cared about his injuries. He risked worsening his injuries and erupted with all his power. Boom! Evil swordsman was sent flying by his one move. However, evil swordsman didn't retreat. He once again charged at his opponent. He needed to give Lu Ming enough time. However, evil swordsman's injuries were too severe. He had almost died in the ancient battle, and even now, his strength was far from fully recovered. When the evil god race's old ancestor unleashed his full power, he was no match for him at all and was sent flying again. Not good. Lu Ming was anxious as he tried his best to control the divine 9-dragon cauldron. Not only did the 9 dragons attack the void, but the divine 9-dragon cauldron itself also shone brightly and blasted toward the void. The space was constantly exploding, then healing, and then exploding. Hurry, hurry! Lu Ming was anxious because evil swordsman could not hold on any longer. If this went on, evil swordsman would definitely die. Once evil swordsman died, Mulan and Ji and Filiu in his small world would also die. Lu Ming had to seize the time. The 9 dragons let out a long roar, and their entire bodies burst out with dazzling light. Beams of light burst out from the bodies of the 9 dragons, which were extremely dazzling. Boom! In the end, the bodies of the 9 dragons exploded. This explosion formed a terrifying energy. The entire area and space were completely annihilated, turning into nothingness and chaos. No. 11 The evil god race's old ancestor bellowed. Ha, good. Evil swordsman laughed loudly. He no longer tried to stop them. Instead, his figure flashed and he rushed towards the 3 experts of Two World City. A force swept them up and they flew into the distance. Lu Ming, that's enough. Let's go. Evil swordsman's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and flew toward evil swordsmen at top speed. They met up and flew in one direction at top speed. The two evil god races' old masters joined forces and charged towards the true dragon. However, the true dragon was no match for them. Its huge body started to break apart. The entire body of the dragon exploded and turned into a drop of blood. In a flash, it disappeared from the place. A drop of blood. The two evil god races' old masters were shocked, and their gazes turned grave. Then they came to RHE original passage. The void was healing quickly. After it was healed, there was no space at all. It was exactly the same as the space in the other regions. The passageway had completely collapsed. Damn it, kill those ants. The purple-haired old ancestor of the evil god race roared in anger and chased after Lu Ming, evil swordsman, and the others. The other old ancestor of the evil god race and the other members of the evil god race all chased after evil swordsmen and the others. Lu Ming controlled the divine nine-dragon cauldron and flew at high speed with evil swordsmen. However, at this moment Lu Ming felt weak. Buzz. The divine nine-dragon cauldron shook and suddenly shrank rapidly. Lu Ming and dandan flew out of the divine nine-dragon cauldron automatically. Then, the divine nine-dragon cauldron split into 9 parts and flew into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, 9 drops of blood essence flew out of the 9 divine cauldrons and scattered into Lu Ming's body. Buzz. At this moment, there was a flash of red light in the distance. A drop of blood pierced through the void and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He did not understand what was going on. However, at this moment he felt weak. Let's go! Evil swordsman waved a wave of energy, sweeping up Lu Ming and dandan and flying forward. However, evil swordsman was already heavily injured, and he had been injured even more when he tried to stop an evil god race ancestor. Although he was fast, there was a limit to his speed. Behind him, 2 figures were chasing after him at an astonishing speed. It was 2 of the evil god race's old ancestors. We're finished, dandan wailed. Right now, evil swordsman was heavily injured, and it was obvious that the divine nine-dragon cauldron's energy had been exhausted. How was he going to deal with the 2 old ancestors of the evil god tribe? You turtle, you're really afraid of death. You're no different from back then. Evil swordsman indifferently glanced at dandan and said disdainfully, "What did you just say? Show me some respect, you're my junior, do you understand?" Dandan was displeased, and she glared at evil swordsman with wide eyes. "Oh, was it? Then one can only leave you here first. Perhaps you can delay the other party a little." Evil swordsman said indifferently. Dandan immediately wilted. He squeezed out a smile and looked at evil swordsman with a gentle expression, saying, "Don't be like that. One was just joking with you. We're all old acquaintances. Calm down, calm down." At the side, Lu Ming was full of disdain. The 3 experts from Two World City were also disdainful. This change in attitude was faster than flipping a book. Chapter 22:18, Two World City. Chapter 22:18, Two World City. Evil swordsman didn't say anything more, and led everyone to fly at high speed. However, the 2 evil god tribes' old ancestors were getting closer and closer, and the distance between the 2 sides was getting shorter and shorter. "You will die today." "No, I won't let you die. I will extract your souls and make you suffer." One of the evil god race's old ancestors spoke coldly. They were truly furious. After much difficulty, they finally found a passage to the primordial realm. As long as they took down this passage, they could send an army into the primordial realm. In that case, it would be much easier to attack the Taiching Heaven region. But now, it was all ruined. Even though the passageway was a Khanate passageway, it would still reveal itself and return to its original state with the passage of time. However, it would definitely take a long time. The most important thing was that they, the old ancestor-level figures, had personally made a move, but their plan had actually been ruined by a few juniors. It was really embarrassing. Their killing intent was naturally heavy. They kept closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. This made dandan's face pale. On the other hand, Evil Swordsman was very calm. He enveloped Lu Ming and the others with his own energy and flew at top speed. Suddenly, the flying Evil Swordsman stopped. "Hey, why aren't you running anymore?" Dandan's face turned even paler. "Wait for them," Evil Swordsman said indifferently, and the others were confused. The two evil god race's old ancestors were also stunned, and doubt flashed through their eyes. They didn't understand why Evil Swordsman suddenly stopped. But they didn't stop and continued to chase. When they were about to approach Lu Ming and the rest, the sky suddenly shone with a dazzling radiance. Figures appeared in the sky. Among these figures, there were humans and divine beasts, such as huge and towering divine foxes, great ROCs with wings that could cover the sky, and chilants covered in scales. There were more than a dozen figures. Kill! Kill all the outsiders! These figures were filled with killing intent. They looked at the two old masters of the evil god race and charged towards them. Lu Ming, Dandan, and the rest were dumbfounded. Obviously, these figures were the immortal imprints left by the peerless powerhouses who died in the ancient times in the heaven realm. He just didn't expect that there would be more than a dozen here. Evil Swordsman's eyes dimmed, as if reminiscing. He sighed. Back then, more than a dozen powerhouses died in battle. It was extremely tragic. These powerhouses were unwilling to die, so before they died, they left behind an immortal imprint. Everyone was stunned and then sighed. How many powerhouses were buried in the land under their feet? No wonder Evil Swordsman would run here. He knew that the imprints of more than a dozen experts were gathered here. If the two evil god tribe patriarchs were still in their full form, these powerful seals would have been completely useless to them. In fact, they wouldn't even have revealed themselves. However, the other party is now heavily injured. Previously, he had disregarded his injuries and unleashed his full strength, causing his injuries to worsen and his combat strength to be greatly reduced. These seals will be of great use to them, Evil Sword Guest said. That was indeed the case. At this moment, the two evil god race's old ancestors were being attacked by more than 10 marks of experts. For the time being, they were unable to charge out at all. Although these marks were not as powerful as when they were alive, they were still very powerful. With more than a dozen of them working together, they completely surrounded the two evil god race's old ancestors, making it impossible for them to break out. Let's go. We'll go to Two World City, Evil Swordsman said. He led Lu Ming and the others toward Two World City in a flash. Evil Swordsman's speed was astonishing, and he seemed to avoid the marks of the experts here, quickly leaving this ancient battlefield. As soon as they left the ancient battlefield, they arrived at an even more vast area. This area was also a battlefield. There were potholes everywhere, and bones could be seen everywhere. The two realms had been fighting on this battlefield for countless years. Countless living beings had fallen on this battlefield. After arriving here, Evil Swordsman's speed became even faster. In an instant, he had traveled 10,000 miles, and soon, a huge city appeared in front of him. Although Lu Ming had seen many majestic ancient cities, he still gasped when he saw this huge city. The city walls were made of all kinds of extremely hard metals, and there were countless runes flowing on them. The city wall was shockingly high, towering into the clouds. At a glance, it was at least 100,000 feet high. One could vaguely see soldiers walking on the city wall. The width of the city wall was even more shocking. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see the end of both sides. The Two-World City was called the Two-World City because it separated the two worlds. The Two-World City completely separated the Tai-Ching Heavenly Region from the Hunyuan Heavenly Region and blocked the entrance to the Tai-Ching Heavenly Region. One could only imagine how wide it was. A light shield covered the outside of the city wall. It was a protective shield formed by the formation. The Two-World City was the reason why the Tai-Ching Heavenly Region had not been invaded by the foreign tribes for so many years. It seems like the outsiders have already retreated. One of the three powerful cultivators from Two-World City, an old man, spoke. His name was Song Tianlong. Previously, there had been countless alien races attacking Two-World City. Perhaps they had already received news of the ancient battlefield and retreated. They flew up to the same height as the city wall. The soldiers on the city wall could already see them. Song Tianlong, open the array and let us in. Song Tianlong said. It's Lord Song Tianlong. Open the array. A voice came from inside the city wall. Soon, the light shield outside the city wall squirmed and a door that could only allow one person to pass through appeared. Everyone walked in separately. It's so spectacular. After entering Two World City, he stood high in the sky and looked into the distance. Inside the city walls of Two World City was a vast military camp. There were all kinds of ancient buildings that soared into the sky, and countless people were flying around. It was too spectacular. Previously, everyone was injured, so I will arrange your accommodation. Follow me. Song Tianlong said. Everyone followed him and flew into the distance. Not long after, they arrived at a huge palace. Song Tianlong quickly arranged a place for them to stay. In a courtyard. Dandan, protect me first. Lu Ming said to Dandan. He then sat down cross-legged. Previously, when the divine nine-dragon cauldron flew into his glabella, 9 drops of 9 dragons' blood essence scattered all over his body. In addition, there was another drop of blood that also flew into his body. Lu Ming did not have the time to observe it. First, Lu Ming checked his body. Previously, when the 9 drops of 9 dragon blood essence flew out, he felt a sense of emptiness and the strength of his physical body weakened greatly. But now, not only had his physical strength completely recovered, but he was also full of energy. Some of the injuries he had suffered before had also completely healed. At the same time, he could feel that his physical body was much stronger than before. Could it be that when the blood essence of the 9 dragons flew into the divine 9-dragon cauldron, it brought out some power, so my body transformed again and became stronger? Lu Ming made a guess. Chapter 2219. Chapter 2219, Abnormal Bloodline. Chapter 2219. Chapter 2219 Abnormal Bloodline. Lu Ming felt that his physical body was much stronger than before. With a slight movement, his muscles trembled and a dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming's blood seemed to have countless tiny 9 dragons jumping around. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. This was a good thing. The stronger his physical body was, the stronger his battle prowess would be, and the more vigorous his life force would be. Then, Lu Ming's soul force sank into his sea of consciousness and observed the divine 9-dragon cauldron. The divine 9-dragon cauldron had been floating in his spiritual ocean ever since it had entered. The 9 cauldrons were dull and lightless. Even the patterns on them were deathly still, as if they had lost their spirituality. Lu Ming materialized in his sea of consciousness and observed carefully. He tried to activate the divine 9-dragon cauldron one last time, but there was no reaction at all. The divine 9-dragon cauldron seemed to have lost its spirituality. It seems that the divine 9-dragon cauldron has been greatly damaged in this battle. It has no energy left, can't be restored, and can't be controlled. Lu Ming speculated. At the same time, he felt that it was a pity. If he could control the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he would become a top powerhouse in the heaven realm. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Lu Ming tried, he could not revive the divine 9-dragon cauldron. There was no movement at all. Thinking about it, it made sense. During this period of time, the divine 9-dragon cauldron had gone through 2 battles in a row. When Lu Ming first came, the divine 9-dragon cauldron brought along the 9 dragon veins and fought against the 4 unparalleled powerhouses of the evil god tribe at their peak. In the end, the 4 patriarchs of the evil god tribe were severely injured. The divine 9-dragon cauldron definitely played a huge role. The divine 9-dragon cauldron itself was smashed into the ground and almost lost its spirituality. It was Lu Ming who activated it with the blood essence of the 9 dragons that allowed it to be revived. However, after a battle, the divine 9-dragon cauldron even manifested 9 dragons at the end. However, the 9 dragons self-destructed in the end. The damage to the divine 9-dragon cauldron was extremely serious. It was not difficult to understand why it had fallen to this state. Can you take it out? Lu Ming pondered. After many attempts, he could finally summon the divine 9-dragon cauldron from his sea of consciousness. However, he could not unleash its power. It was like a useless cauldron. Forget it. Lu Ming shook his head. He planned to study the divine nine-dragon cauldron when he had the chance in the future. Right, there was a drop of blood that flew into my body earlier. What kind of creature's blood was that? Where is it? Lu Ming thought of the mysterious drop of blood. Lu Ming was a little worried that a drop of mysterious blood had flown into his body. He carefully searched his body. However, there was no trace of that drop of blood on his body. No, something's wrong with my heart. In the end, Lu Ming found an abnormality in the position of his heart. His soul power sank into his heart, and as expected, he found a drop of blood. This drop of blood was crystal clear, and there was a small true dragon swimming in it. Could this be the blood of a true dragon? Could it be that true dragon? Lu Ming thought of the true dragon that had fought against the evil god tribe in the ancient battlefield. Lu Ming tried to guess if the true dragon was injured and a drop of blood flew into his body. Lu Ming's soul force approached the drop of blood and tried to control it. Suddenly, a dragon's roar burst out from the blood. The dragon's roar was filled with endless majesty and an ancient feeling. It was as if it was an existence from countless years ago that had pierced through time and carried a thick aura of time. The dragon's roar was endless. That drop of blood actually moved and turned into a true dragon. It roared towards the sky, and its pair of dragon eyes were like two suns. Lu Ming was shocked because he realized that the true dragon formed by this drop of blood was exactly the same as the true dragon that had fought against the evil god tribe. At this moment, the true dragon's gaze was not directed at Lu Ming's soul force, but in another direction. It was the direction of Lu Ming's spine, which was also the direction of the third blood meridian. Kill! At this moment, the third bloodline seemed to have resonated with something. A deafening roar came from the third bloodline. This voice was filled with endless killing intent, and it almost shattered Lu Ming's soul. Kill! Kill! Roars filled with killing intent came one after another. The drop of blood from the third bloodline seemed to have turned into a vast sea of blood. The blood waves rolled and the killing intent was endless. What's going on? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that things had exceeded his expectations. He could not control the third bloodline at all, nor could he control that drop of true dragon blood. Kill! In the blood sea, the battle cries grew louder and louder. The endless amount of blood turned into a human face, but then it turned into a beast's face and kept changing. At this moment, the endless power in the sea of blood seemed to be about to rush out and annihilate Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming was trapped in endless killing intent and turned into a killing puppet. No! Lu Ming roared. His soul glowed and he guarded his heart. However, the power of the blood sea was getting stronger and stronger, and its killing intent was overwhelming. At this moment, the true dragon formed by the drop of true dragon blood roared at the sky. It gave off an ancient dragon's might as if it was fighting against the third bloodline. What's going on? Why did he suddenly lose control of his bloodline? Could it be related to this drop of true dragon blood? However, how could the true dragon's blood cause the third bloodline to mutate? It seems like the true dragon's blood is the enemy of the third bloodline. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He guarded his heart and did not allow the endless killing intent in the third bloodline to be destroyed. Otherwise, he would really be reduced to a killing puppet forever. However, the power from the third bloodline was too strong, completely surpassing his. At this moment, outside, Dandan was sizing up Lu Ming curiously. He could not hear anything that was happening inside Lu Ming's body, not even the shocking dragon's roar or the terrifying battle cry. It seemed that only Lu Ming could hear it. The only abnormality was that Lu Ming's body was trembling nonstop. His entire body was shrouded in a blood-red light and his expression was somewhat ferocious. What's wrong with this kid? Even a drop of ancestral dragon blood wouldn't be like this, right? Dandan mumbled to herself and paced around Lu Ming, wanting to help him but not knowing how to intervene. At this moment, Lu Ming's body had entered a critical stage. Lu Ming's soul force was enveloped by a layer of blood qi. Endless killing intent was constantly attacking Lu Ming's soul. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's killing intent grew stronger and stronger. It was as if he would only stop after he had killed everyone in the world. Buzz. At this moment, there was another wave coming from Lu Ming's spine. The bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged on its own and grew to 100,000 feet tall, emitting endless light. Of course, all of this was Lu Ming's own feeling. The people outside could not see it. The words on the prison-suppressing steel shone even brighter. Finally, 3 words emerged from the steel and pressed down on the third bloodline. Kill! The third bloodline's blood waves surged into the sky and attacked the 3 words. However, the prison-suppressing steel's huge body pressed down. It grew bigger and bigger, standing above the blood sea. A mysterious energy kept pouring into the blood sea. Chapter 2220. The Ancestor of the Dragon Clan, the Ancestral Dragon. Chapter 2220. The Ancestor of the Dragon Clan, the Ancestral Dragon. There were already 2 fragments of the prison-suppressing steel. They were shining with boundless light and suppressing power. They kept pressing down on the blood sea. In the blood sea, the giant face kept changing. It turned into the faces of all kinds of living beings. At the same time, they kept roaring as if they were very unwilling. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood roared and seemed to be suppressing the third bloodline together with the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. Gradually, the waves of blood in the third bloodline became smaller and the killing intent faded. Finally, it turned back into the form of a drop of blood and hid in Lu Ming's spine. Following that, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline's glow disappeared and it flew into Lu Ming's spine and disappeared. At this moment, Lu Ming's body stopped trembling. The blood chi in his body had disappeared. The true dragon formed by the drop of blood let out a loud roar before it transformed back into a drop of blood and rushed into Lu Ming's heart. Following that, the drop of blood turned into tiny blood threads that swam through Lu Ming's blood vessels and seeped into his muscles and bones. Kachacha. Lu Ming's muscles began to wriggle, and his bones shook. Thunder and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Lu Ming's physical body was being tempered and it was constantly improving. So good. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He could feel that his physical body was becoming stronger rapidly. He could clearly feel the speed at which he was becoming stronger. After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming felt that his physical body had doubled in strength and the drop of blood had become smaller. It was only a little, about 1% smaller. At this moment, the drop of blood no longer emitted blood threads. It calmed down and seemed to have fused with the heart. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt sticky all over. It was the impurities discharged from the depths of his body. With a thought, a flame spread out from his body, burning away these impurities. The strength of my physical body has doubled. My combat strength has also increased by a large margin. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Then he saw a fair and tender face enlarging in front of his eyes. The face scrutinized Lu Ming, left and right. Dandan, what are you looking at? Lu Ming pursed his lips. Kid, you have a lot of secrets. Dandan's eyes darted around, becoming more and more curious. Right, let me ask you something. What blood is this? Lu Ming focused his mind on his heart. With a thought, the drop of blood appeared on his fingertip. A true dragon could be seen swimming inside. Dandan's eyes were wide open, staring at the drop of blood. Could this be the blood of the injured true dragon? Lu Ming said, Fuck, let me tell you, that true dragon wasn't a true dragon, it was formed from this drop of blood. Dandan said, What? Lu Ming was shocked. The true dragon that had fought against the evil god tribe's old ancestor in the ancient battlefield was actually formed from this drop of blood. It was just a drop of blood, but it actually had such shocking power? Are you surprised? Let me tell you, this isn't essence blood, it's just a drop of blood. If I'm not wrong, this should be a drop of ordinary blood from the ancestral dragon. Dandan said, her eyes still staring at the drop of blood. Slowly, they became fiery and revealed a greedy look, as if she wanted to swallow the drop of blood in one gulp. Lu Ming quickly kept the drop of blood and kept it in his heart. Ancestral dragon? What's an ancestral dragon? Lu Ming was even more curious because he had never heard of this name. Ancestral dragon, that's a legend. It said that he's the oldest true dragon in the world, the ancestor of all dragons, the first true dragon in the Tianyuan world. Dandan said slowly, her eyes seemed to show a trace of respect. The ancestor of all dragons, the first true dragon. Lu Ming was also shocked. This was incredible. Could it be that the ancestral dragon is stronger than the 9 dragons? Lu Ming continued to ask. Nonsense, what are 9 dragons? The 9 dragons are just a mutation of the real dragon. They are more talented than ordinary real dragons, which is why they have such achievements. However, they are nothing compared to the ancestral dragon. Legend has it that the ancestral dragon is a truly invincible existence, above the heavenly Dao. In other words, even the heavenly Dao has to submit to him. How is this possible? The celestial the arch controls the heavenly Dao, which is the pinnacle of martial Dao. He's on equal footing with the heavenly Dao, so how can there be any living being that can transcend the heavenly Dao? Lu Ming widened his eyes in disbelief. In his knowledge, the celestial emperor was the limit. He was on the same level as the heavenly Dao, had no heavenly tribulation, was immortal, and lived as long as the heaven and earth. However, there was actually a living being that could transcend above the heavenly Dao. This really broke his understanding. Finally, Lu Ming looked at Dandan and asked suspiciously, "Are you bragging again? Who's tricking you?" "Let me tell you, I was lucky enough to see the ancestral dragon once, so I'm very familiar with his aura. I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. The drop of blood you got was a drop of the ancestral dragon's blood. I guess it was left by the ancestral dragon to suppress that passageway." Dandan said, "No way. Does that mean the ancestral dragon has an enemy?" Lu Ming's heart trembled. The ancestral dragon left a drop of blood to suppress the passage. Obviously, the ancestral dragon was from the heaven realm. However, he only left a drop of blood and his real body was not there. This meant that the ancestral dragon had an enemy. If it was really as Dandan said, that the ancestral dragon was that powerful, then the situation was really serious. Could it be that there were such terrifying existences on the side of the alien race? Dandan also frowned, and her face was rare to see. She said, "Obviously, there are also existences at that level in the alien tribes. Otherwise, the heaven realm wouldn't have fallen to this point. Once the ancestral dragon appears, even the celestial emperor can't defeat him. Unfortunately, I've never seen an existence at that level." Lu Ming sighed. The war between the two worlds was more tragic than he had imagined. With his cultivation, he could not interfere at all. The difference was too great. Ancestral dragon blood? He asked, "Why would the blood of the ancestral dragon appear on me? Is it related to the blood essence of the 9 dragons? It's most likely the case." "Kid, you are really blessed. Even 1 AM envious of you. Although this drop of blood is only an ordinary drop of blood of the ancestor dragon and it has been consumed in the previous battle, it is still extraordinary. If you can refine it, the benefits will be amazing. I am so jealous of you. What virtue do you have?" At the end of her sentence, Dandan's eyes turned red. She was really jealous. He paced around Lu Ming, wishing he could bite Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his scalp turning numb. He chided, "What are you looking at? Get lost. By the way, how many days have we been back?" "It's already been 10 days. Dandan licked her lips. 10 days? That's fast. Lu Ming muttered. He felt that only a short while had passed. He did not expect that it would be 10 days. I wonder how Senior Evil Swordsman is doing? Lu Ming thought of Evil Swordsman, Jian Filiu, Mulan, and a few others. He walked out of the courtyard and headed to another one. Chapter 2221. Chapter 2221. To the G11 family. Chapter 2221. Chapter 2221. To the G11 family. The courtyard where Evil Swordsman was staying was near Lu Ming and the rest. Senior Sister Mulan. When Lu Ming walked into Evil Swordsman's courtyard, he happened to see Mulan alone in Rhe courtyard, cultivating a set of sword technique. Mulan stopped her cultivation when she saw Lu Ming. She glided over with a bright smile on her face. Lu Ming, have you recovered from your injuries? One went to see you 2 days ago and saw that you were still cultivating. I'm completely fine. It's been many years since we last met. Senior sister, you've become even more beautiful. Lu Ming smiled and teased her. Is that so? Mulan's smile grew wider. She then pretended to sigh and said, It's a pity that some people don't know how to appreciate it. How could this be? Who doesn't know how to appreciate it? They're simply blind. Lu Ming continued to smile, which made Mulan's smile even brighter. Right, where's Senior Evil Swordsman? How's his injury? Lu Ming asked. You've come at a bad time. Senior Evil Swordsman left yesterday and returned to the ancient battlefield with Jian Filiu. Mulan said. He left. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Senior Evil Swordsman said that he'd better live in that ancient battlefield, where he's more free. Mulan said. Lu Ming nodded. Perhaps Evil Swordsman had many comrades in that ancient battlefield. In the war that year, countless people had died and countless friends had been buried there. How could he not feel pain? Senior Evil Swordsman also said that although that passage has completely collapsed, it's estimated that it'll reappear in 100 years. Mulan said again, frowning. On the other side of the passage was Yuan continent, where her family and friends were. 100 years. The Outlanders won't be able to get through in 100 years. Lu Ming's eyes opened and closed, revealing a strong sense of confidence. Oh, Senior Sister Apprentice, 111 leave here soon, come with us. Lu Ming said. All right. Mulan nodded. Now that she had obtained the inheritance of a peerless master, her cultivation was already at the limit of emperor-to-be. It was only a matter of time before she became an emperor. Once one became a monarch, as long as they survived the Heavenly Monarch Tribulation, they would have a long lifespan. So now, she would no longer run away. She wanted to grasp her own happiness. The two of them went back to the courtyard where Lu Ming used to be and found Dandan. Not long after, they found Song Tianlong and bade him farewell. They then flew toward the east of Two World City. In ancient times, Dandan knew a person who had not even become a sovereign but had already mastered many laws. That person had been researching for his entire life. In his later years, he made a major breakthrough and might be able to help Lu Ming find a way to become a Saint Emperor. Now, they were going to that person's family to find that method. That family was located in the southern part of the Taiqing Heavenly Region. The Taiqing Heavenly Region could be said to be the largest heavenly region among the 9 heavenly regions in Rhe Heaven Realm. It was as vast as the Yuan continent. The Two-World City was located in the westernmost part of Rhe Taiqing Heavenly Region. Not long after, they flew out of the Two-World City. What came into view were vast mountains. The peaks rose into the clouds one after another, as if there was no end to them. The Heaven Realm's original chi is indeed richer than Rhe primordial realms, and the nomological laws are also clearer. Perhaps only the strongest land in Rhe primordial realm's 10 lands, the land of divine destiny, can compare. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Then, the three of them took to the air and flew away. He was very familiar with the Heaven Realm. They flew over mountains and there was a public teleportation area. They were going to rake the teleportation array to the south of the Taiqing Heavenly Region. Half a month later, they had arrived at the southern part of the Taiqing Heavenly Region and were flying in an isolated area. At a glance, this place was a boundless sea of bamboo. Whether it was a high mountain or a plain, it was covered with bamboo. There were all kinds of bamboo. Dandan, we've been searching for so many days? Did you take Rhe wrong way? Lu Ming asked. How is that possible? The Gu family is in this area, living in seclusion in a purple bamboo forest. They won't move if there's no major problem. Dandan said. The three of them looked around, searching for Rhe purple bamboo forest. Another half a day passed. I found it. Dandan shouted and flew forward. Lu Ming and Mulan followed him. Soon, a sea of bamboo appeared in front of them. It was all purple bamboo. At first glance, it was a purple ocean. It was a purple bamboo, and even IRS leaves were purple. The bamboo pole was sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved out of beautiful purple jade. In the depths of the bamboo forest, they saw a palace. It was extremely elegant and was embellished in the boundless purple ocean. So many years have passed and they are still here. Let's go. Dandan smiled and flew towards the palace. But before they could fly far, a few figures rushed out from the bamboo forest below and blocked them. There were a total of 3 people, 1 middle-aged man and 2 young men. They all had one thing in common. They all wore jade crowns and white robes, looking very refined. How many of you? This is my home. May I know why you have come to my home? The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said politely, "We came to my home to find someone, of course." Dandan said casually, "Looking for someone? I wonder who you are looking for?" The middle-aged man asked, "Lone Star Sky, are Gu Xingyue and the others around? They'll come and find them," Dandan said. His words made the 3 Gu family members' expressions change drastically, becoming somewhat unsightly. "Little brother, the 2 you mentioned are my Gu family's ancestors. Moreover, it's too disrespectful for you to call them by their names." The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger, but he suppressed it and said unhappily, "What disrespect? They are just my juniors. If one don't call them by their names, what should I call them?" Dandan pouted. "How dare you? I think you're here to find trouble. Do you really think that my family is easy to bully?" A young man shouted angrily. At the same time, a long sword appeared in his hand, and Sword-Chi soared into the sky. The middle-aged man's expression was also very ugly. How old did she look? He actually said that the 2 ancestors of the Gu family were his juniors. It was obvious that he was here to find trouble and insult the Gu family. Nest 111 tell you the truth. These people actually want to fight, Dandan cried out. Lu Ming was speechless. How could you say that? It would be strange if others weren't angry at you for saying this. At this time, in the depths of Archie Sea of Bamboo, there were figures flying out. It was obvious that the commotion here had alarmed the Gu family. There were dozens of people in total, some old and some young, but they all had one thing in common. They all wore snow-white long robes. No matter if they were men or women, they all looked very elegant. What's going on? An old man with a flowing white beard asked. Before the Gu family's people could answer, Dandan shouted first, "They're called the Lone Star Sky. Gu Xingyue, come out and see me. My old friends are here to see them." How audacious! How dare you insult my Gu family's ancestor? Instantly, the Gu family members were all furious and roared angrily. What? Ancestor? Could it be that Gu Xingyue and Gu Xingkong are both dead? No way! Dandan shouted. Chapter 2222, Fighting Against the Geniuses of the Gu Clan. Chapter 2222, Fighting Against the Geniuses of the Gu Clan. Lu Ming was speechless. Why did this guy say anything? As expected, the Gu family members were furious. Even the elders were furious, and a terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. Nest, Great Emperor, this time it's all because of this guy, Dandan. Lu Ming could sense that 2 of them were exuding the aura of a great emperor. Hey, what are you guys doing? The Gu family is known as a gentleman's family, and all of you claim to be gentlemen. So you also want to bully the weak and win with numbers? Dandan shouted. Hearing this, the eyes of the elders and middle-aged men of the Gu family flashed. They all concealed their auras, but the anger in their eyes could not be extinguished. You have to be taught a lesson for insulting the ancestors of my Gu family. Otherwise, you really think that my Gu family is easy to bully. My Gu family will not bully the weak with our strength and win with numbers. Today, let me meet you. A cold voice was heard, and then a young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a jade crown and a long robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was very handsome. Seeing this young man walk out, the Gu family didn't stop him. Instead, they looked confident, as if they had faith in this young man. Your cultivation level is too low. I'm not interested. Lu Ming, I'll leave it to you. Dandan waved her hand, showing no interest at all, which made the young man in white even angrier. "Im Guingzhong, who can give me some pointers?" The white-robed young man held back his anger and cupped his fists. "This Gu family, each and every one of them is really gentlemanly." Lu Ming thought that he had heard Dandan mention this lonely family on the way here. In Dandan's words, the Gus were a group of wooden blocks with rigid brains, not knowing how to be flexible, and self-proclaimed gentlemen. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. However, Dandan had a good relationship with a few people from the Lone family. Lu Ming, please." Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Be careful," Gu Yingchong said. Then the sound of a sword rang out. A long sword appeared in Gu Yingchong's hand. An extremely bright sword light slashed towards Lu Ming. 3-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming could tell Gu Yingchong's cultivation level the moment he attacked. Boom. Lu Ming made his move. He was very direct as he struck out with his palm. This palm did not use any laws. It was just the explosion of physical body and saint power. Boom. Lu Ming's palm landed on the other party's sword gleam. The sword gleam trembled and howled. In the end, the sword gleam collapsed and Lu Ming was forced to retreat dozens of meters. What powerful physical strength! Are you an immemorial body cultivator? No, your power is saint energy. You haven't become a saint emperor yet? At first, Guing thought that Lu Ming was an immemorial body cultivator. But then he realized that Lu Ming was using saint energy. Once one became a saint emperor, the saint energy would be transformed into world energy. However, Lu Ming was still using saint energy, which meant that he had not become a saint emperor. This shocked Gu Yingchong. The other members of the Gu family were also shocked. To be able to receive a heavy blow from Gu Ying even before becoming an emperor, this strength was shocking enough. One had to know that Gu Yingzhong was the #1 genius of the Gu family. He was a character that only appeared once every 100,000 years. Use your full strength. Like this, you can't win against me, Lu Ming said. He knew that Gu Yingchong had not used his full strength. The attack just now was just a test. You haven't become a saint emperor yet. Although your battle strength is amazing, you're no match for me. Gu Ying spoke again, full of confidence. You didn't go all out in the battle, how do you know? Lu Ming was also very confident. Since that's the case, let's fight. Gu Yingzhong's fighting spirit was revealed. His long sword trembled, and the sound of the sword was endless. The power of laws burst out, making Gu Yingzhong's sword chi even more astonishing. 2 types of laws. One is an ultimate law, and the other is a type of king path law. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The lone shadow moved again. He became one with his sword and turned into a sword light, charging toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air and the sword of death condensed. At the same time, long rivers of laws appeared on his body. This time, the Gu family members were really shocked. Heavens, what did one just see? 4 types of laws, he has control over 4 types of laws. He hasn't even become a saint emperor yet. How can he control 4 types of nomological laws? It's said that my Gu family has an ancestor who was extremely talented. Before he became a sovereign, he had also mastered many laws. The Gu family's crowd burst into heated discussions. Gu Yingzhong's eyes also flickered, but his sword light did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming waved the sword of death and met the attack. Boom. The 2 of them collided, and a shocking collision erupted. Sword chi raged, and many of the Gu family's people retreated. After the 2 of them collided, their bodies trembled and they retreated tens of meters. The difference was that Lu Ming retreated a shorter distance. He's at the 2nd realm of the strongest laws. He's not weaker than Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Gu Yingchong's 2 types of laws, the strongest of which had already entered the 2nd realm, and his cultivation was at the 3-star illusionary emperor level. Without a doubt, he was a top-notch heaven's favorite. If it was before, Lu Ming's sword of death only contained 4 types of laws and would not be a match for such a prodigy. However, due to the condensation of the ancestral dragon blood, Lu Ming's physical body was twice as strong as before. This also made his combat strength stronger. Therefore, Lu Ming had the upper hand by casting 4 types of laws. Again! The battle intent in Gu Yingzhong's eyes grew stronger, and his aura also grew stronger. 3 types of laws. Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. A 3rd law appeared on the lone shadow. This was a king path law, and it seemed to have reached the 2nd realm. This was a heaven's favorite who was stronger than Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others. The sword light tore through the air and headed for Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the sword of death and charged at the other party. Clang, clang. The 2 of them kept clashing in the air. The sword chi was overflowing, and the sound of the sword was thousands of miles away. Fortunately, someone from the Gu family had acted and created a light screen to block the purple bamboo forest below. Otherwise, the purple bamboo forest within 10,000 miles would have been destroyed by the sword chi. The 2 of them were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of moves. The more he fought, the faster Lu Ming's chi and blood circulated. A dragon's roar was heard from his body and a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his skin. Lu Ming himself was also stunned. Back then, when his cultivation base was still weak, dragon scales had already appeared on the surface of his skin because of his 9-dragon bloodline. However, as his cultivation level increased, he could control the bloodline of the 9 dragons at will. Dragon scales no longer appeared on his body. But now, when he circulated his body to the extreme, a layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. Perhaps this is related to the ancestral dragon blood. Lu Ming thought of the ancestral dragon blood. Previously, he had refined a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood to allow his body to expand. Now that the battle was at its most intense, his blood chi was surging and boiling, causing the dragon scales to appear. Chapter 22-23. Chapter 22-23, Dandan reveals her true form. Chapter 22-23. Chapter 2223 Dandan reveals her true form. Lu Ming's courage mounted as the battle progressed. Even though the lone shadow used 3 types of laws, 2 of which were at the 2nd realm, they were still blocked by Lu Ming and could not do anything to him. Buzz. Suddenly, Gu Yingzhong's sword buzzed, and the sword light became even more brilliant. This is the 4th law. This time, even Lu Ming was shocked. Gu Yingchong had actually mastered a 4th type of law, which was also a king path law. Fortunately, it was only at Rhe 1st realm, not the 2nd realm. But this was no small matter. A 3-star illusionary emperor, and at such a young age at that. Yet, he had already mastered 4 types of laws. 1 ultimate law and 3 king path laws. Furthermore, the strongest law and one of the king path laws had reached the 2nd realm. The other 2 king path laws were also at the completion of the 1st realm. This kind of talent could be said to be shocking. For example, Lan Yun and Van Shi, who were known as the top geniuses of the heaven realm, were about the same age as Gu Yingzhong, but they had only mastered 2 types of laws. I didn't expect the Gu family to produce another top-notch heaven's favorite, Dandan whispered, her eyes also revealing a look of admiration. Many of the Gu family's people also revealed proud expressions. Boom. Using the 4th type of nomological law, although it was only at the completion of the 1st realm, it still increased Gu Yingchong's strength. This time, Lu Ming was sent flying. Lu Ming, I have to admit that your abilities are indeed shocking. It's the first time I've seen you in my life. On account that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, I'll forget about today's matter. You can leave. Gu Ying said. Many thanks. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Gu Yingzhong could indeed be considered a gentleman. Not everyone had such magnanimity. However, Lu Ming's purpose for coming here today had not been achieved. How could he leave just like that? But our battle is not over yet. Lu Ming smiled again. You still haven't used your full strength? Gu Yingzhong's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Of course. Lu Ming smiled. The color of the death sword in his hand became even more dazzling. There were now 2 more colors. It was the laws of alchemy and weapons. 6 types of laws. Gu Yingzhong exclaimed in shock. his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. The other members of the Gu family were also shocked. He had yet to become a Saint Emperor, but he could actually control 6 types of laws. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that the legend was true? That one of their ancestors had also mastered many laws before he became a sovereign? At first, some people were skeptical about the legend of their ancestor, who had yet to become a sovereign, but had already mastered multiple nomological laws. This was because such a thing was simply too unbelievable. Moreover, such a long time had passed, so who knew if this legend was true or false? However, after seeing Lu Ming today, they knew that the legend was true. However, their shock was not over yet. A hammer appeared in Lu Ming's left hand. The Chaos Hammer. It was formed by the laws of chaos and the other 6 laws. This time, the Gu family members were completely stunned. Even Gu Yingchong was the same. They only reacted after a long time. My God, an ultimate maxim, 2 ultimate maxims. A person who hasn't even become a sovereign not only controls many laws but also 2 ultimate laws at the same time. How did he do it? Unbelievable, unbelievable. Regardless of whether they were the older or younger members of the Gu family, they were all shocked beyond words. Controlling 2 ultimate maxims had completely broken their understanding of maxims. Naturally, they were shocked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a group of people flew out from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. There were at least 100 of them, and a few of them were emitting shocking cultivation. They were all great emperors. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The Heaven Realm was indeed worthy of its name. It had been passed down for countless years, and its experts were indeed amazing. It was just a lone family there were already 4 to 5 great emperors. It was hard to imagine. For example, there weren't many great emperors in the entire region of Mount Yuan. In fact, it wasn't that the primordial realm's strength was that far from RHE Heaven Realm's. There was a difference, but it was not so ridiculous. The main thing was that many strong practitioners of RHE Primordial Realm had left the Primordial Realm and come to the Heaven Realm to participate in the war and cultivate. Some of the overlord forces in the Divine Fared Land were also very powerful, and there were many experts who stayed there. Greetings, Patriarch. The members of the Gu family all bowed to a middle-aged man. This person was the Gu family's master. All right, let's end this battle here. The master of the Gu family spoke. Yes. Gu Ying nodded, retracted his aura, and rook a few steps back. The Gu family's master looked at Lu Ming in amazement. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the world. He hasn't even become a sovereign, but he has mastered so many laws, even 2 ultimate laws. War a miracle. Master Gu is too kind, but it's a pity that it's difficult to become an emperor. Lu Ming sighed. Indeed, my Gu family's ancestor also had an extremely talented figure. He controlled many nomological laws before he became a sovereign. It's a pity that he didn't become a sovereign in the end. You all came here because you heard the legend of my Gu family's ancestor, right? The Gu family's master said. Yes, that's true. Lu Ming nodded. Since you have a favor to ask of me, why did you insult my ancestors? An old man from the Gu family walked out, his face still somewhat indignant. The Gu family's master also looked at Dandan. What insult? What do you juniors know? I already know Gu Xingyue, Gu Xingtian, and that Gu Lingtian who has mastered many types of nomological laws even before he became a great emperor is my good friend. Dandan said loudly. You still dare to? The people of the Gu family were furious. The master of the Gu family raised his hand, and the people of the Gu family quieted down. May I ask who you are? The master of the Gu family asked. Then you guys should see clearly. Dandan curled his lips, and his body suddenly changed into his original body. Then, his body rapidly grew in size, turning into an incomparably huge tortoise that floated in the sky. This is the legendary top 10 battle beast, the world turtle. Someone exclaimed in shock. All the members of the Gu family widened their eyes. The top 10 war beasts had already become legends and were no longer seen. In the battle of the ancient past, the top 10 war beasts had either died or were injured. They had long disappeared. Many people speculated that the top 10 war beasts might have all died in battle. He didn't expect that one of the top 10 war beasts, the world turtle, would actually appear here. Is it the legendary senior turtle? The master of the Gu family was the first to react. Of course, you're my old man. The giant turtle opened its mouth and quickly shrank, turning back into the appearance of a little Daoist priest. Senior turtle, what's with your cultivation? The master of the Gu family asked with a respectful attitude. That was because there were indeed records in the Gu family's ancient books that a few of the Gu family's ancestors had a close relationship with the divine turtle of the world. Chapter 22-24. I can become a divine emperor. Chapter 22-24. I can become a divine emperor. Sigh. It's all because of that battle back then that I almost died. If it weren't for my unparalleled divine skills, you wouldn't have been able to see me. Dandan started sighing, but she quickly regained her spirits and said, Who's the oldest in the Gu family now? The oldest member of the Gu family is Ancestor Ling Tian's son, Ancestor Gu Xinghui. Gu Xinghui, so it's that little brat. Ask him to come and see me. Dandan said in a carefree manner, with the appearance of a senior expert. The other members of the Gu family felt their eyelids twitching and their expressions turned ugly. Gu Xinghui was the old ancestor of the Gu family. He had lived since the ancient times and had lived for a long time. Now, he was called a little brat. What were they then? However, when he remembered that the other party was the world turtle from back then, he felt at ease. Back then, the top 10 war beasts were all peak experts. The number of years they had lived was also shocking. Senior turtle, please wait a moment. I'll go report this to the ancestor. The master of the Gu family cupped his fists and walked towards the palace in the depths of the Gu family. Ming and the rest did not have to wait long before they saw the master of the Gu family and an old man with white hair flying over. The old man had a ruddy complexion and white hair. He was in high spirits and his eyes were extremely bright. The master of the Gu family followed behind the old man with a respectful expression. We pay our respects to the ancestor. The Gu family members bowed to the old man at the same time. Needless to say, this person was the oldest ancestor of the Gu family, Gu Xinghui. No need to be so polite. Gu Xinghui waved his hand and looked at Dandan. He spread out his spiritual sense to sense Dandan's aura, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. Senior turtle, it's you, ha, that's me. You little brat, I haven't seen you for so many years and you've become so old. Ha, I'm still the younger one. Dandan laughed. Senior turtle, I just heard that there's a young brother who has yet to become a sovereign, but he has already mastered many nomological laws, even 2 ultimate maxims. Are you here for the method left behind by father? Gu Xinghui asked directly. That's right. I heard that Gu Ling Tian has been researching for his entire life, and when he was about to die, he gained a lot. So, one want to see what he has found. Dandan said. Gu Xinghui looked at Ming in surprise. He had lived for a long time. When he heard that someone could control so many laws, even 2 ultimate laws, before becoming a sovereign, even he couldn't help but be shocked and curious. Little brother, can you show me your nomological laws? Gu Xinghui said. All right. Ming nodded. With a thought, 7 types of laws appeared one after another. Gu Xinghui's eyes were extremely bright as he sighed repeatedly, Miracle, what a miracle! After a while, he said, My father did have a great breakthrough back then. He said that he finally found the way to become a saint emperor. Unfortunately, he couldn't reach it himself. He could only leave it to the fated. Ming's eyes lit up and his heart could not help but beat faster. Gu Xinghui's words obviously meant that Gu Ling Tian had really found a way back then. The Gu Ling Tian is indeed a rare hero. I didn't expect him to find a way. It's a pity for him. If he wasn't so ambitious, his achievements wouldn't be any less than mine. Dandan sighed. It was rare to see such an exaggerated person. Gu Xinghui's eyes were also a little dim. Senior turtle, please follow me, said Gu Xinghui. Then, he made a gesture of invitation and walked towards the depths of the Gu family. Ming, Dandan, and Mulan followed. The other members of the Gu family also left. Lu Ming and the other two followed Gu Xinghui and flew across a large area of halls, arriving at a peaceful place. It was very quiet here, and there was only a small house made of purple bamboo. It was quiet and elegant. There was a small courtyard outside the small house. There was a stone table with a few stone stools beside it. "Senior Turtle, please take a seat. I'll be right back," Gu Xinghui said and then walked into the bamboo house. After a while, he took out a bronze box and walked out. "This is what my father left behind," Gu Xinghui said. Then he opened the bronze box, and a jade box appeared. "My father put all his research in this jade box. However, no one has been able to open it since my father passed away. There is a formation on it. If you open it by force, the jade box and the things inside it will be destroyed," Gu Xinghui said. "It can't be opened? It can't be." Dandan was speechless. Lu Ming's heart sank. "That's right. However, I'm guessing that father wants to leave it for someone fated, such as young brother Lu Ming, who has yet to become a great emperor but has already mastered many types of laws. Young brother Lu Ming, you can take a look at it. Perhaps you can open it." Gu Xinghui passed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and studied it carefully. The surface of the jade box was covered with dense runes. Lu Ming looked at it for a long time but could not find anything. "Let me see," Dandan shouted. Lu Ming passed the jade box to Dandan and she studied it carefully. He was an expert in formations, and as expected, he had made a huge discovery. His eyes lit up and he said, "No wonder no one can open it. It turns out that it requires such conditions." "Ha, Dandan, you can tell?" Lu Ming asked. "Of course, don't you know who I am? The head of the top 10 battle beasts, the world god turtle. I can't see it without a formation. If you want to open this jade box, you need 2 conditions. First, I need to use saint energy. Second, 5 types of nomological laws need to be used at the same time, but there are no rules on which 5 types of nomological laws to use. These 2 conditions are very simple individually, but when put together, it's very harsh, because the 2 conditions need to be completed by the same person," Dandan explained. The few of them were stunned for a moment before they immediately reacted. This condition was very obvious. It required a person who had yet to become a divine emperor but could master 5 types of laws at the same time. This was what Gu Lingtian had left for people like him. "Lu Ming, take it and try it." Dandan handed the jade box to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and circulated his holy power according to Dandan's instructions. He controlled the 5 types of laws at the same time and shrouded the jade box. Buzz. As expected, the jade box started to move. It began to glow and the runes on it flowed. Finally, with a kacha sound, the jade box opened. There was a jade token in the jade box. "It's open." Gu Xinghui was also very excited. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulan were also very excited. "Lu Ming, hurry up and take a look. Is there a way for you to successfully vindicate your Dao and become an emperor?" Dandan said excitedly. Lu Ming took a deep breath, took out the jade card, and sank his spiritual sense into it. "My life is Gu Lingtan." Immediately, a voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. After a long while, Lu Ming put down the jade token and looked surprised. There's really a way. I can become an emperor." Chapter 22-25. Another Path, Understanding Ancient Tree. Chapter 22-25. Another Path Understanding Ancient Tree. Lu Ming found out about Gu Lingtian's life from the jade token. Gu Lingtian was a peerless talent and a peerless heaven's favorite. He was the most dazzling star in the heaven realm during that era. However, Gu Lingtian's heart was higher than the sky. He wanted to walk a different path, a path that no one had ever walked before, or a path that no one had ever walked. Before he had become a monarch, he had actually relied on his terrifying talent to cultivate several types of laws. He wanted to use the many types of laws to create a small world when he became a monarch. Unfortunately, he did not walk this path in the end. He was blocked, and this block would last a lifetime. Gu Lingtian had spent his entire life researching, and he had finally found a way in his later years. To be able to control so many laws before becoming a monarch, one had to pay attention to balance. This was because it was too difficult to condense the world core with many types of laws when one became a great emperor. The laws would collide with each other and burst out with terrifying forces that would tear the saint heart and the body. That was why it was difficult to become an emperor. However, as long as the many laws reached a balance, there would be no tearing force, and one could successfully evolve the saint heart and become an emperor. However, it was very difficult to achieve a balance among the many laws. On this issue, he wasn't the son of God and had an advantage. Since he was the son of God and had mastered one ultimate law, it would be difficult to achieve a balance if he mastered other laws. According to Gu Lingshan's speculations, a king body that could control 3, 6, or 9 king path laws would be able to reach a balance and become a monarch. However, in history, those who had the ability and talent to control multiple laws before becoming a saint emperor were all children of God who controlled the strongest laws. No matter how he matched it, it would be difficult to achieve a balance between the many laws. This was because an ultimate maxim was too powerful, and it was difficult for other maxims to maintain a balance with an ultimate maxim. Gu Lingtian speculated that if a person could control 3 supreme laws and 6 king path laws, they would be able to maintain a balance and successfully develop the world core. Or, a person who could control 6 or 9 ultimate maxims could also develop the world core. 3 types of ultimate laws and 6 types of king path laws. I can definitely do it. Lu Ming's eyes were exceptionally bright and his heart was overwhelmed with ecstasy. He had already mastered 2 ultimate laws and 5 king path laws. He could completely comprehend another ultimate law and king path law. Gu Lingtian had also mentioned that these laws had to be at the same level to maintain balance. For example, if one of the laws had reached the second realm and the rest were at the first realm, that would not work. Lu Ming was secretly glad that he had not reached the second realm of his laws. As long as he cultivated all these laws to the first realm perfection, he would be able to vindicate his Tao and become a monarch. Lu Ming's words made Dandan and Mu Lan overjoyed. Lu Ming, quick, let me take a look. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming passed the jade card to Dandan and she immediately looked at it. After reading it, Dandan fell silent and passed the jade token to Gu Xinghui. After that, Mu Lan also took it and looked at it. It's a pity. Gu Lingtian is indeed a genius. He mastered an ultimate law and 8 king path laws, but he couldn't reach a balance and become a monarch. Dandan sighed. Gu Xinghui's eyes were filled with sadness. The method recorded by my father seems simple, but it's actually extremely difficult to achieve it. Before becoming a sovereign, it's impossible for ordinary people to master multiple nomological laws. Only the child of God has the talent to do so. However, it's impossible for one person to master more than 2 ultimate maxims at the same time. Therefore, almost no one can achieve such conditions. In my opinion, the method that father developed is completely tailor-made for brother Lu Ming. Gu Xinghui sighed. That's right, that's right. Dandan also sighed. Mulan was also happy for Lu Ming. Brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can vindicate your Tao and become a saint emperor. This way, you will have fulfilled my father's last wish. Gu Xinghui said. Definitely. Lu Ming was extremely determined. How about this? It'll take you to a place that will help you comprehend many laws. It will help you become a divine emperor earlier. Gu Xinghui said. After that, Gu Xinghui stepped into the air and left. Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mu Lan followed him. They headed towards the depths of the purple bamboo forest. Not long after, they arrived in front of a huge ancient tree. This ancient tree was hundreds of meters tall and was as thick as a dozen people hugging it. Gu Xinghui waved his hand, and a light door appeared on the ancient tree. So, there's a small world hidden here. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was obvious that the door of light on the ancient tree was the entrance to the small world. Gu Xinghui entered the door of light. Lu Ming and the rest also entered one by one. As soon as he entered the door of light, he arrived in another world. The laws here are so clear. One feel refreshed and my heart is empty. As soon as they entered the small world, Lu Ming and the rest felt that something was amiss. This was especially true for Lu Ming. He felt as if he was cultivating under the path understanding ancient tree. Follow me. Gu Xinghui smiled and left. After flying for a long distance, they came to a mountain range. However, this mountain range was barren. There was no vegetation at all, only a giant tree in the middle of the mountain range. That is, the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming was dumbfounded at the sight of the huge tree. Yes, there was indeed a path understanding ancient tree here. Although the species was different from the one that Lu Ming had, it was indeed the path understanding ancient tree. This path understanding ancient tree could not be compared to the one Lu Ming had. Lu Ming's one had already taken root on one of the mountain peaks in the mountain and river diagram. It was more than 30 meters tall. However, the one in front of him was at least 1,000 meters tall. The ancient tree towered into the sky, and its branches were surrounded by the great Tao. Everyone felt their hearts become empty, and their minds became incomparably clear. It was many times more effective than the one that Lu Ming had. Good, your Gu family actually secretly cultivated a path understanding ancient tree. Amazing! Dandan grinned and sighed, her eyes shining. It's a pity that it hasn't fully matured even after countless years of cultivation. Gu Xinghui sighed. It's already not bad that it could grow to 1,000 meters tall. I had one back then, but it was destroyed in the great battle before it matured. He cast a glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His path understanding ancient tree was cultivated from a withered branch. That withered branch appeared together with dandan back then and they obtained it together. Could it be that it was dandan's? This was very possible. You can cultivate here from now on. Gu Xinghui said. Ah, good. Lu Ming, this is the most suitable place for you at your current stage. Dandan said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded. Indeed. His main focus now was to comprehend the laws, so this place was indeed very suitable for him. Chapter 22-26, The 8th and 9th Laws. Chapter 22-26, The 8th and 9th Laws. The Gu family's path understanding ancient tree was already 1,000 meters tall. It was much more effective than his own path understanding ancient tree. It was the most suitable place to comprehend the laws. You guys can cultivate here. If you need anything, just send me a message. Gu Xinghui left them a voice transmission jade talisman and disappeared with a flash. The three of them headed toward the path understanding ancient tree. As they neared, they discovered that a few people were sitting cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree, cultivating. It was obvious that they were from the Gu family. Lu Ming finally understood why Gu Yingchong could control 4 types of laws at such a young age. 2 of them had even reached the 2nd level. It definitely had a lot to do with the path understanding ancient tree. Someone in the Gu family sensed the arrival of the 3 of them. He opened his eyes and looked at the 3 of them in surprise. It was because he did not know Lu Ming and the other 2. However, he was only surprised and didn't say much. This was because this was the Gu family's secret place. Without the Gu family's higher-ups leading the way, no one would be able to find it. Obviously, Lu Ming, Dandan, and Mulan were able to come in because they were brought here by the Gu family's higher-ups. Since it was the Gu family's higher-ups who brought them here, he naturally would not say anything. Nodding at Lu Ming and the other 2, the person closed his eyes and continued cultivating. You too can cultivate here. I'm going to find a place to enter seclusion and break through to the true emperor realm. Dandan said, I hope you break through soon. Otherwise, when I become a saint emperor, 111 catch up to you very soon. Lu Ming said with a smile. In your dreams, you think you can catch up to me? Dandan pouted unhappily, then her figure flashed and she disappeared in an instant. Lu Ming and Mulan went to the path understanding ancient tree. They each found a blue stone and sat cross-legged on it. The Tao comprehension ancient tree was thousands of meters tall and extremely huge. Great Taos surrounded its branches and leaves. It was very useful for comprehending nomological laws or divine power techniques here. One have to comprehend 9 types of laws, 3 types of ultimate laws, and 6 types of king path laws. I'm still missing 1 type of ultimate law and 1 type of king path law. Which 2 should I comprehend? Lu Ming started to think. If it's a king path law, why don't one comprehend the penetration law? Lu Ming's heart stirred. The law of penetration had an amazing penetrative power. If he could comprehend it, his attack power would increase a lot. Furthermore, the 6-feathered divine wings that Dandan had passed on to Lu Ming contained 6 types of laws. Besides the array Dao law, the alchemy Dao law, and the equipment Dao law, the penetration law was also one of them. After comprehending the penetration law, one's body would be able to fly through all obstacles. The increase in speed was also very shocking, so it was included in the 6-feathered divine wings. The 6-feathered divine wings power would also increase exponentially after comprehending the penetration law. After setting the king path law, he had to decide which supreme law to comprehend. Of the remaining 8 ultimate maxims, Lu Ming had the highest hopes for the law of fate. This was because the laws of fate were indeed incomparably profound and powerful. However, the law of fate had an extremely high requirement for one's talent, and it was also the most difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming thought for a while and shook his head. He ruled out the law of fate. Now that I have the chaos and death laws, I'm not weak in terms of attack. The next law doesn't necessarily have to increase its attack power. It's also very important to increase its defense or vitality. Then, the life law. In the end, Lu Ming made the decision to study the life law. Lu Xianxia had a body of life, so Lu Ming was much more familiar with the life laws. Also, once one grasped the life law, their vitality would become extremely astonishing. Even if they suffered some fatal injuries, they would be able to quickly recover, greatly increasing their ability to survive. For the next 2 types of laws, Lu Ming decided to comprehend the life law and the penetration law. Closing his eyes, Lu Ming's mind became empty. His mind and spirit became one with the heaven and earth, capturing the fluctuations of the law. Penetrate everything, nothing can stop it, Lu Ming murmured. He was enlightened. As Lu Ming comprehended more and more laws, he had more and more experience in comprehending the laws. His comprehension became more and more efficient. In just a few days, he had already grasped the basics of the penetration law. Half a month later, Lu Ming successfully comprehended the life law. Now, he had already mastered 9 types of nomological laws. What he needed to do now was to increase the maturity of his nomological laws. The laws of pill Dao, the laws of equipment Dao, the laws of penetration, and the laws of life. Now, Lu Ming still had 4 types of laws that had not reached the completion of the first realm. However, he had already mastered about 90% of the alchemy and equipment Dao laws. Lu Ming focused on the 4 types of laws. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, there was thunder and lightning in the distance. Lu Ming, who was cultivating, and the people of the Gu family all opened their eyes. Someone became a monarch and underwent the monarch tribulation. Someone from the Gu family murmured, "Senior sister Mulan is about to become a divine emperor." Lu Ming revealed a smile. Mulan had received the inheritance of a peerless expert. The inheritance process had lasted for 5 years. In these 5 years, Mulan's cultivation had soared to the limit of emperor-to-be before it stopped. Mulan was just a step away from becoming a saint emperor. Now, after more than half a year of accumulation and polishing, Mulan had finally overcome the bottleneck and transcended the tribulation to become a divine emperor. Lu Ming took a step forward and stood not far away from Mulan. Mulan's entire body was covered in a layer of blood-red light, which turned into streams of attacks to resist the Heavenly Tribulation. It seemed that Mulan was still quite relaxed. Not long after, Mulan successfully transcended the Heavenly Tribulation. Boom! At this moment, a shocking change occurred within Mulan's body. It was the evolution of her saint heart. Her saint energy had turned into world energy, and a faint emperor's might emanated from her body. Half an hour later, Mulan's aura finally stabilized and she had officially entered the martial emperor realm. Congratulations, senior sister, you've proven your Dao and become an emperor. Lu Ming stepped forward and congratulated him. Mulan looked at Lu Ming, her face filled with joy. I'll believe in junior brother, you will become a saint emperor very soon. Not bad, little girl. You've become a divine emperor so quickly. It seems that you're really suitable for the cultivation path of that fellow, Xianxia. A voice was heard, followed by a flash of light, and Dandan's figure appeared. Dandan, you've also broken through? Lu Ming sized up Dandan and asked curiously. Of course, what kind of existence am one? I'll soon break through to the Great Emperor realm, then the Heavenly Emperor realm, and finally surpass the past and break into the Supreme realm, ha! Dandan laughed proudly, as if she had thought of a beautiful future, her eyes shining. This fellow, Lu Ming despised him, but he was happy for him. Dandan laughed for a while. Lu Ming, come. Let's spar. Let's see how your comprehension of the laws has been going. You're a true emperor now. If I spar with you, wouldn't I just be abused? Lu Ming pursed his lips and rejected immediately. Dandan was the world turtle, one of the top 10 war beasts. Furthermore, his memories had completely recovered and he had mastered many types of nomological laws. Although he had just broken through to the true emperor realm, his combat strength was definitely very shocking. Chapter 2227. Chapter 2227, Dandan's Guidance. Chapter 2227. Chapter 2227, Dandan's Guidance. Ahaha, I know you're afraid of me. But I'm not using world force. I'm just sparring with you using laws of nature. Why are you still afraid? Dandan grinned and gave Lu Ming a sidelong glance. Lu Ming was unhappy, so be it. Let's go. Well, spar further away. After the few of them flew for a distance, they began to fight. Dandan did not use her cultivation to suppress Lu Ming. She only used a little world energy to activate the law and fought with Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was defeated by Dandan in one move. This made Lu Ming speechless. Was there such a huge difference? Although Dandan had also controlled 9 types of nomological laws, he had also controlled 9 types of nomological laws. However, after colliding with Dandan's nomological laws, his nomological laws were completely vulnerable. Lu Ming, although you've mastered many laws, it's only the crudest fusion. You don't have an ancient scripture that can unleash the full power of these laws, so the power is too weak. Dandan said. It's a pity that there are no ancient scriptures. Lu Ming's face was also bitter. Although he had created the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death, he had only created them not long ago and was far from completion. Their power was also limited. Those ancient sutras were created by others. Those who created them also created them according to the laws they controlled. Right now, you're just inexperienced, so you can't fully exert the divine power you created. If you can fully unleash the nomological laws you've mastered, its power will definitely be stronger than many ancient scriptures. After all, you created it yourself. Dandan explained. Dandan, you have so much experience, why don't you teach me? Lu Ming revealed a smile and looked at Dandan. Ha, now you know how powerful I am. Don't worry, I'm here to spar with you because I want to give you some pointers. Come on, use your full strength. Dandan laughed out loud and was very proud. With one hand behind her back, she had the demeanor of a peerless expert. This time, Lu Ming did not expose him. After all, he had a request to make. Buzz. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed. The Hammer of Chaos condensed in his palm and he struck at Dandan. At least 5 types of nomological laws burst out at the same time, forming a finger force that struck the Hammer of Chaos. The Hammer of Chaos shook violently and finally exploded. Lu Ming's Hammer of Chaos also contained 5 types of laws, but it was as easy as tofu. On the other hand, Dandan's 5 types of laws were like steel, crushing Lu Ming's Hammer of Chaos in an instant. Again! Lu Ming then rushed toward Dandan and resisted with the law. However, Lu Ming was completely defeated every time. A day later, Lu Ming was exhausted and he finally stopped. However, Lu Ming had gained a lot from this battle. He was more adept at the use of laws. When he used the Hammer of Chaos or the Sword of Death, the various laws complemented each other and the explosive power increased slightly. Dandan, although she bragged every day and was sometimes unreliable, her experience was really there. Moreover, the divine turtle of the world was also known as the world. It was born with unparalleled control over the laws and was stronger than the other top 10 beasts. Therefore, it could often point out the flaws in Lu Ming's use of the laws and allowed Lu Ming to improve rapidly. Go back and digest this. We'll continue the competition in 7 days. Dandan grinned and walked towards the path of enlightenment. They returned to the path understanding ancient tree and continued cultivating. Previously, Mulan had been watching Lu Ming and Dandan fight. She had learned a lot and needed to digest it. In the days that followed, Lu Ming had one more thing to do, which was to fight with Dandan. Every 7 days he would fight with Dandan once. His comprehension of various laws and the use of laws had improved by leaps and bounds. His mastery of the 4 laws, the law of alchemy, the law of craftsmanship, the law of penetration, and the law of life increased very quickly. After all, he was under the enlightenment ancient tree. Coupled with Lu Ming's own talent, it would be difficult for him not to improve. At the same time, Lu Ming's 2 self-created divine abilities, the Hammer of Chaos and the Sword of Death, were getting more and more powerful. It was not only the original nomological laws, but also the penetration law. One divine power contained 7 types of laws, and its power kept increasing. Finally, after cultivating here for a year, Lu Ming had reached perfection in another law. The laws of alchemy. The law of alchemy had reached perfection and the law had formed a river. Lu Ming's physical body and saint energy had been tempered again and had improved greatly. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's combat strength was also increasing rapidly. After cultivating here for a year and a half, Lu Ming's equipment Dao laws had also reached perfection. At this point, Lu Ming was still left with the penetration law and the life law. He had not reached the completion of the first level. The life law was an ultimate law, and its speed of improvement was much slower. On a flat land far away from the path understanding ancient tree, Lu Ming and Dandan continued to fight. Although Lu Ming's strength had increased rapidly, Dandan's improvement was even faster. Lu Ming felt that the 9 types of laws that Dandan controlled had most likely reached the second realm. Naturally, Lu Ming was completely outmatched. The 2 of them exchanged a blow and Lu Ming retreated. Unfortunately, my ultimate maxim can't be fused together. Lu Ming sighed. Whether it was the Hammer of Chaos or the Sword of Death, both only contained one ultimate law. If he could fuse other ultimate laws into them, his power would probably increase dramatically. However, if the ultimate laws did not merge, it would be too difficult to fuse them. Not necessarily. It's impossible, Dandan said. It said that one person can't control 2 ultimate maxims, but didn't you do it? Since you can control so many ultimate maxims, you can naturally merge them into one divine power. Speaking of which, Lu Ming, your path is completely different from others. If you cultivate the ancient scriptures created by others, you won't be able to unleash your full potential. Other people's ancient scriptures all use a single ultimate maxim as the core, but you've mastered multiple ultimate maxims. If you want to unleash your full potential, you'll have to create it yourself. It was rare for Dandan to be serious and give Lu Ming serious guidance. Lu Ming was greatly touched. That was indeed the case. None of the peerless talents who had created various ancient scriptures had mastered multiple ultimate laws. Most of them had mastered one ultimate law and then combined it with other king path laws and ordinary laws to create it. None of them were suitable for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming wanted to tap into all his potential, he had to create his own ancient scriptures and divine powers. Lu Ming suddenly felt enlightened. He felt that he could see his future path. Dandan, many thanks. Lu Ming thanked Dandan very seriously. Who am one? I'm the leader of the top 10 battle beasts, an invincible peerless genius. Do you believe me now? Dandan grinned and laughed, feeling extremely comfortable and happy. Come, continue. Let me guide you so that you can fuse the strongest laws as soon as possible. Dandan shouted, full of energy. Although Dandan had not mastered many ultimate maxims, her experience was very helpful to Lu Ming. However, it was too difficult to merge different ultimate maxims into one sacred art. Lu Ming had tried many times but he still failed. However, they did not give up and had been studying it. Chapter 2228. The Ancient Indestructible Scroll is Born. Chapter 2228. The Ancient Indestructible Scroll is Born. Winter left and spring came. Time flew by. Lu Ming had been cultivating here for 3 years. After 3 years of hard work, he had reached the first level of perfection in the penetrating laws. Lu Ming's physical body and holy power had become more powerful after being tempered time and time again. His physical strength was extremely strong, and his saint power was extremely condensed. Furthermore, his usage of nomological laws was getting stronger and stronger. The power of the sacred art techniques he created had increased greatly. Compared to 3 years ago, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased by a lot. However, the life law was still a bit off and had not reached perfection. It was still at 99%. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. It was true that it would take longer to cultivate an ultimate maxim, and this was under the path understanding ancient tree. If he were outside, it would be impossible to cultivate so many maxims to the completion of the first realm in 3 years. It was still the same flat land. Lu Ming and Dandan were fighting. Buzz. Buzz. Lu Ming held the sword of death and slashed continuously. The power was extremely shocking. However, he waved his hand casually and used all kinds of laws to block Lu Ming's attack easily. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming's gaze was firm and persistent. He was trying to integrate the chaos laws into the sword of death. Just a little bit more, melt. Suddenly, Lu Ming let out a loud roar. The laws in his body surged and the sword of death in his hand trembled continuously. The sword's howl was shocking. Buzz. Suddenly, the power of the sword of death increased dramatically, and a terrifying sword light slashed toward Dandan. Not only did this strike contain the power of death from the law of death, but it also contained the mountain-heavy power of the law of chaos. It was a success. Lu Ming was ecstatic. However, the next moment, his body trembled violently. He felt 2 ultimate maxims burst forth with a terrifying tearing force. His palm was about to be torn apart by this tearing force. Nest. On the other side, Dandan shouted loudly. With a shake of her palm, a turtle shell appeared like a shield and blocked in front of him. Boom. With a loud bang, the turtle shell shield condensed by Dandan exploded. Dandan quickly retreated and avoided the sharp edge of the death sword. Kid, you've successfully fused? Dandan looked at Lu Ming. The sword of death disappeared from Lu Ming's hand. His palm and even his arm were covered in cracks, and blood was oozing out. He circulated his life law, quickly healing the wound on his arm. Unfortunately, the 2 nomological laws will still clash and explode with shocking power. I've even injured myself. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This is normal. You've just started the fusion and are not familiar with it yet, but this proves that our direction is right. As long as we keep trying, the side effects will disappear. Haha, we've created history. If this gets out, it'll probably scare people to death. Dandan was extremely excited. Lu Ming also revealed a smile. He understood that after such a long period of hard work, he had finally succeeded. Although the fusion of the 2 ultimate maxims would cause him to be injured, it was only incomplete now. As he continued to perfect it in the future, these side effects would definitely disappear. Under the effects of the life law, the wound on Lu Ming's arm had completely healed. Dandan again. Lu Ming rushed towards Dandan. Where else could he find such a good sparring partner? Boom. The sword of death reappeared in Lu Ming's hand. Then, the law of chaos burst out and fused with the sword of death. Buzz. This time, he was about to succeed, but they still clashed. There was a terrifying explosion of power, causing Lu Ming's arm to be covered in wounds. However, the power of this sword had reached a shocking level. Dandan had to concentrate to block it. This could be said to be Lu Ming's strongest killing move. In the future, 111 merged the life laws into it, and its power will definitely be even stronger. Lu Ming thought to himself. Lu Ming was about to continue with Dandan when a figure flashed and a white-haired old man appeared. It was Gu Xinghui. This was the first time Gu Xinghui had appeared in the past 3 years. Brother Lu Ming, it seems that you have made great progress over the years. Gu Xinghui said with a smile. Many thanks to Senior for bringing this junior here to cultivate. Otherwise, this junior would have had to cultivate for several more years to reach my current achievements. Lu Ming said. You brat, how come you have time to come here today? Dandan walked over and said loudly. Of course it's something big. Gu Xinghui said. Something big? What's the big deal? Dandan asked curiously. Mount Eternal has appeared. It said that the indestructible ancient scroll is hidden in Mount Eternal. Gu Xinghui said. What? Dandan almost jumped up with her eyes shining. She stared at Gu Xinghui and said, Are you telling the truth? It's true. Mount Eternal has appeared from the void and is now hovering above Yaoguang Ancient City. Countless experts in the Taiqing Heaven region are heading there to get the indestructible ancient scroll. That's why I'm here to ask if you're going. Gu Xinghui said. Of course we're going. We can't miss the indestructible ancient scroll of the undying venerable emperor. Dandan's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Lu Ming and Mulan were a little dumbfounded. They had never heard of Mount Eternal or the indestructible ancient scroll. This indestructible ancient scroll is so magical? Lu Ming asked. Of course. It said that those who cultivate the indestructible ancient scroll cannot die. Their vitality is extremely strong. Even a drop of blood, a strand of hair, or a wisp of soul can be recovered. Although the life maxim has a tenacious life force, it's still far inferior to cultivating the indestructible ancient scroll. The indestructible ancient scroll is the special skill of the undying venerable sovereign. Do you know about it? He's in existence on par with the Chaos the Arch. He explained a lot. Lu Ming was shocked. He was shocked by the unbelievable power of the indestructible ancient scroll and also by the strength of the undying venerable emperor. According to Dandan, those who could be called venerable sovereigns were all invincible figures, respected among the emperors and invincible. For example, the Chaos Monarch and the Undying Monarch. Since the immortal venerable sovereign is so strong, then how can anyone else obtain the indestructible ancient scroll? If we go, wouldn't we just be courting death? Lu Ming asked curiously. The undying venerable sovereign is long dead. Dandan said. He's dead. How could such a person, who cultivated the indestructible ancient scroll, die? Lu Ming was shocked and puzzled. Sigh, it's the evil god tribe. In ancient times, during the early stages of the Great War, the undying venerable emperor was besieged by several people of the same level from the evil god tribe. In the end, he was annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Even with the undying ancient scroll, he still died. Ever since the death of the undying emperor, Mount Eternal, where he lived, has escaped into the endless void, wandering in the eternal dark void. No one has been able to find it. One really didn't expect that Mount Eternal would suddenly appear in the world. Many people are guessing that the ancient indestructible scripture is about to be reborn. Gu Xinghui sighed. Lu Ming also looked tempted. All right, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming said. Chapter 2229. Chapter 2229. Celestial Emperor's Attack. Chapter 2229. Chapter 2229. Celestial Emperor's Attack. Before he became a Saint Emperor, he could go out for a walk and adjust his state of mind in preparation for becoming a Saint Emperor. At the same time, he could also try his luck. If he could really obtain the indestructible ancient scroll, then he would be extremely lucky. Immediately, Lu Ming, Mulan, and Dandan followed Gu Xinghui and left the place, arriving at the hall of the Gu family. This time, the Gu family will also send people over to try their luck. Mount Eternal had wandered in the eternal space of darkness for so many years. It had suddenly appeared. It was very difficult to obtain it by relying on cultivation alone. One needed luck. Therefore, the Gu family sent out some heaven's favorites. Guingzhong, the number one heaven's favorite of the Gu family, was naturally among them. However, there were also quite a number of experts, including those of the True Emperor Realm and Great Emperor Realm. They were all led by the Gu family's master. The group soared into the sky and headed to the nearest teleportation zone. Yaoguang Ancient City was located in the western part of the Taiqing Heavenly region. After a few days, the Gu family arrived at the ancient city. Yaoguang Ancient City was one of the oldest ancient cities in the Heaven Realm. In the Heaven Realm, there weren't many that could be called ancient cities. Every one of them had been built over countless years and was full of the marks of time. During this period of time, this ancient city that had been around for countless years had become extremely lively. There was a sea of people, all of them experts. Experts from all over the Taiqing Heavenly region had arrived. Not only the human race, but also the other divine beast races. For example, true dragons, heavenly tigers, phoenixes, and others could be seen from time to time. In the sky above the north gate of Yaoguang Ancient City, there was a huge divine mountain floating there. It was huge and majestic, like the legendary ancient divine mountain. This was Mount Eternal. Ming and the group did not enter Yaoguang Ancient City at first. Instead, they headed towards Mount Eternal. Boom, boom. Even from a distance, they could see the dazzling lights flashing non-stop and hear the shocking rumbles. Someone wanted to ascend Mount Eternal, and it was a very shocking expert. Ming saw a figure shrouded in divine light charging towards Mount Eternal at an alarming speed. However, no matter how fast he charged towards Mount Eternal, it seemed that he could not cross the seemingly long distance and could not get close to it. On Mount Eternal, there was a layer of light. It seemed to have stopped there, but it could not get close. Is that a heavenly emperor? Someone from the Gu family asked in a hoarse voice. That's right, he is indeed a heavenly emperor. The Gu family's master said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a heavenly emperor couldn't climb Mount Eternal? Buzz. At this moment, a bird cry resounded through the sky. Everyone saw a phoenix spreading its wings and flying towards Mount Eternal. The aura that this phoenix exuded was heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. Its body was even larger, and its wings were wide open, covering the sky and covering the sun. This was definitely a terrifying phoenix. Its cultivation was no weaker than the human expert from before. Without a doubt, it was in existence in the Heavenly Emperor realm. With a flap of its wings, the void collapsed, forming a terrifying dark space. It flew toward Mount Eternal at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. However, this terrifying phoenix still found it difficult to ascend Mount Eternal. A roar spread in all directions. A huge white tiger, filled with endless killing intent, rushed towards Mount Eternal. But just like the phoenix, it still found it difficult to climb the mountain. The white tiger roared in anger and extended a giant claw. It was incomparably terrifying and was even larger than a mountain. It grabbed towards Mount Eternal from the sky. Clearly, the white tiger couldn't climb the mountain and was extremely furious, wanting to blow up Mount Eternal. Its giant claw was even bigger than Mount Eternal. Unfortunately, when it grabbed down, Mount Eternal was like an illusion. It grabbed nothing and nothing. Following that, everyone saw a few more powerful existences trying to climb Mount Eternal, but to no avail. There were many people watching nearby. Ming and the rest learned from the people who were watching that during this period of time, no less than 10 Heavenly Emperor stage existences had come here. They had used various methods to try to ascend Mount Eternal and obtain the indestructible ancient scroll, but all of them had failed. There were also people of the Heavenly Emperor realm, True Emperor realm, and Empty Emperor realm, but they all failed. Some people speculated that the indestructible ancient scroll hadn't appeared yet, and it was obviously impossible to obtain it by relying on strength. One must know that the undying venerable emperor was an invincible figure. Many people stayed in Yaoguang Ancient City and waited for the opportunity. Ming and the group looked around Mount Eternal but found nothing. Even Dandan shook her head. They could only go to Yaoguang Ancient City and find a place to stay. Yaoguang Ancient City. One heard that it is one of the oldest cities in the Heaven Realm. Many experts have been born in history and many historical sites have been left behind. How about we go and take a look? The solitary shadow invited Ming, Dandan, and Mulan again. The Gu family had been living in seclusion for generations and rarely came out. The chances of Guing coming out were not many either. If it wasn't for the indestructible ancient scroll, The Gu family wouldn't have brought them out. It was rare for him to come out, so he was naturally very curious. All right. Lu Ming and the rest nodded. Together with Gu Yingchong, they left their residence and strolled around Yaoguang Ancient City. The Alcade Ancient City was not only ancient, but it also occupied a large area. There were countless streets and countless ancient ruins. For example, there were Dao Comprehension stone tablets. These Dao Comprehension stone tablets had the marks of the great Dao left by experts, which were of great help to those below the martial supreme realm. Many people below the martial supreme realm sat cross-legged under the Dao Comprehension monument, quietly comprehending and cultivating. There was another place with many statues. They were all famous statues from past generations. Each of them exuded a domineering will that made people admire them. Many people, including Lu Ming and a few others, were watching. Guys, look. That's the statue of the top 10 battle beasts, Gu Yingzhong said in a low voice. Lu Ming looked over and saw many statues of different species. It was a 9 dragon with a winding body and 9 dragon claws under its belly. The scales on its body were clearly visible and vivid, as if the 9 dragons had come back to life. One of them was a giant elephant the size of a small mountain. Its muscles were clearly defined and it seemed to possess explosive power. This was the Archean dragon-esque elephant. Next, he saw the Titan longhorn beetle, the undying celestial hoe, the 9 lives devilish silkworm. These were the statues of the top 10 beasts. He saw a total of 9, but he didn't see the statue of the world turtle. Dandan, one don't think you're in the list. It seems that your reputation is not good enough, or others think that you don't deserve to be on par with the other 9. Lu Ming looked at Dandan and teased her. Bullshit, the people who carved these statues must be ignorant or have a grudge against me. Damn it, they actually didn't put my statue in. Dandan was extremely unhappy and gritted her teeth. Finally, her eyes lit up and she said, I know, they must be unable to carve out my majestic spirit, so they don't have a statue of me. It must be like this, ha. Lu Ming and the group looked at him with disdain. After a while, they left the place. Lu Ming, is that you? How did you come to the heaven realm? Right at this moment, a voice rang out. It seemed to be extremely surprised. Luo Zongqiong? The Stellar River. Lu Ming turned his head and there was a cold glint in his eyes. Chapter 2230, Chapter 2231, Killed in One Move. Chapter 2230, Chapter 2231 Killed in one move. Not far away, a few young men walked over. 2 of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances Luo Zongqiong and the Eternal Star River from the Primordial Realm. There was a young man beside them who Lu Ming did not know. Luo Zongqiong and Heng Yu seemed to be very surprised. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin did not bring Lu Ming to the Heaven Realm. How did Lu Ming appear in the Heaven Realm now? After the shock, there was a cold killing intent. Luo Zongqiong and Heng Yu were the same. They did not hide their killing intent at all. Their figures flickered and they surrounded Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, one didn't expect you to come to the Heaven Realm. Can't you just stay in the Primordial Realm and enjoy your old age? You just had to come to the Heaven Realm to die. That's good, it saves me the trouble of making a special trip. Luo Zongqiong said coldly, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. A 2-star illusionary emperor seemed to have reached the peak of the 2-star illusionary emperor realm, and could become a 3-star illusionary emperor at any time. At the same time, 2 kinds of laws emanated from his body. They were both King Path laws, and they were both at the completion of the 1st realm. Obviously, Luo Zongqiong had made great progress after coming to the Heaven Realm. During the Battle of the 10 Lands, Luo Zongqiong had just broken through to the 1-star Void Emperor realm. Now, he had reached the peak of the 2-star Void Emperor realm, comprehended the 2nd kind of law, and reached the peak of the 1st realm. To be able to make such progress in 5 years was already considered very fast. He had definitely received a large amount of resources to cultivate. In the Martial Emperor realm, the distance between each step was extremely large and difficult to cross. If one did not have the resources and just cultivated diligently, It would take a long time. Lu Ming glanced at Luo Zongqiong indifferently and said, I haven't seen you for 5 years. You've made some progress, but do you think you're my match? His voice was filled with disdain. Luo Kangqiong's face turned ugly. He did not have much confidence in going up against Lu Ming alone. During the Battle of the 10 Lands, Lu Ming could fight against the Heaven's Pride, who had mastered the strongest law and was much stronger than him now. To his knowledge, Lu Ming was an unparalleled cripple. If he could not become a martial emperor, his combat strength would not be any different from 5 years ago. There would not be any improvement. However, he was not Lu Ming's match now. However, he wasn't afraid because there were other people beside him. Lu Ming, this isn't the primordial realm, nor is it 5 years ago. Luo Zongqiong said coldly. Oh, are you talking about the two of them? Lu Ming smiled indifferently, his gaze sweeping across the galaxy and the unfamiliar young man. I alone am enough. Xianxia spoke, showing great confidence. The cultivation of the Eternal Star River had already reached the 3-star illusionary divine stage. His progress was amazing, having crossed 2 levels. At the same time, his nomological laws had also made amazing progress. His combat strength was much stronger than it had been 5 years ago in the Battle of 10 Lands. The Eternal Star River was no longer any weaker than the Heaven Realm's proud sons of heaven who had descended upon the primordial realm. His talent was very strong, no weaker than those Heaven Realm's geniuses. Now that he had received the Heaven Realm's resources, his progress was rapid. He had enough confidence that he could defeat Lu Ming alone. He's the peerless trash from the primordial realm? The unfamiliar young man said. This person's cultivation was not weak either. He was a 3-star void emperor and controlled 3 types of laws. Although he did not have an ultimate law, 2 of his king path laws had already reached the 2nd realm. His strength was also very shocking. That's right, it's him. Luo Zongqiong said in a cold voice. Many people have bragged about him. One want to see how powerful he is today. The strange young man sneered. Those people who are boasting are just his friends. Lu Ming, you'll die today. Luo Zongqiong sneered. Back then, in the world of the lotus flower, Luo Zongqiong had been tortured by Lu Ming. Luo Pokong was killed by Lu Ming in public, and he was stepped on by Lu Ming in public. He was even treated as a human weapon and fought against the Eternal Star River. He had lost all face. He had always wanted to take revenge. However, at the Battle of the 10 Lands, Lu Ming's abilities had shocked him. What happened after that made him ecstatic. Lu Ming actually had a peerless crippled body and could not go to the Heaven Realm to cultivate. He was overjoyed and decided to return to the primordial realm to kill Lu Ming with his own hands after his cultivation in the Heaven Realm was successful. He did not expect to meet Lu Ming in the Heaven Realm. However, his desire to kill Lu Ming would not change. Lu Ming, give me the celestial thearch's corporeal body and he'll give you a quick death. Xianxia said coldly. Of course, he was sending a voice transmission to Lu Ming. He did not wish for others to know about the celestial thearch's physical body. In his opinion, the celestial emperor's corporeal body should belong to him. Anyone who touched it would have to die. He had to kill Lu Ming too. The 3 people from the Star River had completely ignored Dandan, Gaingchong, and Mulan. How powerful could he be when he was with Lu Ming, who had a crippled body? They disdained it. Lu Ming, who are these 3 fools? You've been farting the moment you came. Dandan said unhappily. His words made the faces of Luo Zongqiong and the other 2 people of Xinghe River darken. Originally, it was none of your business, but now, you have to die as well and be responsible for your own words. Luo Zongqiong said coldly. Nest, this kid doesn't have any ability at all, but he's very arrogant. I'll kill him with one slap. Dandan was even more displeased and rolled up her sleeves, ready to make a move. Leave them to me, I'll deal with them. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Dandan. You'll settle it? Let's see how you're going to solve this. The unfamiliar young man said coldly. He took a step forward and charged toward Lu Ming. His palm was like a blade, and he slashed down with all his might. It was like a heavenly blade. The power of his 3-star illusionary emperor world burst out completely. 3 kinds of king path laws also burst out at the same time. 2 of them had already reached the 2nd realm, and their power was extremely amazing. This attack shattered the void. The terrifying saber light slashed at Lu Ming, trying to cut him in half. Countless people in the surroundings were alarmed and looked over. Lu Ming's expression did not change at all in the face of this attack. He was very calm. Boom. Just as the saber beam was about to hit Lu Ming, he made his move and pointed his finger. A finger force hit the blade light, and the blade light shattered. The finger force didn't stop, and it pointed at the strange young man at an amazing speed. The strange young man's pupils contracted sharply, and his eyes revealed a look of fear as he retreated frantically. However, Lu Ming's finger force was even faster and caught up with the strange young man in an instant. No! No! The strange young man shouted in fear. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and regret. He had never dreamed that Lu Ming, who was just a cripple, could be so powerful. He was even more powerful than the rumors said. His attack was actually useless. He could feel death approaching. He roared. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The finger force pierced through his forehead and destroyed his soul. The unfamiliar young man's eyes were wide open and filled with unwillingness. Then, his corpse fell heavily to the ground. The pupils of Luo Zhangqiong and Xing he also contracted sharply. Chapter 2231, The Despair of the Galaxy. Chapter 2231, The Despair of the Galaxy. They were well aware of the strange young man's combat strength. He was a very good Heaven's Pride expert in the Heaven realm. His combat strength was far above Luo Zhangqiong's, and he was not much weaker than the Star River. But now, he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. Wasn't Lu Ming's combat strength even stronger than the current galaxy? Didn't Lu Ming have a crippled body? If he could not become a martial emperor, how could his combat strength increase so quickly? They couldn't figure it out. All they could think of now was to run. The Star River and Luo Zhangqiong retreated at almost the same time. Seeing that you can't win, you want to run, have you asked me? Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. He took a step forward and caught up with Luo Zhangqiong in an instant like a ray of light. Luo Zhangqiong's eyes were filled with fear. The unfamiliar young man's combat strength was above his, but he was killed by Lu Ming in one move. If Lu Ming wanted to kill him, he would not need a second move. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my grandfather will never let you off. Luo Zhangqiong roared. Your grandfather? He already attacked me in the primordial realm. Unfortunately, he's seriously injured now, and one don't know where he's gone to recuperate. I'll personally take his head one day. Lu Ming sneered. He had to kill Luo Zhangqiong. Back then, it was because of Luo Zhangqiong that Qiu Yu had fallen into a desperate situation and almost couldn't wake up. Later on, Luo Zhangqiong's grandfather, Emperor Tian Luo, met up with the emperor of the Mu family and went to the ancient moon sanctuary to kill him. It could be said that he, the Daoist heaven sect, and the Luo family had long been mortal enemies. Even if Luo Zhangqiong didn't come to him, he would go to him. Since he had met him today, he would not let him go. Impossible! Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Luo Zhangqiong roared in disbelief. Have a safe trip. Lu Ming spoke indifferently and pointed his finger. Without any suspense, Luo Zhangqiong's glabella was pierced through by the finger force. His soul was destroyed and he died on the spot. At this point, the 2 king physiques of the Daoist heaven sect had been killed by Lu Ming. After killing Luo Zhangqiong, Lu Ming chased after him in the Star River. At this moment, the galaxy used all its strength and flew at high speed. He had a feeling that if he did not leave today, he would not be able to leave. Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded his imagination. However, he still had hope. Lu Ming had a crippled body and could never become a martial emperor. Even if he could improve his combat strength, there was a limit. He, on the other hand, could continue to improve. He did not believe that he would not be able to kill Lu Ming after he broke through to the true emperor realm. As long as he was alive, he would be able to kill Lu Ming. So he used all his strength to run for his life, but when he looked back, he was scared out of his wits. It was because Lu Ming was not far away from him. Heng Xing River, go down and accompany Luo Zhangqiong, so that he won't be lonely, Lu Ming said coldly. He displayed his 6-feathered divine wings, and his speed was extremely shocking. With a flap of his transparent wings, he approached the eternal star river. Kill! The galaxy stopped and shouted. An eternal god clock appeared and vibrated. Now, the cultivation base of the galaxy was much stronger than before. It had reached the 3-star Void Emperor realm, the 2nd realm of the eternal law, and it had also mastered a king path law. Hence, the power of the eternal god bell was many times stronger than it had been in the past. Layers of sound waves rushed out and turned into sharp swords, slashing at Lu Ming. It was extremely terrifying. This move again. Star River, this move is useless against me. Lu Ming spoke indifferently and struck out with his palm. Boom. The void exploded, and the terrifying palm force rushed toward the Star River like a mountain. The sharp swords formed by the sound waves of the eternal god bell exploded and collapsed one after another. The power of the palm did not stop. It surged towards the stellar river and bombarded the eternal god bell. Thump! The eternal god bell trembled violently and cracks appeared on it. Xing's body was sent flying like a cannonball and he coughed up blood in the air. How is that possible? The galaxy roared in disbelief. How could Lu Ming's combat strength be so strong? In the 5 years he had been in the Heaven Realm, the Eternal Star River had obtained a large amount of resources. There were even some great figures who valued him and took him in as a disciple. He was a heavenly emperor. After being a disciple of the Heavenly Emperor and being nurtured by the Heavenly Emperor, he had made great progress in all aspects. His combat strength had also soared. But even so, after 5 years, he was even more vulnerable when he met Lu Ming again. He found it hard to accept. These people are so weak. They came to kill Lu Ming? Dandan pursed her lips, feeling speechless. He's completely courting death. Guangzhong was also speechless. Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers were also in a heated discussion. Who is that person? What powerful combat strength? I heard them talking about a peerless cripple. What's that about? I don't know, one no. I heard that the primordial realm produced a peerless cripple who has yet to become a sovereign, but he has already mastered many nomological laws, even 2 of the strongest nomological laws. What? He can control 2 types of ultimate laws? The scene was in an uproar. Many people exclaimed, but even more people didn't believe it. They didn't believe that anyone could master 2 ultimate maxims. It was impossible. No one had ever done it in history. In the sky, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to charge toward the galaxy. Casting the 6-feathered divine wings, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. With a flash of his wings, he crossed the void and caught up with the eternal star river in an instant. Thump! Lu Ming struck out with his palm again and it hit the eternal god bell in the galaxy. This time, the eternal god clock that covered Xing's body exploded. Xing's body emitted the sound of bones breaking. His body was sent flying and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Lu Ming had not used his full strength. His palm only contained 4 types of laws: chaos law, devour law, penetration law, and extreme law. In the past few years, Lu Ming had improved too much. After refining a trace of energy from the ancestral dragon blood, his physical strength had increased greatly. At the same time, the law of alchemy, the law of craftsmanship, and the law of penetration were perfected one after another. Lu Ming's body and saint energy had improved a lot after tempering his body and saint energy. The strength of the galaxy was not weaker than Lan Yun and Yan Shi, whom Lu Ming had encountered 3 years ago. At that time, Lu Ming would need to use all his strength to fight against experts like Lan Yun or Yan Shi. But now, Lu Ming had also used 4 types of laws. He had not even used his ultimate move and he could already achieve a crushing defeat. He could completely crush them. Let's go! Lu Ming chased after the galaxy. The stellar river erupted in a frenzy as it tried its best to escape. Lu Ming, you can't kill me. My master is the celestial the arch. At the same time, Xingchen roared and brought up his master, hoping that Lu Ming would have some reservations. However, he knew very well that Lu Ming was a lawless person. He could not be intimidated. As expected, Lu Ming was unmoved and continued to chase after him. The eternal star river revealed a look of despair. Lu Ming, stop. At this moment, a furious roar was heard. Then, a terrifying fist force blasted toward Lu Ming from the sky. Chapter 2232, Chapter 2231, Endless Enemies. Chapter 2232, Chapter 2231 Endless Enemies. Initially, Lu Ming had wanted to completely kill the Hengxing River and get rid of this trouble. However, at this moment, a fist force crossed the void and headed towards Lu Ming. Its power was extremely shocking. The laws of chaos. Lu Ming could sense the fluctuation of the chaos laws in the fist force. Without thinking, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Boom! Lu Ming's palm and the fist force collided heavily. The void exploded and trembled continuously. A strong wind swept in all directions. Xingxing River's body trembled and was swept away by the aftershock. He spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the sky. A burly figure stepped through the air and looked down at Lu Ming. Yuan Exin. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. It was a coincidence that he met old acquaintances from the primordial realm today. The laws of chaos. That's Yuan Exin, the son of chaos from the primordial realm. I've heard of him before. He's very talented. After coming to the heaven realm, he was immediately accepted as a disciple by a top master. He received a lot of resources and made rapid progress. Some time ago, he defeated several famous Heaven's Pride experts in the heaven realm. I've also heard of him. This person's talent is indeed amazing. He has the potential to compete with the Nine Ju in the future. This time, the primordial realm has indeed produced many people with shocking talent. Besides Yuan Exin, there's one more person who's even more terrifying. He was born to be the son of fate and can control the nomological laws of fate. There are also a few paragons from the archaic system who are also extremely terrifying. Clearly, 5 years had passed, and the prodigies who had come to the primordial realm were all rising rapidly. They had made a name for themselves in the heaven realm and were known by many experts in the heaven realm. Yuan Xin's eyes glowed as he looked down at Lu Ming. A strong fighting spirit emanated from his body. Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to come to the heaven realm. Although you can't become a divine emperor, your combat strength has reached this level. It's really shocking. But this is good. You'll feel more when I kill you. As she spoke, Yuan Xin's eyes revealed a hint of ferocity. Do you remember what one said to you in the Ten Lands battle? If you are defeated by me once, you will never be my opponent. Lu Ming spoke indifferently, his voice filled with disdain. You're talking big. A cripple can never become a saint emperor. Where did you get your confidence from? Yuan Exin shouted coldly as a shocking aura erupted from his body. A 4-star illusionary emperor. This was Yuan Xin's current cultivation. A 4-star void emperor was already a high-level void emperor, which was much stronger than a 3-star void emperor. The powerful power of the world was surging, and the power of nomological laws surrounded Yuan Exin, making her look like a god of war. 3 types of laws, the laws of chaos. He's already at the 2nd realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a rough estimate of Yuan Xin's combat strength. Do you still have confidence now? Yuan Exin said, full of confidence. To him, meeting Lu Ming today was great news. During the Battle of the 10 Lands, he had been defeated by Tian Ming and Lu Ming one after another. He was still brooding over it. Today, he could defeat Lu Ming. Another day, he would defeat Tian Ming. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was the #1 heaven's favorite in Yuan continent. In the future, he would defeat the strongest heaven's favorite in the heaven realm and stand at the peak. This was his ambition. Lu Ming, he's ours. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. In the distance, a few rainbow lights flew over at high speed. The next moment, a few figures appeared in the sky. The powerful aura and cold killing intent were not concealed at all as they pressed toward Lu Ming. Lan Yun Yen Shi. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. It seemed that he had met a few old acquaintances. They were Lan Yun and Yen Shi. When the two of them looked at Lu Ming, their gazes were particularly cold. Lu Ming, I'll kill you today. Lan Yun coldly spoke. Back then, he was so badly abused by dandan because of Lu Ming. Later on, he did not get the treasure because Lu Ming stopped him. Then, the two of them glanced at dandan and Mulan. Their eyes were filled with cold killing intent and, of course, greed. They recognized Mulan. Back then, there was a small pagoda above Mulan's head. It was definitely a supreme treasure. Today, since he had met her, he would take her together. They were overjoyed. This wasn't a battlefield, so there weren't many rules. It was normal to kill each other. You guys, surround those people. Lan Yun shouted and waved his hand. Following behind Lan Yun and Yen Shi were a few middle-aged men. At this moment, their figures flashed and they surrounded dandan, Mulan and Guingzhong. These middle-aged men were all at the true emperor realm. Their terrifying aura made Mulan and Gu Yingzhong's expression turn serious. However, their faces darkened and their eyes flickered with an ominous light. Lu Ming, I'll see who can save you today. Lan Yun and Yen Zai's figures flashed and they surrounded Lu Ming. Oh, Lu Ming, it seems that you have offended many people. Yuan Xian sneered. A bunch of clowns. Lu Ming said indifferently. What did you just say? You're looking for death. Lan Yun shouted, his aura even colder. After a few years, Lan Yun and Yen Shi had undoubtedly become stronger. Their cultivations had both reached the level of 4-star Void Emperor, and their nomological laws had also improved. On the surface, they did not seem to be weaker than Yuan Xian. The three young experts had Lu Ming surrounded. This trash from the primordial realm has actually offended so many people? He's too overconfident. He's just a cripple who can never become a Saint Emperor. How dare he be so arrogant? Isn't he courting death? I heard that he's very famous in the Yuan continent. He was the first among the younger generation in the Yuan continent. That's normal. He's not a Saint Emperor yet, but he's already mastered so many laws. His combat power must be very strong. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the potential to become a Saint Emperor. I think he's used to being arrogant, so he doesn't recognize his own situation. The others can keep improving, but he's still so arrogant. He doesn't have much time left. He's probably going to die today. Some people discussed and felt that Lu Ming would definitely die today. Lan Yun, Yen Shi, and Yuan Xian were all much stronger than Xingqian. Now that the three of them were clearly going against Lu Ming, did he still have a chance? Brother Lu Ming. At this moment, a joyful voice was heard. The voice was crisp and pleasant to the ears. Then, there was a flash in the void and a figure suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not avoid it because he knew who it was the moment he heard the voice. Bubbles. Bubble. Lu Ming called out, a smile on his face. It seemed that Bubbles had arrived as well. It had been 5 years since they last met, but Bubbles was still the same as before. She did not grow much older and still looked like she was 2 or 3 years old. Brother Lu Ming. The bubble hung on Lu Ming's neck and its small head rubbed against Lu Ming's body. It was reluctant to let go. Yuan Xin's eyes turned grim when she saw Bubbles approaching. Bubbles was a space-time spirit mouse. Ever since she came to the Heaven realm, she had been placed in an important position and was greatly nurtured. Her cultivation base had improved even more rapidly, and her current strength was no weaker than his. Chapter 2233. All of you can come together. Chapter 2233. All of you can come together. After a long while, Bubbles raised her head and looked at Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yen Shi. What are these guys trying to do? You're asking for a beating. Pow Pow pouted as she looked at Lan Yun, Yen Shi, and the rest unkindly. Sir, that's space-time spirit mouse. Lan Yun and Yen Shi had also recognized Bubbles. A young top 10 war beast was too rare, and its talent was astonishing. Bubbles' arrival had caused a stir back then. Many people knew that a space-time spirit mouse had come from the primordial realm. Furthermore, the moment he arrived, he was taken in as a disciple by a terrifying god beast and was taught with great care. He improved at an amazing speed and his battle strength was even stronger. During this period of time, many heaven's favorites have lost to her. Lan Yun and Yen Shi naturally knew about it as well. At the same time, they were also rather afraid of the existence behind Bubbles. They did not expect Lu Ming to know Bubbles and that they seemed to be on good terms. Hey, tell me, are you and you the ones who want to go against brother Lu Ming? If you want to make a move, you'll have to get past me first. Bubbles waved her little fists and glanced at Lan Yun and Yen Shi. This is none of your business. Lan Yun coldly spoke. Who says it's not related? Pow Pow glared at Lan Yun. You'd better stay out of this. The Lan family might not be afraid of the person behind you. Lan Yun spoke again. Nonsense, if you want to fight, then fight, chirp chirp. Paoba was enraged and was about to attack. Bubble, I can handle these people myself. Lu Ming smiled and stopped Bubbles. Oh, brother Lu Ming, beat them up for me, Chirpy. Bubbles shouted. Then she turned her gaze and saw Dandan. Her big eyes immediately lit up, and with a move, she immediately appeared on Dandan's shoulder. Little turtle, long time no see, Chirpy. Pow Pow blinked her large eyes as she sized up Dandan. Although Dandan had transformed into a human and had even used a mysterious technique to conceal her aura, Bubbles and Dandan were both top 10 war beasts and had extremely sharp senses. Bubbles recognized Dandan with a single glance. Dandan's face turned even darker. You're the little turtle. Your entire family are little turtles. Dandan said unhappily. You're clearly the little turtle, aren't you? Chirp chirp. Pow Pow pouted and said. Don't compare me to an ordinary little turtle, Dandan said angrily as she and Bubbles stared at each other and bickered. Lu Ming smiled and glanced at Lan Yun, Yen Shi, and Yuan Xin. He said indifferently, since you all want to kill me, then come at me together. Don't waste time. His words shocked everyone present. What? This cripple actually asked Lan Yun and the others to attack him together. Is he crazy? Although his combat strength is not bad, he's simply courting death by being so arrogant. The others were shocked, and the faces of Lan Yun and the others became even gloomier. Lu Ming wanted to fight the three of them alone. He was simply courting death. This was an insult to them. I alone am enough to deal with you. Lan Yun made the first move. He shot out a punch, and a lion's roar reverberated through the firmament. On his fist, there was a lion jumping and roaring, its power shocking. This was a mystical ability passed down in Lan Yun's family, and it came from an ancient scripture. Compared to 3 years ago, Lan Yun was undoubtedly more powerful. Not only did he have a breakthrough in cultivation, but his nomological laws were also more profound. He had already comprehended a third type of nomological law and had reached the stage of the first realm perfection. With a punch, the lion's roar shook the sky and the wind howled, crushing toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He simply struck out with his palm. Lu Ming still only used the chaos law, the extremity law, the engulfing law, and the penetration law in this palm. However, Lu Ming's physical body trembled and an even stronger force erupted. Boom! Lu Ming's palm collided with Lan Yun's fist, and a shocking tremor erupted. Then, Lan Yun retreated rapidly. The lion on his fist let out a wail and exploded. Bang! 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 Lan Yun retreated a few dozen steps, his eyes revealing shock and disbelief. Lu Ming had actually forced him back with one palm. How was this possible? 3 years ago, Lu Ming's abilities were only slightly stronger than his. After 3 years, his combat strength had increased tremendously. Why was he forced to retreat by Lu Ming's palm? Didn't Lu Ming have a crippled body? He could not become an emperor. Why did his strength progress so shockingly? He really could not figure it out. The others couldn't figure it out either, and they all opened their mouths wide. Yuan Xin's pupils also constricted, and her heart trembled. I've said it before. The three of you should come at me together. Don't waste my time. Lu Ming said, his voice spreading far and wide. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and Yuan Xin's faces turned ugly. At this moment he didn't know whether to retreat or fight. If you guys aren't going to do it, I'll do it. Lu Ming was extremely powerful. He stepped into the air and attacked. Boom, boom, boom. He struck out 3 palm strikes in a row. 3 powerful palm prints whizzed out and headed toward Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yan Shi respectively. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's attack together. Yan Shi shouted. He made his move. A saber appeared in his hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. Lan Yun attacked as well. His fists were constantly blasting out, and there was a lion jumping on both fists, constantly roaring. The power was extremely shocking. At the same time, Yuan Xian made his move as well. He used all his strength and waved his fists. He condensed a mountain with all his strength and charged at Lu Ming. Yuan Xian had undoubtedly become stronger. During the Battle of the 10 Lands, he had only mastered a single law superpower technique. Now, he had mastered a higher-level superpower technique. Every attack had the explosion of several laws, with chaos laws as the core, and its power was shocking. The 3 of them joined forces, and the void was boiling. They were completely destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Their attacks collided with Lu Ming's palm print. The void rumbled continuously and the force swept in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators were forced to retreat. However, what was shocking was that after the collision, Lu Ming's body did not move at all. He stood in the void and his expression was very calm. He was fighting 1 against 3, and he didn't feel like he was at a disadvantage at all. Impossible! Yuan Xian bellowed in her heart. The power of the world erupted in full force, and mountains crushed toward Lu Ming, trying to crush him into pieces. At the same time, Lan Yun and Yan Shi roared as they charged toward Lu Ming. It's nothing more than this, Lu Ming said. This time he pointed 3 fingers in a row. This was the Chaos Finger Tribulation, but its power had far exceeded that of the Chaos Ring. Because of this finger, Lu Ming had fused 5 types of laws. Chaos laws, Devour laws, Extremity laws, Penetration laws, and Array Dao laws. In the Gu family, Lu Ming often sparred with dandan. Dandan's understanding and application of the law had reached an unimaginable level. Lu Ming had also benefited a lot. His application of the law was far superior to Yuan Xian and the others. The power of the convergence of 5 laws was astonishing. 5 huge fingers surrounded by 5 colors shot toward Yuan Xian and the other 2. Chapter 2234, Crushing. Chapter 2234, Crushing. The 3 huge fingers glowed with 5 different colors and filled the sky. It was as if a god had extended 3 fingers. This time, Lu Ming used 5 types of laws. There was one more than the previous one and it was more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 fingers collided with the attacks of Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yan Shi. The mountain formed by Yuan Xian shook violently and then exploded. Lan Yun had used his divine power to form a giant lion. It wailed and exploded. Yan Zai's blade light shattered. The terrifying power surged towards the 3 of them, and they retreated. Their bodies trembled as if they had been electrocuted, and blood spurted out of their mouths. With the addition of a law, Lu Ming's attack power was greatly increased. He injured Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yan Shi in one move. The surrounding spectators were dumbfounded. He could not believe what he was seeing. Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yan Shi had all become 4-star Void Emperors. They were all high-level Void Emperors. Furthermore, they were all top talents and their combat strength could not be measured by their cultivation. However, the 3 of them had surrounded Lu Ming and were injured by him in one move. How was this possible? Lu Ming had not become an emperor yet. He was not an emperor to be yet, but he could cross so many levels of cultivation and suppress the 3 top heavens favorites. Everyone felt like they were going crazy because this had broken common sense and had never happened before. Even geniuses like Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yan Shi were suppressed by Lu Ming. If an ordinary Void Emperor went up, he would be killed by Lu Ming in seconds. Wouldn't Lu Ming be able to suppress ordinary 5-star or even 6-star illusionary emperors? This was simply too crazy. However, this was still far from Lu Ming's strongest combat power. If they knew that Lu Ming had still kept a large amount of combat power, they would definitely be shocked. Lu Ming could not be bothered with what the others thought. At this moment, he continued to attack Yuan Xin and the other two. Bush. Lu Ming continued to point his fingers at the three of them. The three of them bellowed in anger and unleashed all their strength to attack Lu Ming. It could be seen that Yuan Xin was indeed stronger, and her combat strength was above Lan Yun and Yanxi. Her injuries were also lighter. However, it was not much stronger and was still crushed by Lu Ming. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 of them were forced back and spat out blood. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and activated his 6-feathered divine wings. In a flash, he appeared before Lan Yun. Lan Yun was greatly alarmed. His entire body emitted light, and an enormous lion pounced out. However, Lu Ming's palm was covered with 5 different radiances as it clashed with the giant lion's palm. The giant lion's palm was shattered immediately and the palm continued to hit the giant lion's head. The giant lion's huge body exploded inch by inch and finally exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming's palm did not stop and continued to slap Lan Yun's body. Lan Yun let out a blood-curdling screech as his body was pierced through. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body flew out like a broken sandbag. Young master! Damn it! The true emperors who had surrounded Dandan and Mulan immediately roared in anger and wanted to save Lan Yun. You can come and go as you please. Have you asked this lord? Dandan said coldly. Then he moved like a bolt of lightning and charged at the true emperors. With a wave of Dandan's hand, 9 colors emanated from her body. That was the eruption of 9 types of nomological laws at the same time. Furthermore, all 9 types of nomological laws were at the 2nd level. Some had even reached the 3rd level. The true emperors were shocked. Dandan's combat power made their hearts tremble. There were a total of 5 true emperors, and the highest one had even reached the level of a 5-star true emperor. The true emperors attacked at the same time and charged toward Dandan. There were a few true emperors who had extremely shocking battle power and profound mastery of their laws. However, they were still lacking compared to Dandan. Dandan was fighting 1 against 5, but she was not at a disadvantage at all. She even had the upper hand. This shocked the others. They had never expected that this ordinary-looking young Daoist would be so strong. Not only had his cultivation reached the true emperor level, but his combat strength was also ridiculously strong. It was obvious that the cultivation base that Dandan revealed was only that of a 1-star true emperor. However, his battle prowess was shockingly high. Even a 5-star true emperor wasn't his match and was suppressed by him. His nomological laws are too terrifying. A 1-star true emperor has already cultivated 9 types of nomological laws to such a realm. It's incredible. Some of the older generation sighed. For a void emperor or a true emperor, the deciding factor of one's combat power was the laws. Although cultivation could also affect one's combat power, it was not as significant as nomological laws. This was especially true for those at the true emperor realm. The number of nomological laws they controlled and the strength of their mastery would greatly affect their combat power. Many people might not be able to cultivate nomological laws to such a level even after cultivating for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. This was talent. The true emperors of the Lan family and Yen family were being held back by Dandan and couldn't be rescued. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he appeared beside Yanxi again. He struck a palm and Yanxi followed in Lan Yun's footsteps, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. You want to kill me? Today, I'll kill you all. Lu Ming said coldly, his voice icy. He knew that the Lan family and the Yen family were both powerful families in the heaven realm. They had deep foundations and definitely had a celestial emperor. If he killed Lan Yun and Yanxi, he would be in big trouble. However, the other party had tried to kill him time and time again, which made Lu Ming want to kill them. If worst came to worst, he would just kill them and find a place to hide or go to the Gu family to cultivate in seclusion. Although Lan Yun and Yen Shi were seriously injured, they were not dead yet. At this moment, they were so frightened that they were trembling all over. They used all the strength in their bodies and retreated frantically. At the same time he shouted, "Come and save me! Junior, you dare!" With a loud roar, a burly old man rushed out of the crowd, picked up a giant hammer, and smashed it toward Lu Ming. True Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He did not dare to take it head-on. His six-feathered divine wings flashed and he dodged the hammer's attack. Kill him! Kill him! Lan Yun recognized that it was an expert from the Yen family and immediately shouted, "Kill!" The burly old man held a giant hammer and charged at Lu Ming, wanting to kill him. "You're a true emperor, yet you're attacking a quasi-emperor. You're so fucking shameless. I'll be your opponent." Dandan roared and struck out a few times in succession. His attack method was very special. All the laws were transformed into runes, which could then condense into all kinds of terrifying attacks with shocking power. Bang! Bang! The two true emperors in front of Dandan immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated rapidly. Dandan, on the other hand, charged towards the burly old man. "So what if you have a giant hammer? Look at my hammer, smash!" Dandan shouted, raised her fist, and smashed it towards the other party. As his fist smashed down, cymbals filled the air, and a huge hammer even larger than his opponent's took shape. It smashed down with a loud bang. Thump! The two big hammers collided and the void trembled. The burly old man's body shook violently and his arm exploded. He spat out blood and retreated. "Save the young master!" The true emperors who had besieged Dandan previously finally broke free and rushed towards Lan Yun and Yen Shi. Chapter 2235. Chapter 2234. Intervention of Experts. Chapter 2235. Chapter 2234. Intervention of Experts. The true emperors of the Lan family and Yen family who had besieged Dandan finally seized the opportunity. Their figures flickered and appeared beside Lan Yun and Yen Shi. Their world energy rolled up and swept the two of them away. They didn't dare to stop. Many people were dumbfounded. Lan Yun and Yen Shi had come in a strong manner and even brought true Emperor Realm experts to kill Lu Ming. In the end, they had to flee in a sorry state. The true Emperor Realm experts were too fast. They were far away in an instant and Lu Ming could not catch up. Lu Ming's gaze was cast in another direction. There, Yuan Xen was also running at full speed with the Star River, not daring to stop at all. "Umph!" Lu Ming snorted coldly and spread his six-feathered divine wings. With a flap, he chased after Yuan Xin at an extreme speed. How could Yuan Xin's speed be compared to Lu Ming's? Lu Ming caught up with him very quickly. "Damn it!" Yuan Xen roared angrily, and the galaxy revealed a look of fear. Lu Ming was determined to kill them. "Kill!" Lu Ming said coldly and pointed his finger. A huge finger shot towards Yuan Xen. Primal Chaos Body. Chaotic Divine Body. Yuan Xen roared and used his Chaotic Divine Body. His current Chaotic Divine Body was very different from before. It had been improved and could fuse with many nomological laws, making it shockingly powerful. Boom! He swung his fists continuously, trying to block Lu Ming's attacks. However, the three of them were not Lu Ming's match previously. He was far behind by himself. The huge finger pressed down, crushing Yuan Xin's fist force as easily as breaking dry weeds. Yuan Xin's body trembled violently, and she retreated frantically, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The Star River was also swept away by the aftershock and was sent flying, causing his injuries to worsen. "Lu Ming, my master is the Celestial the Arch," Xianxia roared. He was really afraid that he would be killed by Lu Ming here. "Is there any point in revealing the person behind this?" Lu Ming sneered and strode forward, wanting to be the first to kill Heng Xianxia. Xianxia endured his injuries, unwilling to be killed just like that, and retreated. Boom! However, Lu Ming did not give him the chance. He pointed his finger and a sharp finger force pierced through the void and shot toward Xianxia's glabella. "No!" Xianxia roared because he couldn't block it at all. He was going to be killed by this move. At this moment, a beam of light suddenly appeared in front of him. This ray of light was like a shield. Lu Ming's finger force bombarded it, but it had no effect at all. Boom. Then, from a distance, a large hand reached out. The hand was huge and fast. The aura it gave off was terrifying. Heavenly Emperor! Lu Ming was shocked. This huge hand exuded the pressure of the heavenly Tao. It was unbelievably powerful. Master! Xingchen shouted in excitement. His master had also come to Yaoguang Ancient City, and he knew that he would be fine. However, the huge hand did not attack Lu Ming and the rest. It grabbed the Hengxing River and Yuan Exin, then retreated rapidly and disappeared. The surrounding people all let out a long breath. The Celestial Emperor's pressure was too strong. Even from a distance, a large hand could make people feel like a mountain was pressing down on them. On the other side of Yaoguang Ancient City, in a luxurious and huge courtyard, the figures of Hengxia and Yuan Exin appeared. In front of them was a gray-robed old man who stood with his hands behind his back. "Thank you for saving me, Master." Xinghe quickly expressed his thanks. "Many thanks, Senior." Yuan Exin also bowed. The gray-robed elder nodded. "Master, you should have killed Lu Ming. He's so arrogant that he doesn't even care about you." The Eternal Star River Channel wanted to persuade the old man to kill Lu Ming. "Shut up!" The old man shouted coldly, his eyes emitting a shocking light. The cold aura caused Hengxing's heart to tremble, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "I'm a martial sovereign, but I'm no match for an emperor to be and was seriously injured. I'm already thick-skinned enough to save him. You want me, a heavenly sovereign, to kill a junior just because my disciple is no match for him? What would others think of me?" The gray-robed elder said, his eyes growing colder and colder. Xing's face turned pale and cold sweat broke out on his face. Yuan Exin, on the other hand, lowered her head and did not dare to speak. Although they were all top-tier heaven's favorites, they were nothing in front of the Heavenly Emperor. They might not even be able to step into the Heavenly Emperor realm in the future. Any Heavenly Emperor was an outstanding talent. When they were young, they were no worse than them. Therefore, they didn't have any pride in front of the Heavenly Emperor. Also, do you think that the other celestial thearchs won't care if I kill Lu Ming? The Heavenly Realm is currently facing a great enemy, so there are some rules. Do you understand? The gray-robed elder continued. This disciple is wrong. Xinghe nodded repeatedly. The grudges between the two of you will have to be settled by yourselves. After this matter at Mount Eternal is over, go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't come out until you break through the true Emperor realm. The gray-robed elder instructed. Yes. Xinghe nodded, and at the same time, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Lu Ming, I'll definitely kill you with my own hands in the future. One don't believe that your combat strength will keep increasing even if you can't become a martial emperor. The galaxy roared in its heart. A cold light flashed in Yuan Xin's eyes. She had the same thought as the Hengxing River. In the future, he would personally cut off Lu Ming's head and take the Chaos Scripture. The Chaos Scripture is mine. Yuan Exin roared in her heart. Celestial Emperor's corporeal body is mine. The galaxy gritted its teeth. On the other side, Lu Ming also sighed. This time, he could have killed Yuan Exin and Hengxing River, but it was a pity that Hengxing River's master was in Yaoguang Ancient City, and all his efforts had failed. Lu Ming could also guess that the Heavenly Emperor would not be so shameless as to deal with him, a quasi-emperor. It's okay. As long as you become an emperor, dealing with these small fries will be a piece of cake. Dandan walked over and said with a smile. He knew very well that Lu Ming could comprehend many types of laws and even many types of ultimate laws before he became a great emperor. Once he became a great emperor, there would be shocking changes. Good fight, chirping. The bubble jumped from Dandan's shoulder to Lu Ming's. It hung on Lu Ming's body and rubbed against him. Let's continue shopping. Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 2236. Chapter 2236, Harsh Conditions. Chapter 2236. Chapter 2236. Harsh conditions. Lu Ming's name became a topic of conversation for many people who were waiting for Mount Eternal to have free time. The following days were rather peaceful. Lu Ming and the rest stayed at their residence and cultivated in seclusion. As time passed, the number of people in Yaoguang ancient city increased. Almost every day, there were people trying to climb Mount Eternal. There were martial artists of all levels, from martial saints to celestial emperors, but no one was able to climb Mount Eternal. Everyone could only wait patiently. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Mount Eternal suddenly gave off multicolored light. At the same time, a bell rang throughout Yaoguang ancient city. Everyone was alarmed and flew out of their residences. There's movement in Mount Eternal. Don't tell me we can enter. Let's go and take a look. Countless people flew into the sky and headed for Mount Eternal. Lu Ming and the rest also woke up from their cultivation. They followed the Gu family master and the rest and flew towards Mount Eternal. For a moment, Mount Eternal was surrounded by a sea of people. No one knew how many people there were. The temptation of the indestructible ancient scroll was too strong. With the indestructible ancient scroll, it was almost equivalent to being undying. As long as he didn't turn into ashes, he could recover from any serious injuries. This was equivalent to having many more lives. With the indestructible ancient scroll, one could venture into many dangerous forbidden lands, obtain treasures, and quickly improve their cultivation. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an ancient scroll? Didn't he see that many heavenly emperors had rushed over? Even the heavenly emperors couldn't remain calm. Countless people gathered around Mount Eternal, waiting nervously. At this moment, a figure appeared in Mount Eternal. A burly figure slowly walked out from the depths of Mount Eternal. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. There's someone in Mount Eternal. Could it be that the immortal venerable sovereign didn't die? That's impossible. Many people were shocked and skeptical. Soon, a tall figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a middle-aged man. No, it's a puppet. A heavenly emperor powerhouse spoke up and saw through the situation. The middle-aged man was a puppet. So it's a puppet. It must have been left behind by the undying emperor. Many people's hearts moved, and their eyes gathered on the puppet. The middle-aged man-like puppet spoke, his voice loud and clear, spreading in all directions. By the will of the undying heavenly emperor, the undying ancient scroll will be born and reappeared in the world. His words made everyone's heart beat faster, and their eyes lit up. The indestructible ancient scroll was really about to be born. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. However, the undying heavenly emperor has ordered that those who wish to obtain the indestructible ancient scroll must go through a test. The middle-aged puppet continued. May I ask, what kind of test do one need to go through? A heavenly emperor expert asked. It's very simple. First, let's start with the celestial emperor. Those who become a celestial emperor within 10,000 years, please enter Mount Eternal and pass the test. Then, you can obtain the indestructible ancient scroll. You don't have to try to deceive me. I have my own way of knowing if you have broken through to the heavenly emperor realm within 10,000 years. The golem said, What? How is it possible to become a heavenly emperor in 10,000 years? Immediately, those heavenly emperor-level figures could not remain calm. The others were also tongue-tied. To become a heavenly emperor within 10,000 years was too difficult. After reaching the martial emperor realm, it would be extremely difficult to improve. For those who lack talent, a single closed-door cultivation could last more than 10,000 years. For some people, it might take more than 10,000 years to advance a small realm. It might even take tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. To become a heavenly emperor within 10,000 years, the conditions were too harsh. It seems that there isn't. The middle-aged puppet sighed. Aren't these conditions a little too harsh? Some heavenly emperors were unwilling to accept this. This is the rule set by the venerable sovereign. I have no right to change it. The middle-aged puppet said. The heavenly emperors sighed and were extremely unwilling. It was a pity that no one had met the conditions. Since there's no one else, let's go down. Those who break through to Great Emperor within 1,000 years can enter Mount Eternal for the test. The middle-aged puppet continued. 1,000 years to become a Great Emperor? The faces of the Great Emperor realm experts also turned pale. Becoming a Great Emperor in 1,000 years wasn't as difficult as becoming a Heavenly Emperor in 10,000 years. However, it was still extremely difficult in essence. The Great Emperors looked at each other before shaking their heads. No one could meet the conditions. You don't have any? Then let's continue. Those who become true emperors in 100 years can enter Mount Eternal for the test. The middle-aged puppet continued. 100 years to become a true emperor? Haha, wasn't this tailor-made for me? I'm here. Dandan grinned and laughed, extremely excited. In a sense, Dandan had already been reborn. This life was a new one. He had indeed stepped into the true emperor realm within 100 years. Other than Dandan, there were also some other people who flew into the sky. There were more than 10 people. There were quite a few of them who became true emperors in 100 years. The 9 absolutes of the younger generation all broke through to the true emperor realm within 100 years. There are also some other heaven's favorites who are almost 100 years old. Look, there are at least 7 of the 9 unique youths. Someone cried out in alarm. Ming focused his gaze. Indeed, among the dozen people, there were some who looked particularly young. They seemed to be in their 20s. There were both men and women. There were also a few others who looked to be in their 30s. These people had all become true emperors within 100 years. Ming had previously learned that the 9 unique youths were the 9 most outstanding talents among the younger generation in the heaven realm. Each of these 9 people had entered the true emperor realm. Countless people looked at him with envy. Being able to take the test at Mount Eternal meant that there was a chance of obtaining the indestructible ancient scroll. More than a dozen people flew towards Mount Eternal. When they got close to Mount Eternal, the middle-aged puppet waved his hand and a door of light appeared in the sky. You guys can go in, the middle-aged puppet said. Immediately, the dozen of them rushed into the light door and disappeared. The assessment will take some time. Let's wait. The middle-aged puppet sat down cross-legged and closed its eyes to rest. The others quietly waited for them to wake up, but more than 10 days had passed, and the people who had entered still had not come out. Ming took out a monarch weapon and sat cross-legged on it. He closed his eyes to comprehend the laws. Now, he was only left with the life law. He had yet to reach the first stage of perfection. As long as his life law reached the first stage of perfection, he could start to break through to the martial emperor realm. Therefore he had to seize the time. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. At this moment, there was finally some movement from Mount Eternal. Mount Eternal glowed. With a slight shake, a dozen figures appeared outside Mount Eternal. They were the dozen people who had entered Mount Eternal. Everyone's eyes were on them, full of anticipation. Had any of these people obtained the indestructible ancient scroll? However, all of them were dejected and unwilling to give up. How is it? What's the situation inside? Many people began to ask. Dandan also flew back. Chapter 2237. Chapter 2237, Entering Mount Eternal. Chapter 2237. Chapter 2237, Entering Mount Eternal. Dandan, what's the situation inside? Did you get the indestructible ancient scroll? Ming asked hurriedly. Don't ask me, one wants some time alone. Dandan pulled a long face, extremely depressed and unwilling. This guy must have failed, chirp chirp. Paoba mocked. Nonsense, how could one have failed? I'm telling you, I'm the only one who succeeded, but that old man, the undying venerable emperor, is vengeful and refuses to pass the indestructible ancient scroll to me. I'm not willing to accept this, that old man is vengeful and narrow-minded. Dandan shouted as if she had gone mad. Ming, Bubbles, Gu Inchong and the rest widened their eyes. Did Dandan really succeed? He passed the test? He couldn't be bragging, right? On the side, the others naturally also heard Dandan's words, but they all cast contemptuous looks at dandan. If he didn't pass, then so be it. But he was still bragging as if he knew the undying venerable sovereign. No one believed dandan's words. Why didn't the undying venerable sovereign teach you the indestructible ancient scroll? Ming asked. He really believed that dandan had passed the assessment. Dandan was one of the top 10 war beasts, the world turtle. Her previous memories had been completely restored, and her combat strength was shockingly high. If even dandan couldn't pass the test, then no one could. That guy is narrow-minded and narrow-minded. One only took something from him in the past. Is there a need to hold a grudge until now? Dandan was very unhappy and gritted her teeth. You took something? Ming understood. This guy definitely took more than a few things. He must have offended the undying Supreme Emperor in the past. Around them, the others were even more disdainful. This guy was speaking as if he was speaking the truth. Wait! Ming suddenly thought of something and sent a voice transmission to dandan. According to what you're saying, could it be that the immortal venerable sovereign is still alive? She's dead. She's dead. It's only my guess that he holds a grudge. Otherwise, why didn't he give me the indestructible ancient scroll? Dandan pouted and huffed angrily. Dandan, what's the content of the assessment inside? Ming asked. No one has obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. Now, those who have become saint emperors before the age of 50 will enter the examination. Hurry up! The middle-aged puppet urged, as if it didn't want the people who had entered before to reveal too much of the situation inside. Those who became a saint emperor before the age of 50. The eyes of Guingzhong, Mulan, and the others all lit up. Let's go! The lone shadow repeated. At this moment, there were already many figures flying towards Mount Eternal. Becoming a saint emperor before 50, one haven't, so one can't go in? No, let's go and try. Many thoughts flashed through Ming's mind. He did not think much and flew over as well. There were a lot of people who became emperors before the age of 50, more than 1,000 of them. In the past, during the Ten Lands battle, there were 100 to 200 people in the primordial realm who became emperors before the age of 50. As for the heaven realm, whether it was the cultivation environment or the cultivation resources, it was better than the primordial realm. The inheritance was more complete, and it had been more than 5 years since the Battle of the Ten Lands. Naturally, there were more people who had become emperors. Therefore, there were a lot of people in the heaven realm who became emperors at the age of 50. This was only a portion of them. There were definitely more people who hadn't come yet, or there would be even more. In the crowd, Ming saw Heng Xianxia and Yuan Xen, as well as Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the rest. They also saw Ming. Senior, this person hasn't become a saint emperor yet. He wants to fish in troubled waters and sneak in. Lan Yun suddenly called out to the middle-aged puppet. There was a gloominess in Ming's eyes. The middle-aged puppet looked at Ming with a sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through Ming. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xianxia, and the others sneered. How was it possible for Ming to sneak in? He would definitely be punished by the middle-aged puppet. At this moment, the middle-aged puppet's eyes revealed a look of surprise. It seemed to be very surprised, and then it nodded. His situation is special. He can go in. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others were dumbfounded. Detestable. Then they gritted their teeth. These idiots, chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out, gloating over her misfortune. Lan Yun and the others had unsightly expressions as they gloomily charged into the door of light. Ming, Bubbles, Mulan, Gu Ingchong and the rest also entered the light door one after another. The next moment, Ming realized that he had appeared on a platform. At this moment, there were at least 100 people gathered on the platform. In front of the platform, there was a wide road that slanted upwards. Is this place inside Mount Eternal? Does this road lead to the top of the mountain? Ming pondered. Then, he turned to look in another direction. He discovered that there were a total of 9 platforms, and in the middle of the platforms was a pitch-black abyss, separated from each other. Each platform had a wide path that slanted upwards. 9 platforms, 9 paths. On each platform, There were more than 100 or 1,000 people, divided equally among the 9 platforms. Bubbles, Mulan, and Gu Yingchong were all on Lu Ming's platform. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It looked exactly like the middle-aged puppet from before, but it was clearly just an illusion. For the first test, you'll pass as long as you walk to the end of this road. Let's go. The figure spoke, and then disappeared. Buzz. Whoosh. Immediately, some people rushed up the road and ran forward, afraid that they would be one step slower and someone else would beat them to it. Boom. Boom. However, just as these people were rushing on the road, there was a rumbling sound. Above the road, bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air and kept striking towards them. Bang. Some people couldn't resist it and retreated while coughing blood. Someone blocked the lightning and continued to move upwards. However, the lightning continued to strike towards the crowd. This path is indeed not that simple. Let's go up, Lu Ming said, and the few of them rushed on the road. This road looked very old, but it was very wide. Hundreds of people could walk side by side without any problem. When they stepped onto the ancient road, bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air and struck towards them. Lu Ming waved his hand and dispersed the lightning that was striking him. The power of this lightning is very weak. Lu Ming was surprised to find that the lightning that struck him was not powerful at all. He had blocked it easily. At the same time, Bubbles, Gu Yingchong, Mulan, and the rest had all blocked the lightning. That's not right. It seems that people of different cultivation bases face different levels of lightning. This test is based on cultivation. Lu Ming discovered the secret. It was obvious that those with higher cultivation levels did not have any advantage here. The test here would eliminate one's cultivation base and adjust the power of the lightning. It was impossible to pass by relying on cultivation. One had to rely on talent and combat power that was beyond one's level. It was no wonder that the lightning that struck Lu Ming was not powerful. Lu Ming's cultivation level was not high to begin with. Lu Ming and the rest stepped forward. They were very relaxed at the beginning. Chapter 2238. Chapter 2238, Stepping on the Ancient Road. Chapter 2238. Chapter 2238, Stepping on the Ancient Road. Lu Ming was naturally very relaxed. The lightning here did not pose any pressure to him. As for Bubbles, she was a space-time spirit mouse, so she naturally did not feel any pressure. Gu Yingchong was a top-tier heaven's favorite, so he didn't feel any pressure either. Mulan had inherited the legacy of a peerless powerhouse. Her battle prowess was also very strong, and she also advanced with ease. However, the others were not as relaxed. Many people vomited blood from being struck by the lightning, and their bodies were charred black. They had no choice but to retreat to the platform. Some people were unwilling to give up. They wanted to step on the air and rush up, but they realized that it was impossible. A powerful force was suppressing them, making them unable to fly. Many people had no choice but to stop, knowing that they had no fate with the indestructible ancient scroll. Some of the stronger heaven's favorites continued to advance, especially those who could control multiple laws and even an ultimate law. Their speed was extremely fast and they kept rising. The 4 of them, Lu Ming and Pao Pao, moved forward at a uniform speed. The higher they went, the more powerful the lightning became. Sila. Lightning streaked across the sky, striking at Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by laws and he had set up a defense. The lightning could not break through his defense at all. Pao Pao and the rest followed Lu Ming and kept moving forward. "Oh, arg!" A young man cried out as he was charred black by the lightning and his body almost cracked. He cried out as he was sent flying and crashed onto the stage, but he did not die. In this place, at most, he would be severely injured. He would not die. Every time they advanced, there would be people who would be blasted down. No one knew how long this ancient path was. Lu Ming and the rest walked for 3 days, during which they were constantly struck by lightning. 3 days later, at least half of the people were eliminated. After 3 days of walking, the lightning finally stopped. However, before they could celebrate, the temperature on the ancient road dropped sharply as they continued to move forward. An endless chill drilled into their bodies, trying to freeze them. As they continued to move forward, the coldness decreased even more, and the temperature dropped to a shocking level. Someone couldn't resist it. His entire body was frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. Then, with a bang, the frozen person was thrown out. He was probably thrown off the platform. A cold wind blew over, and it was bone-chilling. There were even snowflakes falling from the sky. "Oh!" A young man screamed as he was almost cut in half by a snowflake. He spat out blood and was sent flying. These snowflakes were even sharper than the heavenly blade. Every piece of the void was a great killing weapon. Everyone focused their attention to block. All kinds of attacks were constantly blasted out, colliding with the snowflakes and producing clanging sounds. Some people couldn't resist and were blown down, while others carried the snowflakes and continued forward. The further they went, the more concentrated the snowflakes became. In the end, the sky was filled with snow, and the power was extremely shocking. Buzz. The snowflakes landed on Lu Ming's defense law. They were like extremely sharp weapons, cutting at Lu Ming's defense law and producing the sound of metal clashing. At the same time, there was a bone-chilling cold that wanted to rush into Lu Ming's body, but he blocked it with the power of law. There were fewer and fewer people who could reach this point. Lu Ming discovered that the situation of the other 8 ancient roads was exactly the same as them. The tests they had experienced were also the same. Just like that, a few more days passed. They crossed the land of ice, but what they faced was a land of flames. In front of him, the flames were burning fiercely, and the power was shocking. Every time he passed a region, the test he faced in the next region would be stronger. At this point, Mulan began to struggle. After all, she had just become a Saint Emperor. Her comprehension of the laws was slightly weaker, and it was already a bit forced. As they continued to move forward, Mulan's face started to turn pale. "Senior Sister Mulan, if you can't withstand it, don't force yourself," Lu Ming said. "I'm fine, I can still hold on." Mulan stubbornly raised her head and continued to walk forward. After a few more days, they crossed the area and arrived at a place with strong winds. The endless wind was like countless sharp weapons, cutting them with even more terrifying power. At this point, Lu Ming had to be serious. Mulan, on the other hand, was finally unable to withstand the attack. With a muffled groan, she retreated. The violent wind cut a few wounds on her body, causing blood to flow out. "Senior Sister Mulan, don't force yourself," Lu Ming shouted. They could not help each other here. They could only rely on themselves. Mulan gritted her teeth and sighed in the end. She took a step forward and leaped backward. This was equivalent to admitting defeat. A force appeared out of thin air and pulled on Mulan, and her figure disappeared. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and the lonely shadow continued to move forward. This road was very long, as if there was no end. The few of them continued forward and experienced all sorts of trials. There were places filled with poison, places filled with curses, and also mountains of blades and seas of swords. After nearly a month, Gu Inchong finally couldn't resist and was sent flying. Only a few people were left on this road. It was the same for the other lanes. There were not many people left. For example, Lan Yun and Yen Shi had been eliminated. However, Lu Ming saw that Yuan Xian and Tian Ming were still persevering. After a few days, there were only 3 people left on Lu Ming's path. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and an extremely beautiful woman. This woman's talent was also astonishingly high. She had mastered more laws than Gu Ingchong, and her maturity was even more profound, which was why she could reach this point. The other 8 paths were about the same. There were only a few people left in each path. The road has reached its end. Suddenly, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up. There was no path ahead. The ancient path had already come to an end. Lu Ming's face also revealed a look of joy. At this moment, a figure reappeared. "Congratulations on passing the first test. Next, it's time for the second test." With that, the ancient road in front of Lu Ming and the rest suddenly wriggled. Then, 3 platforms appeared. 3, one for each person. It was the same for the other ancient roads. The number of people would determine the number of platforms. Choose a platform at will and place your palm on it. The figure said. Lu Ming and the rest went forward and randomly chose a platform. They then placed their palms on the platform. The platform was smooth and cold to the touch. Buzz. When their palms touched the platform emitted an infinite amount of light. Countless runes appeared on it, following Lu Ming's palms and enveloping their bodies. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the world was spinning. The surrounding environment had changed. He had arrived in a void. In the void, there were rays of light shining. Then, a ray of light suddenly rushed toward Lu Ming like a sharp sword. Lu Ming was shocked. He quickly released his holy power, controlled the law, and slapped out. Boom. The ray of light was sent flying by Lu Ming's palm. Chapter 2239. Chapter 2238, Life Law Breakthrough. Chapter 2239. Chapter 2238 Life Law Breakthrough. A ray of light flew towards Lu Ming but was sent flying by his palm. However, the light did not dissipate. After being sent flying, it floated in the distance, and the light became even more dazzling. This is the power of laws and the laws of chaos. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The ray of light that contained the laws of chaos moved again. Like a flying sword, it crossed the void and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming controlled the power of law and was about to counterattack when he was shocked. This was because other than this beam of light, there were other beams of light that were rushing toward Lu Ming. Each ray of light was like a sword light, extremely powerful. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. The sword of death condensed in his hand and circulated the holy power to the extreme, slashing 9 times in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. The sword of death collided with the 9 types of light like battle swords. Sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The 9 beams of light were sent flying by Lu Ming. 9 types of nomological laws, corresponding to my nomological laws. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He could tell that the 9 lights represented 9 types of laws, which were exactly the same as the 9 types of laws that Lu Ming controlled. 9 beams of light floated in the distance, and the light grew brighter and brighter. Then, the 9 beams of light moved again. Their speed was even more shocking than before. They attacked Lu Ming from 9 different directions. Lu Ming was highly focused. He used all 9 types of laws and surrounded himself. At the same time, the sword of death contained 7 types of laws. Buzz. First of all, there was a sword gleam that was aimed at Lu Ming from behind. It was a sword gleam formed by the penetrating law. Its speed was so fast that it was beyond human reaction. Lu Ming bellowed and slashed backward, blocking the sword light. However, in other directions, the sword light formed by the laws had arrived. It was like a stream of light, and its speed was extremely fast. Lu Ming cast his 6-feathered divine wings and dodged with all his might. At the same time, he continued to slash out in the midst of death, sending out dense sword light that densely covered the surroundings. Even so, the sword gleam formed by the law still missed and broke through Lu Ming's defense, leaving a sword wound on his body. Blood flowed out, and half of Lu Ming's body was numb. Lu Ming quickly circulated the life law and finally sealed the wound. It also recovered quickly. However, the attacks of the nomological sword lights were far from over. That was only the beginning. Beams of light crisscrossed. 9 types of dazzling law lights continuously charged at Lu Ming. Their speed became faster and faster. They could even develop sword moves on their own, and their power was even more shocking. Lu Ming tried his best to block and dodge, but he could not completely block it. There were many wounds on his body. This won't do. My attack is too scattered. One can't block it completely like this. One have to spread out the laws. Lu Ming's mind whirred. Then he had an idea. The 9 types of laws that he controlled scattered and flew out separately. They turned into 9 rays of light and flew toward the sword gleam formed by the 9 laws. However, Lu Ming was controlling 9 types of laws at the same time, and his speed was obviously much slower than his opponent. Not only did he fail to block the attack, but he also caused himself to be attacked by even more nomological sword gleams. Lu Ming could only use the 6-feathered divine wings to dodge, but he was still cut by a few sword radiances and bled. This method is correct. I'm too unfamiliar with controlling the laws, and am not familiar with it. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to block it. Lu Ming dodged quickly while he continued to control the law to resist. In the beginning, Lu Ming could not block it at all. It was because he was too unfamiliar with the use of the law, and it was difficult for him to keep up with the other party's speed. However, as time passed, Lu Ming became more and more skilled in the use of the law. He could finally catch up with the other party's speed. 7 days later, Lu Ming had blocked most of the sword radiance. After a month, Lu Ming would be able to block all the sword gleams. Lu Ming felt that his usage of the laws had greatly improved. His understanding of each law had also deepened. To Lu Ming, there was no doubt about the benefits. Now that he had cast the self-created Hammer of Chaos and Sword of Death, the power had increased greatly. Lu Ming estimated that he had finally reached the small success stage. Moreover, it would be of great help to Lu Ming if he wanted to create new divine abilities in the future. This was because Lu Ming was more familiar with the use of various laws and had a deeper understanding of each law. Naturally, he could combine new divine powers according to different laws. However, at this moment, the laws that were attacking Lu Ming suddenly changed. It was no longer a single sword light. Some laws turned into true dragons, some into phoenixes, some into chilants, some into golden-winged great pangs. The 9 types of laws transformed into 9 different divine beasts. Moreover, they were all top-notch divine beasts that evolved into different attacks. In this case, it was more difficult for Lu Ming to deal with it. As this was a more advanced application of the law, Lu Ming could not keep up and could only take the beating passively. Immediately, he began to get injured again. Lu Ming began to try. He transformed the 9 types of laws into different divine beasts to fight against the other party. However, this process was extremely difficult, even more so than the previous ones. Lu Ming did not give up. He knew that this was the only feasible method. This time, it took even longer. Lu Ming finally succeeded after fighting against the 9 types of laws for 2 months. Lu Ming transformed the 9 types of laws into different divine beasts, fighting against the other party's 9 types of laws and killing each other. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. I've finally made a breakthrough in my life laws. Lu Ming's face was full of smiles. During this period of time, after constant resistance, his life law had finally broken through and reached the perfected first level. The 9 types of laws that he controlled had already reached the limits of the first realm. Moreover, he was able to use them with ease. Lu Ming felt that he could break through to the martial emperor realm at any time. This time, even if I don't get the indestructible ancient scroll, I've already gained enough. Lu Ming's smile grew wider. His greatest gain this time was not the breakthrough in the life laws, but his stronger use of the 9 laws and deeper understanding of the laws. These were all hidden wealth. They could not be seen now, but they would be of great use in Lu Ming's future cultivation process. In the future, Lu Ming's cultivation would have fewer detours and it would be of great help to him in creating his own divine power. This was an invisible wealth. Buzz. At this moment, the void around them began to shake. The godly beasts formed by the 9 laws collapsed and disappeared one after another. The void also shattered like a mirror. Lu Ming felt his head spinning. The next moment, he realized that he was back on the ancient road. His palm was still on the platform. At this moment, the ancient road under Lu Ming's feet began to change. Originally, this ancient road had already reached its end. But now, it suddenly extended all the way to the front. I've succeeded. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. Chapter 2240, Chapter 2240, Obtaining the Indestructible Ancient Scroll. Chapter 2240, Chapter 2240 Obtaining the Indestructible Ancient Scroll. Originally, this path had already come to an end. But now, the ancient path continued on. This meant that he had succeeded. Brother Lu Ming, you've succeeded, Chirpy. Bubbles cried out in excitement. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and realized that there was no platform in front of Bubbles and the stunning woman. The platform had disappeared. At this moment, a shocking aura came from other directions. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and found that it was the young geniuses from the other 8 roads. These people were looking at Lu Ming's side with fiery eyes. The platforms in front of them had disappeared. Only a platform remained in front of Lu Ming. Bubble, what happened? Did you all fail? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The others all failed half a month ago. Once they failed, the platform disappeared. You're the only one who has persisted until now. Bubbles explained. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was the only one who had succeeded. Bubble, let's go. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. Bubbles and the beautiful lady followed suit. However, when Bubbles and the stunning lady stepped onto the new ancient path, they were blocked by an invisible force and could not take a single step. However, it had no effect on him. Brother Lu Ming, the bubbles can't go up. Chirp chirp. Pow Pow pouted, extremely unhappy. I'll help you. Lu Ming walked back and wanted to pull Bubbles up with him. However, he realized that he could not even go up. Brother Lu Ming, you can go up alone. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to give up and head towards the ancient road alone. The gazes of the youths on the other 8 paths all fell on Lu Ming. Some sighed, some were envious, and some were jealous. Lu Ming moved forward and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. My physical body and saint power have improved again. As he walked, Lu Ming could feel the changes in his body. Previously, when the life law reached the completion of the first level, it tempered the body and saint power. This was an ultimate law, and its effect on the tempering of the body and saint power was very amazing. His body became stronger, and his saint power became more condensed. In terms of quality, Lu Ming's current holy energy was not inferior to the world energy at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly increased. There was nothing unusual for the rest of the journey. It was very calm. Lu Ming quickened his pace and soon he reached the end of the road. In front of them was a huge and magnificent palace. In front of the palace was a white jade square. In the sky above the white jade square, there was a ball of light that was extremely bright. What is this? Lu Ming's gaze was attracted by the ball of light. He squinted and realized that the core of the light was a small piece of glass-like shard that was crystal clear and bright. The moment Lu Ming stepped into the white jade square, the ball of light charged at him at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming was shocked. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The ball of light flew directly into the space between Lu Ming's eyebrows and disappeared. Boom. At this moment, there was an additional fragment in Lu Ming's mind. This is the indestructible ancient scroll. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was because as long as his soul power got close to this fragment, he would be able to sense some information. Bang. At this moment, the fragment actually exploded and turned into waves of energy. It combined with Lu Ming's soul and became one. Then, a piece of information surged into Lu Ming's mind. It really is the indestructible ancient scroll. Lu Ming felt as if the indestructible ancient scroll had become one with him. As long as he willed it, the indestructible ancient scroll would appear in his mind and he would be able to comprehend it. This was very different from what Lu Ming had expected. Previously, Lu Ming had thought that the indestructible ancient scripture was a scripture or stored in a jade talisman. He did not expect that it would enter his mind in such a form. Can I inscribe the indestructible ancient scroll? At the thought of this, a jade talisman appeared in Lu Ming's hand. He wanted to engrave the cultivation method of the indestructible ancient scroll into the jade talisman. However, when he wanted to inscribe it, he was at a loss. He didn't know where to start. He had no idea where to start. He only needed to think about it, and the cultivation method of the indestructible ancient scroll would appear in his mind. However, when he wanted to inscribe it, he couldn't grasp the divine rhythm. It felt high and mighty, and he didn't know where to start. Lu Ming was stunned. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the figure that looked exactly like the middle-aged puppet. Don't even think about inscribing it, your cultivation is too low, you can't do it at all. The middle-aged man spoke. Senior, what's going on? Why is it an imprint? Lu Ming asked. Sigh, it's already not bad to be able to retain one imprint. Back then, Master was besieged by the foreign races. He died, and his Tao dissipated. His soul scattered. In the end, Master was unwilling to let the indestructible ancient scroll be buried just like that. He used his last resort to get a heavenly Tao imprint to bring the indestructible ancient scroll back. At the same time, he gave me some instructions. After that, he lost his last consciousness, and only the indestructible ancient scroll remained. The middle-aged man said. I see. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. At the same time, he felt a sense of sadness. Even an invincible figure like the undying venerable sovereign had fallen, leaving behind only a mark of the great path. He had no choice but to do this. If such a thing had not happened, the undying venerable sovereign could have left behind a scripture or a jade talisman, which would have been a better inheritance. At the same time, Lu Ming also understood why he could not inscribe the ancient indestructible scroll. The indestructible ancient scroll was contained in the heavenly Tao imprint of the indestructible venerable emperor. The heavenly emperor powerhouses had merged with the heavenly Tao. To Lu Ming, this was too far away. It was beyond mysterious. Therefore, Lu Ming could not grasp it and could not inscribe it. Only when Lu Ming's cultivation level was strong enough in the future would he be able to inscribe the indestructible ancient scroll. All right, you have obtained the indestructible ancient scroll, and one have completed my mission. Now I will send you out. With that, the middle-aged man waved his hand. Lu Ming immediately felt a powerful force enveloping him. The next moment, there was a fluctuation in the void. Lu Ming disappeared and reappeared outside Mount Eternal, outside the door of light. At the same time, the young men in Mount Eternal also disappeared and reappeared outside. It's out. This time, it's been 3 months. I wonder if anyone has obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. Many people's eyes lit up as they looked at the thousands of young heaven's favorites who entered. All right, my mission has been completed. From now on, following the venerable sovereign's last will, Mount Eternal shall sink into the endless void forever. On Mount Eternal, the middle-aged puppet spoke, then turned around to leave. Daoist brother, please wait. At this moment, someone called out to the middle-aged puppet. Chapter 2241. Chapter 2241. Forced by the Celestial Emperor. Chapter 2241. Chapter 2241. Forced by the Celestial Emperor. An expert stepped forward and called out to the middle-aged puppet. Someone recognized that this was a Heavenly Emperor realm expert. What's the matter? The middle-aged puppet stopped and asked. May first ask if the indestructible ancient scroll has appeared? The Heavenly Emperor asked. The indestructible ancient scroll has already found its successor. The middle-aged puppet left these words and then took a step forward, disappearing from Mount Eternal. Boom. Then, the huge Mount Eternal started to shake and exude a terrifying pressure. The void shattered, revealing the endless dark void. Boom, boom, boom. The majestic Mount Eternal rumbled and began to move. It flew into the endless dark void and disappeared. Then, the cracked space healed and returned to its original state. Mount Eternal had disappeared. He would sink into the dark void forever. But at this moment, no one had the time to lament the disappearance of Mount Eternal. Their attention was focused on the middle-aged puppet's words. The indestructible ancient scroll had already found its successor. This meant that the indestructible ancient scroll had already been obtained by someone else. And it was among these thousands of heaven's favorites. Everyone's eyes were on the thousands of young heaven's favorites. This included the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses. The thousands of young heaven's favorites were all sizing each other up. In the end, more than 10 young men's gazes fell on Lu Ming. These heaven's favorites had all passed the first test in Mount Eternal. However, they had all failed the second test. They all saw that Lu Ming had passed the second round of assessment and continued to move forward. If anyone had obtained the indestructible ancient scroll, it would definitely be Lu Ming. Some people's eyes were filled with jealousy. Who among you has obtained the indestructible ancient scroll? Step forward. A heavenly emperor expert spoke. A wisp of aura emanated from his body, as if it was the heavenly Tao. It represented this world, and it made one's heart tremble. Lu Ming frowned but did not say anything. Who is it? Come out. Another celestial the arch stepped out. His eyes were like 2 stars, shining with a brilliant light as he swept his gaze over Lu Ming and the others. Lord Heavenly Emperor, I know who has obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. Suddenly, a young man spoke. Lu Ming had forgotten his past. It was a young man with short hair. Oh, who is it? One of the heavenly emperors asked. It's him, Lu Ming. The short-haired youth pointed at Lu Ming. What? It's actually him. The scene was in an uproar. Many people did not believe it. Wasn't Lu Ming not a saint emperor yet? How did he manage to obtain the indestructible ancient scroll? What was going on? It's indeed him. Among all of us, he was the only one who made it to the end. If there's anyone who has obtained the indestructible ancient scroll, it has to be him. Another young man said. Following that, a few other young men pointed out that Lu Ming had obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. He actually got it, damn it. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others from the Hengxing River were all filled with jealousy. At the scene, almost everyone's eyes were on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, did you get the indestructible ancient scroll? Tell me the truth, it's best not to lie. One of the heavenly emperors looked at Lu Ming and said in a cold and aloof voice. It's the Lan family's heavenly emperor. Someone whispered nearby. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It seemed that this heavenly emperor came from Lan Yun's clan. That's right, the one who obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. Lu Ming frowned but eventually admitted it. After all, so many people had seen him pass the second stage, and he was the only one who had made it to the end. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the indestructible ancient scroll had definitely been obtained by him. There was no use in denying it, so it was better to admit it directly. Many people's eyes lit up. The Lan family's celestial the Arch and the other celestial thearch's eyes lit up with a burning flame. Now, hand over the indestructible ancient scroll. The Lan family's celestial the Arch said. His eyes were burning with passion as he stared at Lu Ming. Normally, it would be very difficult for a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse to have such a fluctuation in his heart. However, the indestructible ancient scroll's temptation was too strong. It was an ancient scroll that shook the heaven realm, and it was the most powerful life-saving ancient scroll. Even a heavenly emperor would be tempted by it. That's right, hurry up and take it out. The other celestial emperor also spoke coldly. They had a haughty look on their faces and their tone was cold and overbearing. They demanded Lu Ming to hand over the ancient scripture in an aggressive manner. It was as if Lu Ming had no choice but to do as they said. What kind of attitude is this? Dandan was unhappy and shouted, "This is the opportunity that Lu Ming obtained. It is his personal opportunity. He can pass it to whoever he wants?" The Lan family's heavenly emperor glanced at Dandan coldly and said, "What a joke! The indestructible ancient scroll is a treasure of the heaven realm. How can he swallow it all by himself? Hand it over and everyone's combat power will be improved. This is beneficial to the entire heaven realm. So what if this is the case? After all, this was what Lu Ming had obtained through his own hard work. It belonged to him. Was this the attitude they had when they asked others to take out their own treasures? Why are you acting so overbearing? Can't you just ask for a favor?" Dandan shouted. "How dare you? What kind of person is the heavenly emperor? He was just asking him to take out an ancient scripture. Why did he need to invite him? Can he bear the responsibility?" Lan Yun shouted. "Hee, there's nothing amazing about being a celestial emperor. Dandan pouted. How dare you insult the celestial emperor? This is a capital crime. Lan Yun roared in anger. But Dandan pouted and ignored him. The Lan family's heavenly emperor and the other heavenly emperors cast a few cold glances at Dandan. With their eyesight, they could naturally see Dandan's true form. They did not say anything and continued to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, hand over the indestructible ancient scroll. The Lan family's celestial the Arch spoke with an air of superiority as if it was only natural for him to ask Lu Ming to hand it over. Dandan gritted her teeth in anger. Seniors, if one could hand it over, I would definitely do so. Unfortunately, I can't. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, although he was furious, he understood that he could only compromise when facing a heavenly emperor expert. There was no way to resist because the difference in power was too great. He could be crushed into pieces with just a breath from the other party. Even if he had a celestial emperor's corporeal body, it would be useless. You can't hand it over? What do you mean by that? The Lan family's heavenly emperor and the other heavenly emperor's eyes glinted coldly. That's because when the undying emperor was besieged by the alien races, his soul was destroyed and he didn't leave behind any secret manual that recorded the undying ancient scroll. He only used a heavenly Dao imprint to carry the undying ancient scroll back to Mount Eternal. What I obtained was the Heaven Dao imprint of the undying heavenly emperor. However, the Heaven Dao imprint is too mysterious. With my current cultivation, I can't inscribe the undying ancient scroll. Therefore, I can't hand it over. Lu Ming explained. Nonsense. He's just spouting nonsense. Xianxia called out. That's right. He doesn't want to hand over the indestructible ancient scroll and wants to keep it for himself. That's why he came up with such a ridiculous excuse. He's too selfish. Lan Yun followed suit. The Lan family's celestial the Arch and the rest looked at Lu Ming with deep doubts. They obviously did not believe him. Chapter 2242, The Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2242, The Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at Lan Yun and Xianxia, then said, if you don't believe me, I can project the scene. Lu Ming then looked at Dandan and said, Dandan, project the images in my memory and let everyone see it clearly. All right. Dandan came in front of Lu Ming and pointed her finger between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Dandan cast the soul-searching technique and projected the image in Lu Ming's soul. This was not difficult. As long as Lu Ming did not resist, anyone could do it. Soon after, Dandan waved her hand, and an image appeared in the sky. This scene was the scene of Lu Ming at the White Jade Square in Mount Eternal. In the sky, the dazzling mark of the heavenly Dao flew into Lu Ming's glabella. Then, there were images that Lu Ming could not inscribe and the middle-aged man's explanation. Everything was clear. Lu Ming was not lying. How could this be? Detestable. Someone bellowed, revealing a look of deep disappointment. The Lan family's heavenly emperor and the others were equally disappointed. As for Lan Yun, Xianxia, and the others, their faces were ugly. He did not expect that the truth was as Lu Ming said. At this moment, Dandan finished her work and the image disappeared. Everyone, this is the truth. One can't hand over the indestructible ancient scroll now. Lu Ming said, since you can't hand it over, I can only strip your soul and strip you of the indestructible ancient scroll. The celestial the Arch of the Lan family said coldly. Lu Ming's pupils constricted at her words. Meanwhile, Bubble and Dandan were even more furious. Senior, this is too much. The heavenly Dao mark has already fused into Lu Ming's soul. If we forcefully remove it, Lu Ming's soul will definitely not be able to withstand it and will be crippled. The master of the Gu family finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke. The remaining small group of people also couldn't bear it, but most of them had cold eyes. So what if I'm crippled? The Lan family's heavenly emperor said coldly, he has a crippled body and will never become a saint emperor. It's a waste for him to possess the indestructible ancient scroll. Although it's impossible for everyone to see it, It's still better to give it to a top heaven's favorite than to keep it on him. Lan Cheng, you're the Heavenly Emperor, yet you're forcing a junior like this. Don't you feel ashamed? At this moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Many people were shocked. Who was it that dared to speak to the Lan clan's Celestial the Arch in such a manner? At this moment, ripples appeared in the void. With a crack, the space split open and a figure stepped out. This person looked to be around 30 years old. He was dressed in white and had an unparalleled charm. Lu Ming's eyes widened at the sight of this person. This was because he was too familiar with this person's appearance. The Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. This person was the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. He looked exactly the same as the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. Lu Ming could not be mistaken. After all, the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor's physical body was still in Lu Ming's hands. Back then, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu had told him that he had once been seriously injured, and his soul had almost been destroyed. He had never expected to reform his body and reform it. Later, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu had left his stone body in the primordial realm and suppressed it in the Lotus world. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu himself had come to the Heaven realm and fought in the Heaven realm. Lu Ming did not expect to see the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor here. Heng Yu, it's you. The Lan family's celestial thearch's face darkened. Lu Ming was overjoyed to see the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor. Of course it's me. But you're not happy to see me? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu smiled faintly. Heng Yu, you want to stop me? The Lan clan's Celestial the Arch said coldly. Of course. It's his own fortune that this little guy can obtain the indestructible ancient scroll. Even if he can inscribe it, he can give it to whoever he wants. It's his freedom. Besides, he can't inscribe it now. You, the dignified Celestial Emperor, actually want to strip the indestructible ancient scroll from his soul. This is ridiculous. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said, his voice filled with anger. Heng Yu, I'm doing this for the sake of the Heaven realm. Right now, the Heaven realm is being besieged by the alien races and is in imminent danger. We don't know when the alien races will break through our defenses. We can't miss anything that can improve the strength of the Heaven realm. As for Lu Ming, he's a cripple. It's a pure waste to keep the indestructible ancient scroll. It's best for the Heaven realm to extract it and hand it over to another Heaven's favorite. Heng Yu, I know that you're from the primordial realm, just like Lu Ming, but you can't be selfish at this time. The Lan clan's Heavenly Emperor said. Ha, selfish? Lan Cheng, we all know who is the one with selfish motives. Let me ask you, if you extract it, who do you plan to give the indestructible ancient scroll to? Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu said. You don't need to worry about this. The Lan clan's Heavenly Emperor said. I, Heng Yu, am here. Let's see who can touch Lu Ming today. The Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor said in an extremely domineering manner. Heng Yu, do you think you can stop us all by yourself? The Lan family's Celestial the Arch said coldly as a terrifying aura burst forth from his body. At the same time, a few other Heavenly Emperors did the same. They stared at the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor with unfriendly eyes. One of them was the Master of the Eternal Star River, the gray-robed Elder. In addition, the Yen clan's Heavenly Emperor was also among them. Do you really think we're easy to bully? At this moment, a rough voice rang out. The void then split open and two more figures walked out. A burly middle-aged man and an old man stood beside the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor, both of them exuding a terrifying aura. All of them were Celestial Emperors. What's wrong? Your primordial realm's Celestial Emperor wants to rebel and betray the Heaven realm first, right? The Lan clan's Celestial the Arch bellowed in fear. The two Heavenly Emperors that came after Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu were both from the primordial realm, and their strength was astonishing. They were terrifyingly powerful. The Lan clan's Heavenly Emperor was especially wary of the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor. What a joke, the few of you can't represent the Heaven realm. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu laughed coldly. Then let's fight and see if you can protect Lu Ming. I really don't understand. What's the point of protecting a cripple? You don't know the big picture. The Master of the Eternal Star River, the gray-robed old man, said coldly. He stepped forward in an extremely powerful manner. Haha. At this moment, Lu Ming burst out laughing. His laughter was filled with mockery. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" The Lan family's Celestial the Arch cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. Now, the Celestial Thearchs were having a conversation and Lu Ming actually dared to laugh so wantonly. This was disrespectful to them. "I'm laughing at you guys." Lu Ming pointed at the Lan family's Celestial the Arch, the gray-robed elder, the Yen family's Celestial the Arch, and the rest. What? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming actually dared to laugh at the Celestial Thearchs. He was audacious and was courting death. The Lan family's Heavenly Emperor and the others looked on with cold eyes as a terrifying aura burst forth. However, it was blocked by the Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the others. "Brat, you better explain clearly." The Lan clan's Celestial the Arch said coldly. "You keep saying that it's a waste to keep the indestructible ancient scroll with me. In my opinion, that's funny. It's a waste to give it to someone else. Only by keeping it with me can it be put to its greatest use." Lu Ming shouted loudly, his voice spreading throughout the entire venue. Chapter 2243. Chapter 2242, Using Strength to Prove. Chapter 2243. Chapter 2242 Using Strength to Prove. Only by keeping the indestructible ancient scroll with me can it be used to its full potential. It would be a waste to give it to someone else. Lu Ming's voice was filled with confidence. "Ridiculous, ridiculous. You're a cripple and will never become a Saint Emperor. I don't know where your confidence comes from." Lan Yun couldn't hold back and immediately retorted, his words filled with ridicule. "That's right. It's better to give the indestructible ancient scroll to any one of us than to keep it with you. You're a cripple, do you understand?" Shi followed suit. "Crippled body? You're all losers. You're not even as good as a crippled body. I don't understand how you still have the face to shout in front of me. If one were you, I'd kill myself. What's the point of staying in this world? To embarrass yourself?" Lu Ming berated. "Right, good scolding, good scolding. These guys were stripped naked by me back then, but they still have the face to come out and see people. I'm really convinced. One didn't even help them up. I'm convinced by them." Dandan cried out. "You guys." Lan Yun and Yen Zai's faces were flushed red. They were so ashamed and indignant that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. "You have a sharp tongue, but the facts have proven that you are a cripple." The Lan clan's Celestial the Arch said coldly. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll challenge all of them here today. Whoever can defeat me will be able to obtain the indestructible ancient scroll." Lu Ming spoke at this moment, his gaze sweeping across the young heaven's favorites. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the talents. How bold. Was he crazy? A few months ago, Lu Ming had defeated Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yen Shi, who had joined forces and displayed an extremely powerful combat ability. However, Yuan Xian, Lan Yun, and Yen Shi were only 4-star Void Emperors. However, the young Heaven's Pride experts present were at least half of the Heaven Realm's Heaven's Pride experts. Among them, there was no lack of 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star Void Emperors. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was strong, he was definitely not a match for these people because the difference in strength was too great. "He's really arrogant." One of the young geniuses spoke coldly. He wanted to attack immediately and teach Lu Ming a lesson. "Alright, you said it. If you lose, you'll have to obediently let us strip you of the indestructible ancient scroll. Heng Yu, don't interfere when the time comes." The Lan clan's Celestial the Arch said coldly. The indestructible ancient scroll was contained in the heaven path mark of the undying venerable emperor and had already fused with Lu Ming's soul. If he were to forcefully strip it off, Lu Ming's soul would definitely be severely injured or even disintegrate and he would die on the spot. However, the Lan family's Celestial the Arch would not consider this. What did Lu Ming's life and death have to do with him? The Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor glanced at Lu Ming, then nodded. "Then let's do it this way. Let the young people solve their own problems. Retreat." Then, the Lan family's Celestial the Arch spoke. A wave of energy spread out and everyone retreated, giving Lu Ming enough space. Who wants to fight first? Lan Yun, Yan Shi, weren't you two making a big fuss? Come on. Lu Ming looked at Lan Yun and Yan Shi. Their expressions turned even uglier. However, they understood that they were no match for Lu Ming. They would only be looking for a beating if they went up. Why would they go up? Arrogant. I'll defeat you. A cold voice was heard. A young man with short hair took a step forward and came before Lu Ming. This person was the young man who had pointed out that Lu Ming had obtained the indestructible ancient scroll. His heart was filled with jealousy, but at the same time he was also extremely greedy. He wanted to take the indestructible ancient scroll for himself. Now that he had the chance, he was naturally the first to rush out. You're just in time, Lu Ming said coldly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He did not know this person, but this person put Lu Ming in danger because of his greed. How could Lu Ming not take revenge for this? It was a good time to torture this person. Bang! Lu Ming took action immediately. He stepped into the void and charged toward the short-haired youth like a cannonball at an extremely fast speed. The short-haired young man snorted coldly and retreated quickly. At the same time, he quickly formed a seal with his hands. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was a figure in iron armor. He was more than 2 meters tall and held a huge iron sword in his hand. He swung the sword at Lu Ming. The sword chi whistled through the air with astonishing power. Lu Ming struck out with his palm and used 5 types of laws. Clang! Lu Ming's palm collided with the armored figure. The armored figure was sent flying by Lu Ming, and his attack was blocked. This is... Lu Ming's gaze flickered. The armored figure was not a living creature at all, because there was no life force in it. It was a dead spirit full of death chi. At this moment, the short-haired young man continued to form hand seals. 2 more 2-meter-tall figures in iron armor appeared in the air. They were both wearing iron armor and holding a thick sword. This is... a puppet? No, he was summoned. This person controls the law of summoning and the law of death. This is a spell. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In an instant he figured out the key point. The short-haired young man had mastered several laws, one of which was the death law, one of the strongest laws. When combined with the summoning law, he could summon dead spirits to fight. At this moment, the 3 undead spirits charged at Lu Ming at the same time. Their iron swords were held in the air and their power was shocking. Bush, bush, bush. Lu Ming pointed 3 fingers in a row. 3 finger forces blasted toward the 3 armored figures, but they were all blocked. The 3 armored figures were sent flying, but Lu Ming's finger force was also blocked. 5-star Void Emperor. Lu Ming could tell that the buzz-cut young man's cultivation was at the 5-star Illusionary Emperor stage, and he had mastered 3 types of laws. This was because the dead spirits he summoned not only contained the death law but also other laws. The stronger the summoner's cultivation, the more powerful the undead spirit would be. Furthermore, the more nomological laws it contained, the stronger it would be. Therefore, the combat strength of these 3 undead spirits was very shocking. However, it was not over yet. The short-haired young man did not stop summoning. There were shadows flashing in the space. In the end, there were 9 armored figures that charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming is going to lose. Lan Yun sneered. The short-haired young man could continuously summon dead spirits in an endless stream. He could exhaust Lu Ming to death. As long as Lu Ming was defeated, he would be stripped of the indestructible ancient scroll. At that time, his soul would be injured and he would be reduced to an idiot or even die. Thinking of this, he felt very comfortable. He wants to challenge all the heaven's favorites with such strength? He is overestimating himself. Yan Shi also said coldly. At this moment, the 9 armored figures had already reached Lu Ming. Boom, boom. Lu Ming struck out 9 palms in a row, resisting the 9 iron-armored figures. His body was forced to retreat. Lose. The short-haired young man revealed an excited expression. Just this bit of strength? Then we can end this. Let's go, Lu Ming said calmly. A giant hammer appeared in his hand. The Chaos Hammer. This hammer of chaos contains 6 types of laws. Chapter 2244. Chapter 2244, First Victory. Chapter 2244. Chapter 2244 First Victory. Lu Ming cast the Hammer of Chaos, which contains 6 types of laws. Chaos, Array Dao, Artifact Dao, Devour, Extremity, Penetration. 6 types of nomological laws fused with each other. 6 different powers complemented each other and burst out with astonishing power. Boom. Lu Ming picked up the Hammer of Chaos and continued to pour holy power into it, making the Hammer of Chaos bigger and bigger, smashing it forward. Bang! An iron-armored undead spirit was hit by the chaotic hammer. Its body exploded into pieces of armor and bones. Then, Lu Ming swung the hammer again. The second armored undead spirit followed in the footsteps of the previous one and exploded. The short-haired young man's expression changed. His hands formed seals even faster, causing ripples in the void. It was as if a mysterious world had been created. Then, a furious roar was heard as a huge object appeared in the sky. This was a true dragon. No, to be precise, it was a huge dragon bone. However, it was covered in iron armor and emitted a strong aura of death. It was an undead dragon bone. Kill! The short-haired young man roared. This undead dragon bone was his most powerful ultimate move. The remaining 9 iron-armored undead spirits waved their combat swords and charged at Lu Ming. The dragon bone of the undead roared. It stepped in the air and twisted its body, charging toward Lu Ming. Shatter! Lu Ming's body glowed and the surging holy power continuously gushed into the Hammer of Chaos. The Hammer of Chaos grew larger and larger until it was as large as a mountain. This time, 3 iron-armored undead spirits were smashed by Lu Ming's hammer and exploded. Bang! Lu Ming stepped in the void and swung the Hammer of Chaos continuously. It was a complete suppression. Every time he smashed, an iron-armored dead spirit would be smashed to pieces by Lu Ming. In a few breaths, 9 iron-armored dead spirits were all smashed to pieces. At this moment, a huge dragon claw was coming at Lu Ming. Lu Ming wielded the Hammer of Chaos and swung it at the dragon claw. With a violent boom, the giant undead dragon bone trembled and was forced back. Lu Ming caught up with him. He held the hammer with both hands and launched a storm of attacks. The short-haired young man's combat strength was very strong. He was a 5-star Void Emperor and controlled 3 types of laws. 1 was the strongest and 2 were King Path laws. The strongest law was the Death Law, and the King Path Law was the Summoning Law. Both of these laws had been cultivated to the 2nd realm. In addition, there was another law of corrosion that could be cultivated to the perfection of the 1st realm. The 3 types of laws combined to form a wondrous magical power that could summon terrifying undead spirits. Their combat strength was very strong. However, Lu Ming now had 9 types of laws that had reached the completion of the 1st level. After being tempered by 9 types of laws, his body and saint energy had reached an astonishing level. In addition, Lu Ming's usage of the laws had greatly deepened. The power of the self-created Hammer of Chaos was even more shocking than before. With the eruption of 6 types of laws, Lu Ming's abilities were completely above that of the short-haired youth. Boom, boom, boom. The Chaos Hammer kept clashing with the undead bone dragon. The undead bone dragon couldn't fight back and kept retreating. Its huge body kept shaking, and even one of its claws was blown off. Hold on! The short-haired young man roared. He poured all the world energy in his body into the dead spirit dragon bone, increasing its power. However, it was still unnecessary. Boom! Lu Ming held the Hammer of Chaos with both hands. The Hammer of Chaos was like a small mountain and it smashed heavily on the dead spirit dragon bone. The undead dragon bone glowed. The air of death mixed with the power of the law of corrosion pounced at Lu Ming with a furious roar. Several dragon claws struck out and collided with the Hammer of Chaos. Bang! Gotcha! The dragon claw of the undead dragon bone exploded, turning into broken bones and flying everywhere. Then, The hammer of chaos struck the skull of the undead dragon bone. The skull of the undead spirit dragon bone was covered with a layer of thick iron armor. However, under this downward attack, the iron armor burst open, and the skull of the undead spirit dragon bone was covered with cracks like a spider web. Bang! Lu Ming leaped and stepped on the skull of the undead dragon bone. He stomped with all his might and the skull of the undead dragon bone burst. Then the entire dragon bone exploded. Inch-Hair Green's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Buzz! Lu Ming made use of the force from his stomp and instantly pounced in front of the short-haired youth. The short-haired teenager was shocked and wanted to admit defeat. However, Lu Ming did not give him the chance to do so. He smashed his hammer down. Plop! The short-haired young man was hit by the hammer directly. His body fell down like a meteorite and smashed into the ground. The earth rumbled and dust filled the air. A huge pit was created on the ground. The short-haired young man lay in the pit like a dead dog. He was bloodthirsty and twitching non-stop. Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, this person would have been crushed to death by Lu Ming. This kind of trash is still thinking about the indestructible ancient scroll? Isn't it a waste to give it to such a person? Lu Ming said disdainfully. He looked at the Lan family's heavenly emperor, Lan Cheng, and his voice was filled with ridicule. Lan Cheng's face was extremely gloomy, and his heart was filled with anger. In his opinion, Lu Ming was just an ant. An ant actually dared to provoke him and mock him. He was simply audacious. However, there were so many people here, and with his identity as the heavenly emperor, it was naturally not appropriate for him to make a move. He could only suppress his anger and snorted coldly. This guy is so strong? Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xinghe, and Yuan Xan all had gloomy eyes. Tian Ming, who was wearing a white robe, stood in the void with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The others were also extremely shocked. It was the first time that many of them had seen Lu Ming in action. They could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. He was only an emperor-to-be, but not only could he cross realms to fight with the martial emperor realm, he could also cross so many small realms. The short-haired young man was a 5-star illusionary emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 5-star illusionary emperor. He was a top-notch heaven's favorite. There was such a huge difference between them, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming. This was simply unheard of, unprecedented, and had never happened in history. Regardless of whether Lu Ming could become a martial emperor or not, this level of combat strength had created history. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming scanned his surroundings, his fighting spirit soaring. "I'll do it." A voice immediately sounded. A black-robed young man with long hair flew out. His speed was very fast, as if he was traveling through the void. He took a step and suddenly appeared not far away from Lu Ming. "It's Ming Sheng, he's about to make his move." It said that Ming Sheng has already reached the level of a 6-star illusionary emperor. His comprehension of the laws is even more profound. He will definitely be able to defeat Lu Ming with this. That's right. Ming Sheng's core nomological laws are the nomological laws of time and space. When combined with other nomological laws, the magical power it develops is unpredictable and its strength is unfathomable. As soon as the black-clad young man appeared, the crowd burst into a discussion. It was obvious that the black-clad young man was very famous. Chapter 2245. Fighting a 6-star Void Emperor Heavenly Pride. Chapter 2245. Fighting a 6-star Void Emperor Heavenly Pride. Ming Sheng had black hair and was dressed in black. He was very handsome. He stood in the void, but his figure was constantly changing. It was as if he didn't belong to this space-time. Space-time law. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. Space-time laws were the most unpredictable and mysterious. It was one of the most difficult laws to deal with among the top 10 laws. If it was combined with other nomological laws, the sacred art formed would definitely be very mysterious. Lu Ming was highly focused. He did not dare to relax. Buzz. Suddenly, Ming Sheng's figure moved. In a flash, he pounced toward Lu Ming at top speed. However, when he was halfway through, Ming Sheng's body suddenly disappeared. Not good. Lu Ming was shocked. Without thinking, he swung the hammer of chaos backward. The huge hammer of chaos was as huge as a mountain. It filled the sky and the void kept exploding. However, it did not hit Ming Sheng. He was not behind Lu Ming. Instead, he was above Lu Ming. Boom. Ming Sheng took a step forward. A terrifying power pierced through the void and formed a terrifying killing force that blasted towards Lu Ming's head at an astonishing speed. At this moment, Lu Ming unfurled his six-feathered divine wings. It was a pair of transparent wings. With a flap, his figure disappeared on the spot and reappeared 1,000 meters away, avoiding Ming Sheng's attack. At the same time, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. Although the hammer of chaos was powerful, its speed was not fast. It was not suitable to deal with people like Ming Sheng. Interesting, then let's compete in speed. Seeing that Lu Ming had dodged the attack, Ming Sheng sneered. His figure flashed again and he disappeared from the spot. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. With a flash of his six-feathered wings, he left the spot. The two of them were astonishingly fast as they flickered in the air. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even see their movements. He's so fast. Ming Sheng can control the space-time law. It's understandable that he's fast. But why is Lu Ming's speed so shocking too? His divine art is so amazing. He can actually keep up with Ming Sheng's speed. Many with high cultivation opened their eyes wide and carefully watched the scene, afraid to miss a single thing. The two of them were too fast, so fast that they disappeared. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they would not be able to see them at all. They would only see an empty void. Lu Ming and Ming Sheng flashed in the void at an extremely fast speed. Within a few minutes, the two of them flashed thousands of times, but they did not encounter a single move. Buzz. Suddenly, Ming Sheng's figure appeared. He didn't move anymore, and his expression was a little dark. In terms of speed, which was his strong suit, he actually could not suppress Lu Ming. He felt a little embarrassed. Ming Sheng stopped. Lu Ming also stopped not far away. "Your speed is useless in front of me," Ming Sheng said coldly, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. He is indeed a six-star void emperor. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Ming Sheng's cultivation was higher than that of the short-haired young man. He had reached the level of a six-star void emperor. Mountain River Palm. Ming Sheng moved. He soared into the sky and then slapped down with his palm. An extremely huge palm print formed. As soon as the palm print appeared, it quickly evolved and finally turned into a world of mountains and rivers. One could see that there were mountains, rivers, and lakes inside. It was like an entire world, suppressing the entire void and pressing down on Lu Ming. The scene was extremely terrifying. Facing such an attack, there was no way to dodge it. The only way was to take it head-on. The hammer of chaos appeared in Lu Ming's hands again and it grew rapidly. Lu Ming picked up the chaos hammer with both hands and swung it at the mountain river world as if he wanted to blow this world up. Boom. There was a deafening boom and the world of mountains and rivers shook violently. However, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand shook even more violently. He could feel an extremely powerful force surging toward him. It was as if he was really shaking the world. His body trembled violently as he retreated. His chi and blood were in turmoil. What a powerful force. This person has already mastered 4 types of nomological laws, 3 of which have already reached the second realm. Lu Ming took a deep breath and stabilized the surging blood in his body. The two of them exchanged a blow and Lu Ming could sense Ming Sheng's ability. It was extremely shocking. His cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star illusionary emperor and he had mastered 4 types of laws, 1 of which was an ultimate law and 3 of which were king path laws. He had already reached the second realm in the space-time law and 2 of the king path laws. Furthermore, this person's magical power technique was formed from 4 types of nomological laws, which was very shocking. Although some people could control many types of nomological laws, such as 5 types of nomological laws, their superpower technique was only composed of 3 types of nomological laws and could not display their full power. For example, although Lu Ming had mastered 9 types of laws, his divine power technique was not made up of 9 types of laws. It could be said that Ming Sheng's battle power was very shocking. He was several times stronger than the short-haired youth from before. You can take one of my palm strikes. Not bad. Let's see how many of my palm strikes you can take. Level 2 Mountain River Palm. Ming Sheng said coldly. His entire body emitted a brilliant light as he struck out with another palm. This time, 2 mountain river worlds were formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. The power was even more shocking. Come on! Lu Ming let out a long roar. The power of his body was circulated to the extreme. He condensed a strong saint power and poured it into the hammer of chaos. He swung the hammer at his opponent. Another deafening boom was heard. The force rolled in all directions and a figure was forced to retreat. It was Lu Ming. This time, he was still at a disadvantage and was forced to retreat. Again! Ming Sheng shouted and launched a series of attacks. This time, 3 worlds were formed and they pressed down on Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming also unleashed his full power and cast 7 types of laws. Chaos, Devour, Extremity, Penetration, Formation Dao, Alchemy Dao, and Craftsmanship Dao. Apart from the Death Rule and the Life Rule, which he had not integrated, Lu Ming had used all his strength. The power of the Hammer of Chaos was even more astonishing, and it collided with the Mountain River world. This time, Lu Ming directly pierced through the opponent's 3 layers of mountains and rivers, causing Ming Sheng to retreat continuously. Hiss hiss hiss, gasps could be heard at the scene. Lu Ming was actually able to fight with Ming Sheng and even force him to retreat. This was too terrifying. Ming Sheng had the cultivation base of a 6-star Void Emperor. In addition, Ming Sheng's own talent made it easy for him to defeat an ordinary 7-star Void Emperor. However, Lu Ming was able to defeat him. What did this mean? This meant that Lu Ming could also defeat an ordinary 7-star Illusionary Emperor. Lu Ming was only an emperor to be, but he was able to defeat an ordinary 7-star Illusionary Emperor. This was equivalent to crossing an entire realm. Many people looked at each other. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that all this was real. I heard that Lu Ming has mastered 2 ultimate maxims. I wonder if it's true. One don't know. It's incredible that he can control 2 ultimate maxims. In my opinion, it might be true. Didn't you notice that he has already used 7 maxims? This is already unbelievable. I wouldn't be surprised if he can control another ultimate maxim. However, even if he has mastered 2 ultimate maxims, it won't be of much use to improve his combat strength. This is because ultimate maxims can't be merged, and it's impossible to construct a divine power. That's true. Chapter 2246. Chapter 2246, Breaking the Mountains and Rivers? Chapter 2246. Chapter 2246, Breaking the Mountains and Rivers. All around, the countless spectators were discussing. Ming Sheng's expression was very ugly. With his cultivation, he was forced to retreat by an emperor-to-be, which was absolutely shameful. 4th level Mountain River Palm. Ming Sheng roared. He looked down from above and continuously struck out with his palms. This time, 4 palm prints of mountains and rivers came crashing down on Lu Ming. This level of power could be said to be incomparably shocking. Lu Ming's expression was extremely grave as he felt a terrifying pressure. He pushed his cultivation to the extreme. At the same time, he held the Hammer of Chaos in his right hand and held the Void in his left hand. A battle sword formed in the Void. It was the Sword of Death and was also made up of 7 nomological laws. Death Rule. Lu Ming has really mastered 2 ultimate maxims. Someone exclaimed. It was one thing to hear about it, but it was another to see it with their own eyes. At this moment, they had seen Lu Ming cast 2 ultimate maxims with their own eyes. This impact was too great for them. Such talent. It's a pity he can't become a Saint Emperor. If he could, how amazing would he be? A Heavenly Emperor level figure side. The Lan clan's Heavenly Emperor, the Yen clan's Heavenly Emperor, and his master from the Eternal Star River all had gloomy expressions. Break! Lu Ming held the hammer of chaos in one hand and the sword of death in the other. He soared into the sky and attacked his opponent. Boom! Boom! The hammer of chaos and the sword of death struck at each other. The entire world was boiling as explosions rang out continuously, causing the void to split apart. Bang! His opponent's first mountain river world crumbled in an instant, followed by the second, and then the third. With a final deafening boom, Lu Ming broke through the fourth level of the mountain river world. However, Lu Ming himself was also sent flying by the terrifying force. He flew tens of thousands of meters away. His qi and blood churned, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Mingxing was not in a good state either. His palm force was broken and Lu Ming's terrifying attack was charging towards him, causing him to retreat frantically. This time, it was a draw. Lu Ming's figure stopped. The six-feathered galloping beast flapped its wings fiercely. Its figure was like a bolt of lightning, drawing an arc in the air and charging towards Mingxing. Fourth level mountain river palm. Mingxing shouted and once again cast the quadruple mountain and river palm. The quadruple mountain and river world formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. The two of them collided once again, and then quickly retreated. It said that when the mountain river palm is cultivated to the highest realm, one can cultivate 9 levels of the mountain river world. It's extremely terrifying. Now, it seems that Mingxing has only cultivated it to the 4th level. That's right. However, the 4th level of the mountain river palm is definitely shocking. I didn't expect Lu Ming to be able to fight with Mingxing to this extent. Some people sighed. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still felt that it was unbelievable. Lu Ming and Mingxing had similar combat strength. The two of them exchanged 10 moves in a row and neither of them had a clear winner. Mingxing's expression became more and more unsightly. Using the quadruple realm mountain river palm consumed a shocking amount of world power. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on any longer. No, one can't be defeated. How can I be defeated by a quasi-emperor? One must defeat him and obtain the indestructible ancient scroll. Mingxing roared in his heart. At this moment, Mingxing's aura became even stronger. The power of the world in his body seemed to be burning. Mingxing was going to risk his life. Many people had the same thought. Lu Ming's gaze turned serious. 5-fold mountain river palm. Mingxing shouted. His long hair fluttered. His palm seemed to push the world forward. As he pushed out, layers of mountain river world formed. In the end, a total of 5 layers of mountain river world stacked together and blasted toward Lu Ming. With Mingxing's cultivation, it was impossible for him to unleash the 5th level of the mountain river world. Now that he had forcefully unleashed it, he would suffer a backlash and be seriously injured. But now, in order to win against Lu Ming, he could not care anymore. Lose. Mingxing's eyes flashed with ferocity. A 5th level mountain river realm was much more powerful than a 4th level mountain river realm. This move was enough to crush Lu Ming and defeat him. The indestructible ancient scroll was his. Mingxing roared in his heart. At that moment, Lu Ming stood still in the void. The world of 5 mountains and rivers enveloped the void and pressed down on Lu Ming. Under the world of 5 mountains and rivers, Lu Ming's figure was as small as an ant. Lu Ming is still going to be defeated. Some people sighed. Previously, Lu Ming should have reached his limit. If he had already reached his limit, he would not be a match for this move. Only Dandan had a sneer on the corner of her mouth. He knew that Lu Ming had not used his ultimate move. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens and earth rumbled and the void trembled. The world of 5 mountains and rivers pressed down, getting closer and closer to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his hands high, one hand holding the hammer of chaos and the other holding the sword of death. Now, Lu Ming put his hands together, combining the hammer of chaos and the sword of death. The moment they merged, Lu Ming held the sword with both hands and a dazzling radiance burst out. Then, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands. This spear contained 8 types of laws: chaos, death, devour, extremity, penetration, array Dao, Smithing Dao, and Alchemy Dao. Infinite Dragon Spear. Lu Ming shouted. This was the name he had given to this move. It had the same name as the long spear that he had used in the past. The long spear broke through the air, and a shocking spear radiance pierced through the void, stabbing towards the 5-level mountain river world. Bang, 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 bang. The world of 5 mountains and rivers exploded one after another. In an instant, the world of 5 mountains and rivers completely collapsed. A terrifying power surged towards Ming. Ming screamed and flew out. His body almost exploded. He was covered in wounds. His face was pale and he spat out blood. He had barely managed to use the 5th level of the mountain river world, and he was already injured. Now, he was swept by the aftermath of Lu Ming's destruction of the 5th level mountain river world. His injuries were even more serious and he was extremely dispirited. Lu Ming's arm was covered in wounds and blood was flowing out. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand disappeared. He circulated the life law and the wound on his arm healed quickly. It's much better than before. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. When he was at the Gu family, he had fused the laws of chaos and the laws of death to form a magical power technique. The more power he unleashed, the more serious his injuries would be. But now it was much lighter. This was because his usage of the laws in the ancient undying city had improved a lot. It was also easier for him to control the fusion of the 2 ultimate laws. In just a few breaths, the wound on Lu Ming's arm had healed. This scene was seen by some powerful existences. That's the law of life. One of the Emperor's eyes widened as his voice trembled with disbelief. Heavens, it really is the life law. This little guy has not only mastered the laws of chaos, the laws of death, and the laws of life. Some experts couldn't help but exclaim. His words stirred up 1,000 waves. The scene began to quiet, and then it was noisy. Chapter 2247. Invincible with me? Chapter 2247. Invincible with Meth scene was in an uproar. There were shocked discussions, shouts, and exclamations. Even the Heavenly Emperor characters found it hard to remain calm and were extremely shocked. Oh my God, an emperor-to-be can not only control many laws, but also 2 ultimate laws. Now, he has mastered 3 ultimate laws. 3 ultimate maxims. How did he do that? The laws of chaos and the laws of death are the main offensive force, while the laws of life can heal the body. This is simply a perfect combination. If he can become a Saint Emperor, no one at the same level as him can be his match. Even the most amazing genius in history can't be his match. Many people shouted. They were truly shocked beyond belief. It was already shocking enough that a person could control 2 ultimate maxims. Now, he could actually control 3 ultimate maxims. Chaos, death, and life. It was a perfect match. Impossible. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xianxia, and Yuan Exen all shook their heads crazily, their eyes full of disbelief. They found it hard to believe that all of this was real and hard to accept. It doesn't matter how many laws he can control. He can't become a Saint Emperor, so his combat power is limited. He'll definitely be able to suppress him in the future. They roared in their hearts. This was the only reason they could use to comfort themselves. Otherwise, their hearts of martial arts would be unstable. Ming Sheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Do you still want to fight? Lu Ming's gaze landed on Ming Sheng, his fighting spirit soaring. Lu Ming's injuries had fully healed, and his fighting spirit was at its peak. At the same time, a large pile of origin stones appeared beside him. Lu Ming cast the law of devouring, and the large pile of origin stones turned into origin qi and entered his body. The saint energy that Lu Ming had just consumed was quickly restored. What a pervert! Many people sighed. Lu Ming's combination of laws was simply invincible. He was like a war machine. Ming Sheng was a little dejected. He shook his head and retreated. He was already severely injured and could not be Lu Ming's match. Lan Sheng, what do you say now? Lu Ming's ability is obvious to all. The Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu turned to look at the Lan clan's Heavenly Emperor. No matter how many laws you control and how strong your battle prowess is, what's the use if you can't become a divine emperor? There's a limit to his strength, and any true emperor would be able to suppress him. Lan Cheng coldly snorted, his voice still filled with disdain. He wanted to grasp this point and not let go. If he can't become a saint emperor, everything else is useless. Therefore, it's still a waste to leave the indestructible ancient scroll on him. I need to strip it out and give it to stronger geniuses. Lan Qing continued. What's stronger heaven's favorite? These people can't even withstand a single blow. I'm invincible in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming laughed arrogantly. He was filled with confidence. TM invincible. Even in front of the celestial emperor, it was the same. Many people were shocked. They looked at the young man in front of them and sighed. This young man was extraordinary. Be it in terms of wisdom, perseverance, talent, or heart of martial arts, he was at the top. However, fate made a fool of him and he could not become a sovereign. Once he became an emperor, he would probably shock the world. Also, at this moment, Lu Ming continued to speak. His eyes were like stars as he stared at the Lan family's celestial the Arch and said, "You've said time and time again that one can't become a saint emperor. What makes you think that one can't? Why do you think I can't become a saint emperor?" Many people were stunned by his words. Could it be that Lu Ming still thought that he could become an emperor? However, in the history of the Heaven Realm, it was not as if no one under the rank of a martial sovereign had mastered multiple nomological laws, but none of them had become a sovereign. No one was an exception. After that, many peerless powerhouses studied it and came to the conclusion that if one could master many laws below the martial sovereign realm, the path of martial Tao would be broken and one could never become a sovereign. Lan Cheng himself was also stunned at first. Then he laughed out loud, full of ridicule, and said, "Those below the martial supreme realm can control many laws, but they can't become a supreme emperor. This has been a truth since ancient times and no one has been able to break it. You're still dreaming of becoming a supreme emperor. What a joke! Who's the laughable one?" Lu Ming immediately retorted, his eyes shining. During the primordial era, the Heaven Realm was filled with the primordial cultivation system. At that time, did anyone think that a nomological cultivation system would appear? Later on, it was still created by someone. It was unprecedented, and it led straight to the great Tao. Just because the ancients couldn't do it doesn't mean that the later generations can't do it. It doesn't mean that no one can do it. You don't even understand this logic. What a waste of being the celestial emperor. Lu Ming's voice reverberated throughout the entire area. It was filled with boundless pride and unyielding spirit, unyielding to fate. Many people were touched. Indeed, if the ancient people couldn't do it, would the future generations be unable to do it? Lan Cheng was at a loss for words. At the same time, an ice-cold killing intent filled his heart. Lu Ming actually dared to talk back to him and embarrass him. If they were not in public, he would have killed Lu Ming with one slap. "How dare you, Lu Ming, a junior, speak to the celestial the Arch in such a manner? This is a great disrespect and you deserve to be punished." At this moment, a cold voice rang out, and a young man stepped out. This young man was wearing a black iron battle suit, and his entire body was filled with a sharp aura. It's him, Oyu Yabing. The strongest illusionary divine among the younger generation of the Heaven Realm, Oyu Yabing, is about to make his move. Someone immediately recognized the young man. Disrespectful? What a joke. Some people also need to have something worthy of respect. Those who are not worthy of respect, why should they be respected? Of course, there are exceptions to those who are deliberately flattering. Lu Ming said calmly, his words crossing the line. First of all, they said that Land City was not worthy of respect. Furthermore, they also said that Oyu Yibing was just trying to curry favor with them. Impudent. I'll teach you how to behave. Ouyang Bing was furious, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Boom. Oyu Yabing made his move immediately. He took a step forward and continued to close the distance between him and Lu Ming. At the same time, his palm glowed. With a wave of his hand, a small black pagoda appeared. It grew rapidly and pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This pagoda was not a monarch weapon, nor was it corporeal. It was a divine art that was condensed from laws and the power of the world. The hammer of chaos condensed in Lu Ming's hands and he swung it. Thump. A dull explosion was heard. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming's eyes were a little solemn. A shocking power came from the other party's black tower. It far exceeded Lu Ming's. A 7-star illusionary emperor. Also, at least 4 of his nomological laws have reached the second realm. After matching one move, Lu Ming could only roughly estimate the other party's strength. Just this bit of strength? Let's see how many moves you can take. Let's go, Oyu Yabing said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the giant pagoda came crashing down on Lu Ming again. At this moment, the hammer of chaos in Lu Ming's hand disappeared and was replaced by a long spear. It was a spear that contained 8 laws. Buzz! Lu Ming swept his spear out. The long spear expanded rapidly and bombarded the giant tower. Chapter 2248. Breaking Through to the Martial Emperor Realm. Chapter 2248. Breaking through to the Martial Emperor Realm. The infinite dragon spear that Lu Ming used contained 8 types of laws. It was his strongest attack at the moment and its power was shocking. The long spear struck the giant tower, causing it to shake continuously before it was sent flying. However, Lu Ming himself was also sent flying. His hands were covered in wounds and he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Lu Ming circulated the life law and his injuries were healing rapidly. After being continuously blocked by Lu Ming, Oyu Yabing revealed a look of displeasure and let out a cold snort. He was known as the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the Heaven Realm. Even many Void Emperors who had lived for a long time were not his match. Again! The light on Oyu Yabing's palm grew even brighter. Following that, another weapon appeared. This was a flower vase, not a physical entity, but also condensed from the laws and the power of the world. Kill, die! Oyu Yabing shouted. The giant pagoda once again came crashing down on Lu Ming. At the same time, the mouth of the vase emitted a brilliant glow. Then, streams of sword chi burst out from the mouth of the vase. The boundless sword chi was incomparably sharp. It cut through the space and slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand. The law of chaos and the law of death kept colliding with each other in the spear, triggering a terrifying power. Boom! The long spear swept out once again and blocked the attack of the giant pagoda. However, the sword chi followed and slashed over with great power. Although Lu Ming tried to block it with his long spear, he could not block it at all. Boom, boom, boom. The spear in Lu Ming's hand shattered with a series of explosive sounds. He retreated at top speed, but he was still swept by the sword light. His body was almost torn apart and sword wounds appeared. The destructive force continued to drill into Lu Ming's body, destroying his physical body. Even though he had circulated the life law, Lu Ming's injuries could only recover slowly. 5 types of second realm laws. One of the strongest laws is the law of nothingness, and there are 4 types of king path laws. At this moment, Lu Ming finally had a clear look at Oyu Yabing's ability. Oyu Yabing had actually comprehended 5 types of nomological laws, and all of them had reached the second realm. Coupled with his cultivation as a 7-star illusionary emperor, his combat strength was terrifying. Lu Ming's combat strength is ultimately limited. Someone shook his head. He's finally going to be defeated. If he doesn't become a saint emperor, he's still a waste. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others laughed. This is your limit? If you don't become a monarch, you're just an ant that can't withstand a single blow. I, on the other hand, can break through at any time and become a true monarch. At that time, I can kill you with a single thought. Lu Ming, just accept your fate. The indestructible ancient scroll isn't something you can control. Oyu Yabing spoke coldly. He was filled with an air of superiority. Become emperor, isn't it just become emperor? Then 111 become a divine emperor. Lu Ming opened his mouth and his last words turned into a long howl. Boom. A shocking aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. The life law circulated rapidly and the injuries on his body recovered rapidly. At the same time, Lu Ming controlled the 9 types of laws and they entered his saint heart. The 9 types of laws were arranged in a circle. An ultimate law separated by 2 king path laws, then another ultimate law, then 2 king path laws. The 9 types of nomological laws were separated from each other and reached a balance. They burst forth with boundless radiance and began to evolve the world core. That's right. Lu Ming was about to break through to the martial emperor realm. Lu Ming had wanted to find a place to consolidate his cultivation before breaking through to the martial emperor realm. In that case, he would be more confident. However, Lu Ming understood that he had no choice but to break through to the divine emperor realm in advance. Once he broke through to the sovereign realm, he would be an unparalleled heaven's favorite with unparalleled potential. Let's see how Lan Cheng and the others would deal with him. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's body emitted an unparalleled dazzling radiance. A terrifying force burst forth and blasted Yes weapon away. Breakthrough, he wants to break through. Someone shouted. He's courting death. He's trying to break through to the martial emperor realm. He'll end up like the ancient people. His saint heart will be shattered and his body will be torn apart. He's overestimating himself. Does he really think he can create a miracle? Lan Cheng and the others spoke one after another, their voices filled with disdain. Yabing stopped in the distance and did not continue to attack. Now, Lu Ming was trying his best to break through to the next realm. The power of law surged and the power he exerted was very shocking. He could not get close to him at all. Lu Ming, Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the other heavenly emperors from the primordial realm all looked worried. They all thought that Lu Ming was forced to break through to the martial supreme realm in such an environment in order to fight for a chance of survival. However, they did not know that Lu Ming was confident. He did not attempt to break through without any confidence. Lu Ming, you must succeed. Mulan clenched her fists tightly. Although she knew that Lu Ming had obtained the method that Gu Lingtian had left behind, she was still very nervous. In addition, the Gu family was the same. After all, no one had ever tried Gu Lingtian's method, so no one knew if it would succeed. Lu Ming will definitely succeed. Dandan's eyes were bright as she stared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had undoubtedly become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were on him. Although many people who had no grudges with Lu Ming felt that the chances of him succeeding were very low, they still held on to a glimmer of hope and hoped that Lu Ming would succeed. He was already so amazing even before he became a monarch. Once he became a monarch, his future achievements would be limitless. It was definitely beneficial to the heaven realm. At that moment, Lu Ming's saint heart was undergoing a shocking change. The 9 types of laws formed a ring shape and burst forth with boundless power. The bright radiance was like a small sun. The 9 types of laws formed a wonderful balance. Their powers linked up with each other and seemed to be evolving towards the world core. This time, there was no energy leaking out to tear Lu Ming's saint heart and physical body. This was because the 9 types of nomological laws were in a balanced arrangement, and their powers offset each other. If Lu Ming had only mastered 2 ultimate maxims, one of which was the king path, the balance would not be formed. The power would burst out and tear Lu Ming's saint heart and physical body apart. Buzz! The 9 types of laws trembled as if they were about to merge into one. At this moment, thin threads that were thousands of times thinner than hair spread out from here and extended to various parts of the saint heart. These were law threads. They were extremely thin and invisible to the naked eye, but they were indeed the foundation of a world. The law threads spread to the entire saint heart. Every inch of it was covered by the law threads. Boom, boom, boom. When the law threads enveloped his entire saint heart began to shake and undergo earth-shaking changes. Some parts of his saint heart were collapsing, but it immediately recovered. His saint heart began to transform into a small world. With the world core as the core and the saint heart as the shell, a small world would be developed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the wind and clouds suddenly gathered above Lu Ming's head. Endless dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Chapter 2249, Tribulation Cloud of 100,000 Li. Chapter 2249, Tribulation Cloud of 100,000 Li. A large patch of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above Lu Ming's head. Sila, within the dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless bolts of lightning slithered through the dark clouds like silver snakes. A powerful pressure spread out and the entire world was instantly filled with an oppressive aura. Tribulation clouds. It's the tribulation clouds. Someone shouted. How is that possible? How could there be tribulation clouds? Could it be that Lu Ming is about to break through? Didn't you say you can't break through? Those below the rank of Martial Supreme can control many laws and can't break through. Why would there be tribulation clouds? People kept shouting in shock. The appearance of the tribulation cloud indicated that a great tribulation of heaven and earth was coming. This was the Emperor's tribulation. As long as one could pass the Emperor's tribulation, one would be able to step into the martial Emperor realm. However, didn't Lu Ming, who was below the rank of a Martial Supreme, master many types of laws and find it difficult to become a Martial Supreme? Everyone, including the Celestial the Arch, thought that it was impossible for Lu Ming to break through. If he were to break through by force, the power triggered by the different laws would tear his saint heart and physical body apart, and he would die on the spot. Throughout history, no one had ever been able to trigger a heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation would only appear when heaven and earth sensed that a new martial sovereign was about to be born. This meant that Lu Ming had already surpassed all the ancient people and was ahead of them. He had created a miracle. Impossible! This is impossible! Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xinghua, Yuan Xen, and the others roared madly. They could not believe what they had just seen. Not only them, but the Lan clan's Celestial the Arch, the Yen clan's Celestial the Arch, and the Star River's master were all in disbelief. They were flabbergasted, and their faces darkened. Ah, good. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu laughed heartily. On the other hand, Mulan, Gu Yingchong, Bubbles, and the others were ecstatic. I knew it, this kid can do it. Dandan whispered. Could he really create a miracle and break through to the Martial Emperor realm? The other heavenly emperors of the heaven realm spoke up, filled with anticipation. Given Lu Ming's talent, it would definitely be a miracle if he managed to break through to the Martial Supreme realm. His future achievements would be hard to estimate. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled. In the sky, more and more dark clouds gathered and became thicker and thicker. In the blink of an eye, the area covered by the tribulation clouds had exceeded 100 li. However, it did not stop and continued to expand rapidly. 200 miles, 300 miles, very quickly, it reached 1,000 miles. However, the range of the tribulation cloud did not stop. It was still rapidly expanding. 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 20,000 miles. Soon, the tribulation cloud's range had reached an astonishing size of tens of thousands of miles. The sky and earth had turned pitch black, completely blocking the sunlight. Even a corner of Yaoguang ancient city had been covered by the tribulation cloud. The oppressive and terrifying pressure made one's heart tremble. Retreat, quickly retreat. The four groups of people frantically retreated, not daring to be enveloped by the tribulation clouds. This was not a joke. Lu Ming's tribulation cloud had covered a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It was too terrifying. Once one was enveloped by it, one would trigger a great tribulation. This was especially true for the Martial Emperor realm warriors. Every 33,333 years, they would face another tribulation. However, if they entered someone else's tribulation cloud, their tribulation would be triggered in advance. They were not prepared for it, and it was very dangerous. Even the celestial the arch had to back away from the area. Although the heavenly emperor no longer had a tribulation, who knew what would happen if he entered the area where others were undergoing tribulation? If he really attracted a heavenly tribulation, the consequences would be unpredictable. Everyone retreated. Many people within the ancient city of Alcade also retreated. However, it was far from over. Lu Ming's tribulation cloud was still growing. 50,000 miles, 60,000 miles. Finally, it stopped when it reached a radius of 100,000 miles. The surrounding people retreated again and again. Heavens, a heavenly tribulation within a radius of 100,000 miles, this is too terrifying. How powerful is this heavenly tribulation? The more heaven-defying a person is, the more terrifying the heavenly tribulation will be. Many people widened their mouths in shock. They knew that Lu Ming was too heaven-defying. He had not even become a sovereign, but he had already mastered 9 laws, including 3 ultimate laws. This was something that no one in history had ever been able to do. That was why his heavenly tribulation was so abnormal. Back then, Lu Ming's martial royal ordeal only had a radius of 200 miles. When an ordinary person underwent a sovereign tribulation, the range of the tribulation cloud was usually only about 1,000 miles. However, Lu Ming's tribulation cloud was indeed 100,000 miles. Such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Let's see how you survive it. Die under the heavenly tribulation. Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others prayed silently. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation clouds were too terrifying. The sky and earth were covered in darkness, blocking the sunlight. In the clouds, endless silver lightning was swimming. There were also giant dragons roaring endlessly. It was very depressing. Many people couldn't help but retreat. Under the tribulation cloud, they felt that their breathing was not smooth. There was a great horror that made them go crazy. Between heaven and earth, Lu Ming was the only one standing under the vast tribulation clouds, looking up at the sky. Come on! There was no fear in Lu Ming's eyes. There was only anticipation. As long as he went through the heavenly tribulation, he would be able to break through and become an emperor. From then on, he would step into the last realm of martial Dao. This was a realm that all cultivators dreamed of. Sila. All of a sudden, a bolt of lightning struck down like a divine sword. It tore the space apart and struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not move. He did not block the lightning and allowed it to strike his body. This was only the first wave of the lightning punishment. If Lu Ming had to put in a lot of effort to resist this lightning punishment, then there was no need to play with the rest. The lightning struck Lu Ming and dissipated immediately. Lu Ming did not feel anything. Too weak. Let's try again. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and muttered, Sila. Boom, boom, boom. Then, bolts of lightning struck Lu Ming continuously. However, Lu Ming stood still in the void, resisting it with his physical strength. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky, dark clouds rolled continuously. Thunder boomed, making people's hearts beat faster. Following that, bolts of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and struck at Lu Ming. The lightning this time was darker in color than the previous ones. The second lightning tribulation had descended. Lu Ming was still using his physical body to resist. It's not enough. It's not powerful enough. As the lightning struck, Lu Ming's body only felt a little numb. He wanted to use the lightning tribulation to temper his body, but the lightning tribulation only had a slight effect. Not long after, the second lightning punishment passed, but the third lightning punishment descended. The third lightning punishment was a purple fire lightning punishment. The lightning was covered with a layer of fire. It was several times more powerful than the second lightning tribulation. When Lu Ming was going through the martial royal ordeal, he had also experienced the third stage of the purple fire thunder tribulation. However, he was going through the sovereign ordeal now. Therefore, although it was the same kind of thunder tribulation, the power was thousands of miles apart. The lightning tribulation now could turn Lu Ming into ashes with just a strand of hair. Chapter 2250. Chapter 2250, Crossing the Emperor Tribulation. Chapter 2250. Chapter 2250, Crossing the Emperor Tribulation. Purple Flame Lightning Tribulation. Every bolt of lightning was covered in a layer of purple flames. Those were heavenly flames with astonishing temperatures. They could burn everything with infinite power. Boom, boom, boom. The purple fire lightning streaked across the sky and struck Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming's body was covered in wisps of lightning and a layer of flames at the same time. Chi chi chi, the lightning and flames attacked continuously, burning Lu Ming's body. I'm starting to feel it. Come on, come harder. There was a look of excitement in Lu Ming's eyes. He allowed the lightning and fire to attack his body, but he did not resist at all. His body was so strong that the third lightning punishment couldn't hurt him at all. Instead, it could help him temper his body and improve its strength. This pervert! Someone muttered. This was the third lightning tribulation. However, judging from Lu Ming's state, he was clearly very relaxed and did not even use the law. The third lightning tribulation was a life and death tribulation for ordinary people. They could be turned into ashes by the lightning tribulation at any time. However, to Lu Ming, it was just an appetizer. I wonder how many major calamities Lu Ming will face. It's hard to say. Before becoming a sovereign, he has mastered so many kinds of nomological laws. Even 3 of them are the strongest ones. Moreover, he has also undergone the sovereign tribulation. This is unprecedented in ancient times. Such a person is completely against the heavens. I'm afraid the lightning is also unusually terrifying. That's right. The tribulation clouds cover 100,000 miles. From the looks of it, there must be at least 7 major tribulations, or even higher. Heavens, 7 major tribulations, how terrifying is that? I've gained a lot of knowledge today. The surrounding people looked on in fear. As for Lu Ming, he was completely submerged in the sea of lightning, bathing in the purple heavenly fire. His body was being refined continuously. It became crystal clear and dazzling, like a holy weapon. It was stronger than before. Not long after, the purple flame lightning tribulation disappeared. He had passed the third lightning tribulation. However, the tribulation clouds were rolling and the thunder was roaring. The aura was even more oppressive. Sila. Bolts of lightning tore through the void and struck at Lu Ming. The tribulation cloud didn't even need to be prepared. The fourth tribulation came out right after the third tribulation, not giving the person who was going through the tribulation a chance to breathe. This time, the lightning had 4 colors. There were 4 different colors of lightning, and the surface of each lightning was covered with different things. Some of them were covered in flames, some were covered in gales, some were covered in ice, and some were covered in a sharp golden aura. This lightning tribulation was several times more powerful than the pure purple flame lightning tribulation. Bolts of tribulation lightning instantly drowned Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming still did not use the law to resist. He simply used his physical body to withstand it and used the power of the lightning tribulation to temper his body. When the lightning tribulation struck Lu Ming, his body trembled slightly as he felt a sharp pain. Good, this is the feeling. Lu Ming's eyes were bright and there was a hint of madness in them. Fi allowed the lightning to strike him continuously. Wounds began to appear on Lu Ming's body, and blood flowed out. The power of the lightning seeped into the wound and circulated throughout Lu Ming's body, trying to destroy it. However, the vitality of Lu Ming's physical body was too strong. Even without using the life law, his recovery rate was astonishing. His physical body had just been destroyed, but it was immediately restored. At the same time, it made his physical body even stronger. The 4th type of lightning tribulation was passed through in this cycle. After the 4th lightning tribulation, a goshawk, completely made of lightning, flew down from the tribulation cloud and pounced at Lu Ming. The 5th lightning tribulation, lightning manifestation. Lu Ming had experienced these lightning tribulations when he went through the martial royal ordeal in the past. He was very familiar with the process. Boom. This time, Lu Ming did not rely solely on his physical body to resist it. Instead, he circulated his holy power. The lightning tribulation was more and more terrifying. The fifth tribulation was undoubtedly more powerful. If he only relied on his physical body, he would probably be seriously injured. With his physical body and saint energy, Lu Ming threw a punch at the goshawk. Bang! The goshawk was sent flying by Lu Ming. However, there was still a trace of lightning energy that flowed through Lu Ming's fist and into his entire body. However, this little bit of lightning was harmless to Lu Ming. It could be used to temper his body and saint power. It could even surge into the Dantian saint heart to help the evolution of the world core and the small world. The Heavenly Tribulation was both a tribulation and an opportunity. Those who could cross it would obtain endless benefits from the heaven realm. Those who could not cross it would be a calamity and would be struck into ashes. Screeches were heard as goshawks continuously formed in the tribulation clouds and pounced at Lu Ming. Other than the goshawk, there were also giant tigers, true dragons, phoenixes, and so on. Each one was more shocking than the last, and the number was increasing. Come on! Lu Ming let out a long howl and kept punching out with both fists, fighting against the divine beasts transformed from lightning. Bang! 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 There were constant rumbles in the void. The lightning-formed divine beasts were sent flying by Lu Ming. Every time they collided with the lightning-formed divine beasts, the power of lightning would surge into Lu Ming's body and be used by him. Lu Ming felt that his physical body had become stronger, his saint energy had become more condensed, and the evolution of the world core had become faster. However, more and more godly beasts rushed out of the tribulation clouds. In the end, there were a shocking 81 godly beasts. The 80 lightning creatures surrounded Lu Ming and attacked him continuously, putting him under great pressure. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He still did not use the law to resist it. He only used his physical body and saint energy to resist it. This way, he would be able to obtain the greatest opportunity from the lightning tribulation. If he used a law to disperse the lightning tribulation, he wouldn't be able to use it to temper his body and saint power. This guy is actually using the Heavenly Tribulation to improve himself. This is too shocking. That's right. He's really abnormal. When other people undergo their tribulations, they just want to get through it quickly. But he's deliberately dilly-dallying. He's using the power of the lightning tribulation to temper himself. This kid is terrifying. Some powerful existences were discussing in low voices. The faces of the Lan clan's heavenly emperor, Lan Cheng, and the Yen clan's heavenly emperor became more and more gloomy. Lu Ming took the longest time to complete the 5th round of lightning tribulation. It took him a full hour. Lu Ming could feel that his physical body had improved again. It was 3 levels stronger than before. At the same time, he had condensed 3 levels of saint energy. If Lu Ming were to fight with Mingxing now, he would not need to merge the law of chaos and the law of death. He could fight against Mingxing and resist his mountain river palm. An hour later, Lu Ming felt that the effect of this lightning tribulation on his tempering was getting smaller and smaller. This lightning tribulation was useless to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming erupted with the power of the law. Boom, boom. The power of Lu Ming's punch suddenly increased sharply. With one punch, a giant tiger was blown to pieces. Following that, Lu Ming's every punch caused a living being condensed from lightning to explode. The 81 lightning tribulation creatures were all blown up by Lu Ming in the blink of an eye and disappeared without a trace. He had passed the 5th lightning tribulation. Chapter 2251. The terrifying 8th heavenly tribulation. Chapter 2251. The terrifying 8th heavenly tribulation. Lu Ming passed through the 5th lightning tribulation easily. Then, the 6th lightning punishment descended. The 6th lightning tribulation, lightning weapon transformation. The terrifying lightning turned into terrifying weapons and charged at Lu Ming. There were swords, sabers, spears, axes, and so on. The power of each of them was extremely terrifying. At this point, Lu Ming began to channel the law to resist. However, it was enough to channel only 2 types of law. Just like the fifth lightning tribulation, Lu Ming had to use the power of the lightning tribulation to temper his body and saint power while he resisted it. This round of lightning tribulation also took an hour. Lu Ming's physical body and saint energy had become stronger. In the end, when the first lightning tribulation was not of much help to Lu Ming, he used a few more types of laws and destroyed all the weapons. He had also passed the sixth lightning tribulation. WTV passed the sixth level. Next is the seventh level. The seventh level is the World Refining Tribulation Bell. That's right. It's the World Refining Tribulation Bell. I heard that every son of God has to face the seventh lightning tribulation when he tries to break through to the martial sovereign realm. The World Refining Tribulation Bell is also the last lightning tribulation. After passing it, he can become a sovereign. Around them, some people were discussing in low voices. After the sixth lightning tribulation ended, the seventh lightning tribulation didn't descend immediately. The tribulation clouds rolled as if they were brewing. Sila, Esila, countless bolts of lightning were swimming and gathering. Finally, they gathered into a bell. It was a huge bell of thunder tribulation. Buzz! The bell trembled and descended from the sky, shrouding Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not avoid the lightning tribulation bell. He was enveloped by the World Refinement Tribulation Bell. The bell contained a terrifying energy that enveloped Lu Ming. This was a kind of refining power that wanted to refine Lu Ming completely. The World Refining Tribulation Bell? Come on, help me improve. Lu Ming muttered and sat cross-legged. Back then, the last major tribulation of his martial royal ordeal was the World Refining Tribulation Bell. That time, he was almost killed by the World Refining Tribulation Bell. Fortunately, he made it through in the end. With the help of the World Refining Tribulation Bell, his strength increased greatly. He even refined a trace of chaos chi in his body. This time, he was going to use the World Refinement Tribulation Bell to train himself. Compared to back then, Lu Ming was even more abnormal and heaven-defying now. The World Refinement Tribulation Bell could not do anything to him at all. The destructive power in the World Refinement Tribulation Bell could only be of help to Lu Ming, helping him to temper his physical body and saint energy. It could even temper laws. Lu Ming could feel that some of his laws were becoming purer and closer to the second realm. Similarly, the World Refining Tribulation Bell could also refine the soul. There were many benefits to blocking a great tribulation of heaven and earth. Those martial sovereigns had to go through a heavenly tribulation every 300,000 years. If they could survive it, they would be able to transform and become stronger each time. Some of them could even make a breakthrough in their cultivation. The heavenly Tao was fair, and danger often brought opportunities. In the void, a huge bell was suspended in the air. Everyone looked at the huge bell and waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Thump, thump. A day later, the bell trembled and buzzed. In the end, it exploded and turned into energy before disappearing. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the air, his long hair flying in the wind. Could it be that Lu Ming has already transcended the heavenly tribulation and is about to become a divine emperor? This thought flashed through many people's minds, and they couldn't help but tremble. They could not imagine how powerful Lu Ming would be after he became a martial emperor. No, the tribulation clouds haven't dispersed yet. They're even more terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Yes, at this moment, the tribulation cloud was constantly rolling and rumbling, as if it was roaring angrily. A terrible pressure spread out, making some people with weak will pale and scared. Heavens, it's still not over. There's an even stronger lightning tribulation. Lu Ming is too abnormal and heaven-defying. His tribulation must be even more terrifying. It won't be an ordinary lightning tribulation. The 8th round of thunder tribulation. He has to face the 8th round of thunder tribulation. How many years has it been? Many people exclaimed, but even more people were curious about what the 8th round of thunder tribulation would be. One had to know that even the Son of Heaven only had the 7th lightning tribulation when he went through the Emperor's tribulation. The 8th round of thunder tribulation was only a legendary thunder tribulation. It would only appear when the extremely heaven-defying and terrifying geniuses appeared. The 8th lightning tribulation had rarely appeared in the history of the heaven realm. Anyone who had passed the 8th lightning punishment would have made terrifying achievements as long as they didn't die. Legend had it that invincible figures like the Undying Venerable Emperor and the Chaos Venerable Emperor had gone through the 8th Thunder Tribulation when they were going through the Monarch Tribulation. The legendary Lightning Tribulation had appeared again. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation cloud, which was 100,000 miles long, rolled more and more violently. In the end, endless thunder and lightning filled the air. However, they did not strike at Lu Ming. Instead, they intertwined and formed a world. It was a world with a radius of 100 miles. The mountains, rivers, and lakes could be clearly seen. One could even see living creatures living there. There were divine beasts roaring. It was completely formed by lightning. The world was pressing down on Lu Ming. This is the beast god heavenly domain. The lightning tribulation has formed the beast god heavenly domain. A heavenly emperor suddenly exclaimed. Many people were shocked. The beast god heavenly domain was one of the 9 heavenly domains in the heaven realm. The lightning tribulation could actually condense into a heavenly domain. This was simply unbelievable. It was said that different people would encounter different situations in the 8th lightning tribulation. There were no records of such a lightning tribulation in the past. The vast beast god heavenly region, which was hundreds of miles in size, came crashing down on Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely solemn. He felt a sense of danger in the face of this lightning tribulation. The hammer of chaos appeared in Lu Ming's hands. It contained 7 types of laws. Boom, boom, boom. The beast god heavenly domain was pressing down. It was terrifying. It was like a real heavenly domain pressing down. Break! Lu Ming let out a long roar. He held the hammer of chaos and soared into the sky, smashing it toward the beast god heavenly domain. The massive hammer of chaos crashed into the beast god heavenly domain. Mountains and rivers were shattered and annihilated by the hammer. Roar! In the beast god heavenly domain, countless creatures roared and rushed out to kill Lu Ming. It was like the 5th lightning punishment. The lightning punishment took form, but there were too many of them. Countless living beings pounced on Lu Ming. My God, this is too terrifying. 11 Someone swallowed his saliva and spoke in a grave tone. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl. He wielded the hammer of chaos and continuously struck. A large number of creatures were blown up, and the terrifying power kept hitting the beast god heavenly domain. Boom, boom, boom. The tribulation clouds churned and endless lightning filled the air. They intertwined in the sky and another world was formed. It's the 9 nether heavenly domain, one of the 9 heavens domains. Another heavenly emperor exclaimed. Another heavenly domain was formed and pressed down on Lu Ming. Chapter 2252, Chapter 2251, 9 Lightning Tribulations. Chapter 2252, Chapter 2251 9 Lightning Tribulations 2 heavenly domains appeared in front and behind, formed by tens of thousands of thunderbolts. Their power was terrifying. Some people couldn't help but retreat, distancing themselves from the tribulation clouds. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation was truly frightening. If they were to be enveloped by it, they would definitely die. This was especially so for those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as the Lan families Celestial the Arch and the others. They were afraid that Lu Ming would take this opportunity to take revenge and would rush towards them during the tribulation and envelop them. They were on guard at all times. However, Lu Ming clearly did not have such plans. A heavenly emperor was too fast. How could he possibly catch up to him? He was now seriously fighting against the heaven realm. Break, break, break. Lu Ming kept swinging the hammer of chaos and bombarding the beast god heavenly domain. In an instant, after more than a dozen strikes, the beast god heavenly domain could not withstand the attacks and was blown up in the air by Lu Ming. Many people let out a long breath. This scene was too impactful. It was as if a heavenly domain had been blown up by Lu Ming. At this moment, the second heavenly domain, the netherworld heavenly domain, was already pressing down on Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming waved the hammer of chaos and struck the abysmal heavenly realm. In the netherworld, there were also creatures that rushed out to lull Lu Ming. But at this moment, in the tribulation clouds, endless thunder and lightning gathered again, forming another world. This was also a heavenly domain, one of the 9 heavenly domains in the heaven realm, and it was pressing down on Lu Ming. Will all the 9 heavenly regions appear? Someone said in a hoarse voice. The third heavenly domain came crashing down on Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Before Lu Ming could blow up the netherworld, a third heavenly domain descended and merged with the netherworld. Boom! The 2 heavenly domains merged, and the power increased dramatically. The terrifying power pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled violently and he retreated continuously. His face was a little pale. He's not going to make it, huh? Lan Yun laughed loudly, extremely excited. He was looking forward to Lu Ming failing to transcend the tribulation and dying. Heng Xing River, Yuan Xin, and the others all had the same thought. Lu Ming was too terrifying. He had yet to become a great emperor, but he could already defeat them. His combat strength was shocking. Previously, they consoled themselves that Lu Ming would never become an emperor. They would definitely be able to suppress Lu Ming easily in the future. However, if Lu Ming became a martial emperor, they could no longer find an excuse to console themselves. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could easily suppress them once he became a martial emperor. They had been looking forward to Lu Ming failing the tribulation. They were overjoyed to see Lu Ming being repelled by the Heavenly Tribulation. Boom! 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 The 2 heavenly domains pressed down on Lu Ming. In the sky, the tribulation clouds were forming a 4th heavenly domain. Kill! One die! Lu Ming roared. The sword of death appeared in his other hand and he charged at the 2 heavenly regions. They kept striking the heaven domain. Boom! Boom! The rumbling sounds continued. Lu Ming did not care about his own defense and attacked with all his might. Finally, the abysmal heaven was also destroyed by Lu Ming, but in exchange, Lu Ming was covered in wounds. However, Lu Ming had the life law. He circulated the life law and his injuries were healing rapidly. At this moment, the 4th heavenly domain overlapped with the 3rd heavenly domain and pressed down on Lu Ming. At the same time, the 5th heavenly domain was rapidly forming. Lu Ming continued to bombard the 3rd heavenly domain before the 5th heavenly domain was formed. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Before Lu Ming could blast open the 3rd heavenly domain, the 5th heavenly domain had already stacked up. Boom! Lu Ming's body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was severely injured. However, with the life law, Lu Ming's injuries were healing rapidly. Kill! Lu Ming did not dare to delay. He took a step forward and rushed to the heaven domain like a bolt of lightning. In his hand, the 2 weapons fused into one, turning into a long spear. A shocking spear radiance pierced out and stabbed toward a 3rd heavenly domain. The 3rd heavenly domain was already unstable after Lu Ming's previous attacks. Now, it exploded and even the 4th heavenly domain was on the verge of collapse. However, the 6th heavenly domain had also been formed. Break! Lu Ming roared and channeled all his power to bombard the 4th heavenly domain. Boom! Just as the 6th heaven domain stacked up, he finally blew up the 4th heaven domain. However, Lu Ming was also sent flying by a terrifying force. He was covered in wounds and many of his bones were broken. He was severely injured. However, Lu Ming did not care about his injuries. He circulated the life law to heal himself while he rushed to the heaven domain above. Right now, he had to fight against RHE Heavenly Tribulation. If RHE Heavenly Tribulation stacked more than 3 times on the heavenly domain, he would be in danger. Buzz! The long spear pierced through the air. It contained 8 types of laws. The laws of chaos and the laws of death were constantly surging. There was a destructive tearing force that rushed towards Lu Ming. Wounds appeared on Lu Ming's arm, but under the effect of RHE life law, they healed quickly. Lu Ming bombarded the 5th heavenly domain crazily. Finally, when the 7th layer of heaven was stacked, Lu Ming finally blew up the 5th layer of heaven. Just like that, Lu Ming ignored his injuries and attacked crazily. He fought against Heavenly Tribulation and blew up one heavenly domain after another. Behind him, the Hunyuan Heavenly Realm and the Taiching Heavenly Realm were formed one by one, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was coughing out blood. His arm was about to explode. He was severely injured. If not for the life law, he would have been suppressed by the Heavenly Tribulation. However, in our end, Lu Ming blew up the 9 heavens one by one. As the 9 heavens disappeared, Lu Ming's injuries were healing rapidly. His body and saint energy had even become stronger and tempered. At the same time, Lu Ming discovered that his usage of the law had become stronger. He was especially adept at using the laws of chaos and death. The two laws became weaker when they collided, but their power increased. Chapter 2253, Chapter 2252, In Danger. Chapter 2253, Chapter 2252 inches Danger. At this moment, the tribulation clouds began to shrink and gather. However, the power of the lightning became even more terrifying. The atmosphere between heaven and earth became more and more oppressive. Lu Ming stood in the air, circulating the life law with all his might to recover from his injuries and raise his condition to the maximum. He had a feeling that the 9th lightning tribulation would be extremely terrifying. If he was not careful, he would be in danger of dying. Look, what's that on the tribulation cloud? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. There was no need for anyone to call out, everyone else had seen it. A palace actually appeared in the tribulation cloud. A huge palace appeared from the tribulation cloud. It was also formed by the power of thunder. There seemed to be a square in front of the palace. However, the entire palace and square were indistinct in the tribulation clouds and could not be seen clearly. At this moment, footsteps were heard in front of the palace. Yes, it was the sound of footsteps. Even in the midst of the rumbling thunder, the footsteps were very clear. Then, a burly figure appeared in front of the palace. It was a burly middle-aged man in purple-gold armor. He held a purple-gold spear in his hand and exuded a shocking aura. Everyone was dumbfounded, including those at the Heavenly Emperor realm. A palace had appeared in the 9th Heavenly Tribulation, and a figure had actually walked out of the palace. This was simply unheard of. No, this figure isn't a physical body either. It's also formed by the lightning tribulation. Someone said. He could tell. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. It was easier to accept if it was formed by lightning. If it was a real person, it would be really hard to accept. Facing this figure, Lu Ming's pupils constricted and his gaze was extremely solemn. Facing this figure, he felt a fatal danger. Kill! The figure suddenly roared and leaped toward Lu Ming. It was so fast that it was like a purple-gold ray of light that shot toward Lu Ming. An extremely sharp spear gleam was aimed at the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. Lu Ming cast his 6-feathered divine wings and dodged the attack at an extremely fast speed. However, his opponent's spear swept across the air and caused the void to explode. It was going to blow Lu Ming up. A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands. He fused 8 types of laws and swept out with the spear. Thump. Lu Ming's body trembled violently and he retreated continuously. He could only feel a sharp pain in his arm. However, the other party had also been defeated by Lu Ming. What powerful strength! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Lu Ming had gone through 8 major tribulations in a row. His strength was getting stronger and stronger in the process of transcending the tribulations. He was much stronger than before he had transcended the tribulations. However, he was still sent flying by one move. Kill! The other party roared and charged at Lu Ming again. He was not afraid of death. He only had one goal: to kill Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! The battle between the two was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. However, at this moment, in the tribulation clouds, in front of the palace, footsteps sounded again, and another burly man in purple gold armor appeared. "Kill!" The burly man in purple gold armor who appeared behind him shouted as well. He was filled with cold killing intent as he charged at Lu Ming. The two burly men in purple gold armor joined forces to attack Lu Ming. Each of them was extremely powerful. Lu Ming was shocked. He used his six-feathered divine wings in an attempt to dodge, but he was still swept by the spear. A wound appeared, and his flesh and blood were separated. "Kill! Kill!" The two burly men in purple gold armor had similar combat strength. They surrounded Lu Ming from two directions. Lu Ming tried his best to resist, but he was no match for them. Bang! Lu Ming was hit by the spear's gleam and his body flew out like a cannonball. He was almost split into two. If it were not for the fact that his physical body was extremely strong, he would not have been able to block it. Lu Ming coughed up a large mouthful of blood and circulated the life law with all his might to heal his injuries. However, the two burly men in purple gold armor charged over again. Lu Ming could only fight. In such a situation, only by fighting to the death could they survive. Otherwise, only death would await them. This was a tough battle. Lu Ming was severely injured one after another. If not for the life law, he would not have been able to withstand it. However, one of the burly men in purple gold armor was not in a good state either. After being hit by Lu Ming twice, his armor was penetrated and two holes appeared on his body. Lightning flashed continuously. Lu Ming wanted to exchange injury for injury, using the profound mysteries of the life law to drag the other party to death. Lu Ming, Mulan and the others were extremely worried. Lan Yun and the rest were nervous and looking forward to it. They hoped that Lu Ming would be killed. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the palace on the tribulation cloud. Another burly man in purple gold armor appeared. The third one. "Why is there more?" Mulan cried out, extremely worried. "Brother Lu Ming." Bubble's eyes were filled with tears. The Gu family, the Heng Yu Heavenly Emperor, and the others were also extremely worried. Lu Ming was no match for the two burly men in purple gold armor. How could he fight against three of them? There was no way out, only death. All right. The Lan family's Celestial the Arch and the others were overjoyed and sneered. Buzz. The third burly man in purple gold armor also charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but the three burly men in purple gold armor were not weaker than him at his peak. Now that the three of them were surrounding him, he could not resist at all. The long spear swept across his shoulder and half of his body exploded. One of his arms was also turned into dust. Recover! Lu Ming circulated the life law and enveloped his entire body. His muscles were wriggling rapidly, trying to recover. However, the three burly men in purple gold armor would not give him the chance to do so. They charged at him again. Lu Ming could only dodge with all his might. It was a pity that he was still not prepared. If he had spent some time cultivating the indestructible ancient scroll, he would definitely not have been so passive. The recovery rate of the indestructible ancient scroll was much stronger than the recovery rate of the life law alone. He would probably be able to recover from such injuries very quickly. At the same time, his defense would be much stronger after cultivating the indestructible ancient scroll. The hasty breakthrough had put Lu Ming in a fatal crisis. Bang! He was hit again, and his body was sent flying. His body was pierced, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He's going to die. It's over. Lu Ming can't survive the major tribulation. Many people sighed. Lu Ming had shocked both the past and the present. He had not become a great emperor, but he controlled many types of laws, including 3 ultimate laws. Such a person could not have become a great emperor. However, Lu Ming had broken the truth and created a miracle. He had actually attracted a heavenly tribulation. As long as he could pass the heavenly tribulation, he would become a monarch. He had already passed through the 8th heavenly tribulation. Could it be that he was going to fall in the end? Many people sighed for Lu Ming. Only a few of them sneered, hoping that Lu Ming would die from the lightning tribulation. Lu Ming merged the life law into it. Dandan roared. However, it was too late. A long spear was aimed at Lu Ming. This was a sure-kill spear. If he was stabbed, his soul would be destroyed and Lu Ming would die without a doubt. Chapter 2254. Lu Ming becomes an emperor. Chapter 2254. Lu Ming becomes an emperor. A long spear was aimed at Lu Ming's glabella. It was as fast as lightning and Lu Ming had no way of avoiding it. We're finished. This was what everyone was thinking. They believed that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He would not be able to overcome the rare ninth heaven tribulation. Lu Ming's pupils contracted rapidly. He wasn't willing to die like this. He had already reached the last step. He had a feeling that as long as he survived this heavenly tribulation, he would become a monarch. He was unwilling to give up now that things had come to this. At that moment, the drop of ancestral dragon blood in Lu Ming's heart suddenly let out a dragon's roar. The dragon's roar seemed to have a magical power that shook Lu Ming's soul. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was extremely calm. He was in a wonderful state. The state of life and death. In this state, it was as if he had an epiphany. His comprehension of the laws increased rapidly. Life is all-encompassing and can accommodate everything. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. His understanding of the various laws had become even clearer. Now, he had a feeling that there would be no conflict at all when he fused the chaos laws and the death laws together. He could even merge the life law into it. Previously, Lu Ming could only barely merge the chaos law and the death law. Moreover, the two laws conflicted with each other and would stimulate an astonishing power, causing him to be injured. As for fusing the life law into it, that was even more impossible. This was not a simple and crude fusion. Instead, it was a fusion of a divine power technique. It perfectly fused the mysteries of different nomological laws together to produce a shocking power. This was extremely difficult. The difficulty of fusing 3 ultimate maxims was many times harder than fusing 2. But now, Lu Ming felt that he could do it. In Lu Ming's opinion, he seemed to have understood many things. However, to outsiders, it only took a moment. The burly man in purple gold armor's long spear was about to hit Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly pointed his finger. 9 types of laws gathered at Lu Ming's fingertips and formed a divine power. It turned into a spear's gleam and stabbed at the burly man in purple gold armor. Ding! Ding! A sharp, ear-piercing sound reverberated throughout the entire area. The 2 spearheads collided, creating a shocking wave. However, the next moment, the burly man's spear bent into an arc and flicked, sending the burly man flying. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long roar. His aura was imposing. He held a long spear in his hand, which was completely composed of saint energy and laws, containing 9 types of laws. Among them, 3 of the strongest maxims clashed with each other. A truly terrifying force gushed out and tore open wounds on Lu Ming's arm. It was still difficult for Lu Ming to control the divine power formed by 3 ultimate maxims. He would hurt himself. However, its power had skyrocketed. Lu Ming became one with his spear and charged toward the burly man in purple gold armor who was sent flying by him. His speed was shocking. Before the burly man in purple gold armor could react, Lu Ming's spear had pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Then, the long spear trembled and the power of 9 types of laws erupted. The burly man in purple gold armor's body exploded. At this moment, the other 2 burly men in purple gold armor had already charged toward Lu Ming. Buzz! The spear trembled and rapidly expanded, sweeping out and colliding with the 2 violet gold armored men. The air trembled, the force was wanton, and the thunder was raging. The 2 purple and golden armored men were forced back. As for Lu Ming, although he had taken a few steps back, he immediately stopped. At the same time, his muscles were wriggling and healing his injuries. An arm was growing out quickly. He succeeded. This kid succeeded. Dandan laughed out loud, extremely excited. As for Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xianxia, and the others, they gritted their teeth and were extremely depressed. He had thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He did not expect that at the critical moment, Lu Ming's combat strength would increase greatly and turn the tide of the battle. The others also heaved a long sigh of relief. They felt extremely nervous, and some of their palms even broke out in cold sweat. This kid's talent is truly shocking. In danger, his potential was stimulated instead, and his control of laws improved a lot. A heavenly emperor sighed with admiration in his eyes, which caused many people to nod in agreement. Kill, kill. At this moment, the two burly men in purple gold armor charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his spear and fought with the two of them. At the same time, he was healing his injuries rapidly. No one else walked out of the palace in the tribulation cloud. Lu Ming had the upper hand in the battle against the two burly men in purple gold armor. His injuries healed quickly and his other arm had completely grown back. At this moment, Lu Ming launched a counterattack. His attacks were like a rainbow. The two burly men in purple gold armor were no match for Lu Ming. After exchanging dozens of moves, they were blown up by Lu Ming. Annihilated. Lu Ming annihilated the living being that walked out of the tribulation cloud. Did he survive the Great Tribulation? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the tribulation clouds in the sky, but they all had different thoughts. Most of them hoped that Lu Ming had already overcome the major tribulation and become an emperor. However, those who held grudges against Lu Ming, such as Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xianxia, Yuan Xian, and the Lan family's Celestial the Arch, as well as some young prodigies, regarded Lu Ming as a great enemy. Some were even jealous of him. They all hoped that the Heavenly Tribulation had not ended and that Lu Ming would die under it. However, they were destined to be disappointed. The tribulation clouds in the sky began to fade and dissipate quickly. In a flash, they had disappeared without a trace. The tribulation clouds disappeared, and the sun shone on the earth again. I've succeeded. Brother Lu Ming has succeeded. Mulan and Bubbles cried out in excitement. This kid has succeeded. As expected of the person I've chosen. Dandan also revealed a smile. Haha. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu laughed heartily. I've succeeded. Many people heaved a sigh of relief and were happy for Lu Ming. Only Lan Yun and the others had unsightly expressions. Damn it, how is this possible? How did he succeed? Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the others from the Hengxing River roared in their hearts. They were extremely unwilling, but they were also a little frightened. How powerful would Lu Ming be if he became an emperor? Could they still keep up with Lu Ming's pace? At this moment, Lu Ming's dantian had undergone a tremendous change. In his saint heart, the world core condensed by 9 types of nomological laws had completely taken shape. His saint heart had also begun to fully evolve into a small world. The holy energy in Lu Ming's body began to transform into world energy. The power of the world was stronger than the saint energy. Boom! Lu Ming's body exploded with a shocking aura. It was emperor pressure. Lu Ming had become an emperor. He was no longer an emperor-to-be but a true martial emperor. At this moment, he was a 1-star void emperor. Boom! 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 The abundant saint energy was constantly transforming into world energy. Lu Ming's aura was getting stronger and stronger. In an instant, Lu Ming's aura had reached the peak of a 1-star illusionary emperor. However, this was not the end. Chapter 2255. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Consecutive breakthroughs. Chapter 2255. Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Consecutive breakthroughs. Lu Ming's aura was getting stronger. When he reached the peak of the 1-star void emperor realm, his aura did not stop but continued to rise. Boom. Then, an even stronger aura burst out from Lu Ming's body. A 2-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming broke through to a 2-star illusionary emperor in one go. Many people gasped. as expected of a person who had mastered many types of laws before becoming a Void Emperor. It was too shocking. He had rushed to the 2-star Void Emperor realm as soon as he broke through. When an ordinary person first became a Void Emperor, they would only be at the initial stage of a 1-star Void Emperor and would need time to consolidate. Even if they were a top Heaven's Pride expert with good resources and assistance, it would still take 1 or 2 years to break through to a 2-star Void Emperor. For ordinary people, it would take even longer. However, Lu Ming had just broken through and he had already reached the level of a 2-star illusionary emperor. However, this was not the end. Lu Ming's aura was still rising. Not long after, Lu Ming's aura had reached the peak of a 2-star illusionary emperor. Lu Ming, our battle is not over yet. Let's continue. A cold voice rang out as Oyu Yabing stepped through the air. He formed a seal with his hands and a giant pagoda and a giant flower vase appeared. Boom! The pagoda was as big as a mountain, and it pressed down on Lu Ming. From the mouth of the flower vase, endless sword chi burst out, sharp beyond compare. Despicable! How shameless! Mulan and Bubbles shouted. Oyu Yabing had deliberately chosen this moment to make his move. He wanted to interrupt Lu Ming's breakthrough. Lu Ming had become a divine emperor with 9 types of laws, which was unprecedented in history. He had even gone through 9 levels of thunder tribulation and was at the peak of his momentum, about to break through continuously. However, if he was interrupted, he would have to waste a lot of time if he wanted to break through again. Get lost! At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly shouted loudly, and the sound waves rolled. At the same time, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swept it horizontally. This spear contained 9 types of nomological laws. It was extremely powerful and swept in all directions. Boom! The giant pagoda was swept by the long spear and exploded. At the same time, the endless sword chi also crumbled and turned into nothingness. The long spear did not stop as it continued to blast towards Oyu Yabing. Oyu Yabing's expression changed drastically as he roared. Divine Weapon Seal Technique. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and in front of him, weapons were formed. This was a terrifying divine art. It used the laws and the power of the world to interweave into divine weapons with infinite power. However, when Lu Ming's long spear swept over, these divine weapons all exploded and turned into nothingness. Not good. Oyu Yabing's expression changed drastically as he frantically retreated. However, it was already too late. The terrifying power of the long spear pierced through the void and shattered the space. The terrifying power struck Oyu Yabing's body. He screamed out in pain as his body was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away. He then fell heavily on the ground. The lower half of his body had completely exploded, leaving only the upper half of his body intact. He was spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was extremely weak. He took out a large number of medicinal pills and stuffed them into his mouth, trying his best to recover his damaged body. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He did not bother with Oyu Yabing anymore and continued to break through to the next realm. Just now, he had already shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill Oyu Yabing with a single move. Boom! Lu Ming's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Oyu Yabing did not disturb him at all. At this time, he had already reached the peak of a 2-star illusionary emperor. In the next moment, a violent roar came from Lu Ming's body, and his aura suddenly soared. The blood chi was like a smoke signal that shot up into the sky. Boom! 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 At that moment, Lu Ming's dantian was undergoing a huge change. His previous saint heart had completely changed. Countless nomological law threads covered every corner of the saint heart, making it evolve into a small world. The turbid air dropped while the clear air rose. The earth could be vaguely seen forming. However, it was impossible for any living beings to survive now, because the small world was extremely unstable. The void was chaotic, and the space was extremely unstable. This meant that the small world of the empty emperor realm had not yet taken shape. However, as his cultivation level increased, the pocket world would become more and more stable, and the area of the pocket world would also become larger. In the end, when one reached the true emperor realm, the small world would be completely stable and living beings could live inside. At this moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the 3-star illusionary emperor stage. In one breath, he has rushed to the 3-star illusionary emperor stage. This is too shocking. Many people exclaimed. This speed was too fast. How is that possible? The galaxy roared in anger. It was extremely unwilling and filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Back then, during the Battle of the 10 Lands, he had entered the world left behind by the opening of that corner of the primordial realm and had broken through to become a 1-star illusionary emperor. Later on, he came to the heaven realm. With the guidance of a famous teacher and a lot of resources, it took him more than 5 years to reach the 3-star illusionary emperor stage. However, Lu Ming was different. As soon as he became an emperor, he immediately became a 3-star illusionary emperor. It would be strange if he wasn't jealous. Lu Ming's breakthrough had not stopped. After reaching the 3-star illusionary emperor stage, he was still rising and slowly approaching the peak of the 3-star illusionary emperor stage. The main thing was that Lu Ming had accumulated a lot of experience before he became a great emperor. His saint power had been refined 9 times by 9 different laws and had become extremely condensed and strong. So was his saint heart, which was crystal clear and bright. The quantitative change led to a qualitative change. His saint power was no weaker than the world power. Now that he had made a breakthrough, his cultivation naturally increased rapidly. It was only when he reached the peak of the 3-star illusionary emperor stage that Lu Ming's rising momentum slowed down. His accumulation was finally about to be exhausted. In one go, Il rushed to the 4-star Void Emperor stage. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. 3 streams of air suddenly appeared in his hands. That's the nebulous primordial chaos. Someone exclaimed. That's right. The 3 streams of air in Lu Ming's hands were the primordial qi that he had obtained through the Hunyuan sex assessment. The nebulous primordial chaos was similar to the nebulous chaos. It was born at the beginning of the world and could be refined to condense a small world. It could increase the power of the world and impact one's realm. Lu Ming took a deep breath. 3 wisps of primordial qi were inhaled through his nose and then surged toward his dantian, entering the small world. Lu Ming circulated the power of the world with all his might and began to refine 3 wisps of primordial qi. Boom, boom, boom. The nebulous primordial chaos was as heavy as a mountain. It was constantly being refined and turned into a part of Lu Ming's small world. The area of Lu Ming's small world began to expand rapidly. At the same time, it also became more stable. Boom. Lu Ming's aura, which had already stopped, rose sharply again. When Lu Ming's aura reached a peak, it was as if he had broken through a certain 0 point. His aura rose to another height. A 4-star illusionary emperor. Many people looked at each other and were completely speechless. He had just become a void emperor, but he had already reached the 4-star void emperor realm in one fell swoop. This speed was simply terrifying. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Freak, freak. Someone sighed. Brother Lu Ming is so powerful. Bubbles cried out, his large eyes filled with excitement. This kid is indeed worthy of being someone that this lord values. He has some of this lord's style. Dandan also smiled widely. In contrast, Lan Yun, Yan Shi, Heng Xianxia, and Yuan Xen all looked extremely pale, and their eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 2256. Chapter 2256, Battling 9 Absolutes. Chapter 2256. Chapter 2256 Battling 9 Absolutes. Yes, Lan Yun, Yan Shi, and the rest were afraid. Before Lu Ming had become a great emperor, he was already able to suppress them. Now that he had become a great emperor, his cultivation level had soared rapidly. He could probably kill them with a single finger. When Lu Ming was only a 2-star illusionary emperor, he was able to beat Oyu Yebing half to death with one move. Before Lu Ming had broken through, he was no match for Oyu Yabing. Now that he had broken through, his combat strength had increased by many times. This kid, the Lan clan's heavenly emperor, Lan Cheng, the Yen clan's heavenly emperor, and his master from the Eternal Star River all had ugly expressions on their faces. There was also a trace of shock in his eyes. At that moment, Lu Ming's aura finally stabilized. Beginner 4-star illusionary emperor. This was Lu Ming's current cultivation level. What a terrifying power! Lu Ming carefully felt the power in his body. Even he was a little surprised. A vast and boundless power of the world gushed out from the small world, passed through his meridians, and spread throughout his body. At the same time, when he became a Saint Emperor, the Saint energy was transformed into world energy, which tempered Lu Ming's physical body and made it stronger. He felt that he was now filled with endless power. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the youths like a sword. Those who were swept by his gaze felt their hair stand on end and were filled with a strong sense of danger. They could not help but lower their heads, not daring to meet Lu Ming's gaze. "Who else is there? Fight me." Lu Ming spoke again, his voice spreading throughout the entire venue. None of the young men spoke. Oyu Yabing, who was known as the #1 illusionary emperor among the younger generation, had been beaten half to death by Lu Ming with one move. How would the others dare to attack him? For a moment, no one stepped out to fight. No one else. Lu Ming muttered, "There are." At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a young man in a blue shirt walked over from the distance. A terrifying aura bloomed from his body. A layer of world god light spread out from his body. True Emperor, this was a true emperor. "It's the Black Tortoise Forest, one of the 9 absolutes." Someone exclaimed as he recognized the young man. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the younger generation in the Heaven Realm, there were 9 strongest Heaven's favorites, known as the 9 absolutes. Each of these 9 people had amazing talent and were blessed by the heavens. Each of them had reached the true Emperor realm, far above the others. These were the 9 strongest young people in the Heaven Realm. Previously, Jiuju had also entered the imperishable ancient city, but no one had obtained the imperishable ancient scroll. Jiuju was about to make his move. He's very arrogant. One also want to fight him. At this moment, another young man walked out from another direction. This man was bald, his face was fierce, and his body was extremely burly. Interesting. This little sister also wants to fight him. Ha! A charming laugh was heard as a beautiful young woman stepped out. 9 absolutes, they're all 9 absolutes. Someone recognized that the 2 young men who walked out behind them were also one of the 9 absolutes. The 3 supreme prodigies exuded the aura of the true Emperor realm and stood in 3 directions around Lu Ming. They formed a terrifying pressure that pressed towards Lu Ming. The 9 absolutes? Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly, revealing a strong fighting spirit. Heaven Realm's 9 absolutes, each and every one of them was extremely talented and had rare talents. Each and every one of them was insanely strong. In addition to the Heaven Realm's resources, each and every one of them had reached the true Emperor realm a long time ago. Among the many paragons of the primordial realm, only Tianming and Bubbles were the most favored. They would probably be able to stand side by side with the 9 absolutes in the future. One could see how powerful Jiu Lai's talent was. Previously, Lu Ming had not become a great emperor. Given their status, it was not appropriate for them to attack. After Ale, the difference in cultivation was too great. If they attacked, they would be laughed at. However, now that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor, they stood up for him. Who's going to do it? The Black Tortoise Forest's 9 absolutes, who was the first to step out, spoke. Naturally, I'll do it. The bald young man grinned. Don't you guys know that ladies go first? The Absolute Beauty said. The 3 of them wanted to attack and defeat Lu Ming to snatch the indestructible ancient scroll. Next, a few true emperors actually want to deal with a person who just became an emperor? Come, if you want to fight, this lord will accompany you. At the side, dandan shouted unhappily. She stepped on the air and rushed to Lu Ming's side in a few steps. Boom. Dandan was very direct. She attacked directly. 2 punches were thrown out, and 2 incomparably huge tortoises were shot out. The tortoise shells of the tortoise shells glowed with endless runes. It was as if they were 2 different worlds. The 2 turtles pounced at the bald youth and the beautiful woman. Dandan's attack was not to be underestimated. The bald young man and the beautiful woman did not dare to be careless at all and could only resist with all their strength. Boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded. Dandan, the bald young man, and the beautiful woman were engaged in a fierce battle, and it was difficult to determine the winner. This is the divine turtle of the world. Could it be that the divine turtle of the world has a successor? Many people saw Dandan's true form and were a little shocked. He looks very young. Could he be a new world turtle like the space-time spirit mouse? Even some of the heavenly emperors were surprised. Many heavenly emperors had broken through after the ancient times. They had never seen Dandan before, so they naturally thought that she was the new divine turtle of the world. They all thought that the divine turtle of the ancient times had already fallen. In other words, Dandan was also a member of the younger generation. It was not appropriate for others to interfere in the battle between the bald youth and the beautiful woman. Brat, I'll leave the weakest one for you. You can deal with him yourself. Dandan's voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. This guy, why didn't you finish him off as well? Lu Ming pursed his lips and looked at the black tortoise forest. At this moment, the smile on the black tortoise forest's face made him overjoyed and he wanted to thank him. Dandan blocked the bald young man and the beautiful woman. Now he was the only one left. No one was fighting with him for Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let me see how strong you are. Xianxia spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made his move, afraid that others would snatch it from him. He waved his hand and a brilliant star appeared in the void. Then, like a shooting star, it shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not use 9 types of laws. Instead, he used 8 types to condense a combat sword. He swung the sword at the star. Boom! There was an explosion in the sky. The star was slashed by Lu Ming's sword and exploded. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's arm felt slightly numb, as expected of one of the 9 absolutes. His combat strength was extremely powerful, and his comprehension of nomological laws had reached a very profound level. Compared to Oyu Yeming, his combat strength was many times stronger. I'll use you to test my strength. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged toward the black tortoise forest. Buzz. Bush. The combat sword in his hand was formed by 8 different laws. It contained the laws of chaos and death. At this moment, there were no longer any conflicts when Lu Ming used these 2 types of laws. They were perfectly fused and their power was shocking. A few sword lights cut through the void and headed toward the black tortoise forest. Chapter 2257. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Chapter 2257. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Black Tortoise Lin let out a long hiss and burst out with all his strength. The power of the world churned and intertwined with the power of the laws. Stars appeared one after another around his body. A total of 360 stars had formed and appeared in all directions of the black tortoise forest. He stood in the middle of the stars like a god. It's the Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist, the ultimate technique of the Heavenly Emperor of Stars. Someone said excitedly. This kind of divine ability was extremely famous in the heaven realm. Between Lu Ming and the Black Tortoise Forest, who do you think will win? One think it's the Black Tortoise Forest. Although the Black Tortoise Forest is ranked at the bottom of the 9 absolutes, it has long reached the true Emperor realm. Its battle prowess is extremely shocking. I think it has already reached the battle prowess of a stage 3 true Emperor. I think so too. Although Lu Ming is strong, he has just become a great Emperor. He is not familiar with the use of the world energy. He should not be a match for the Black Tortoise Forest. While some people were discussing spiritedly, Lu Ming and the Black Tortoise Forest had already begun an intense confrontation. With a wave of the Black Tortoise Forest's hand, one star after another crashed toward Lu Ming like meteors, destroying a few of Lu Ming's sword gleams. Lu Ming became one with his sword and charged toward the Black Tortoise Forest, slashing his combat sword continuously. Break! Lu Ming continued to swing his sword. In an instant, he had slashed more than 10 times at the stars. Boom, boom, boom. The sky continued to explode. Lu Ming was like a god, standing in the void of the universe and turning into a supreme giant. He split a star with his sword. The scene was very visually impactful. There were more than 10 consecutive explosions and more than 10 of them were destroyed by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was also blocked. "You're just a so-so kill." The Black Tortoise Forest shouted and his body was filled with starlight. With a wave of his hand, dozens of stars charged towards Lu Ming. At the same time, the stars that were shattered by Lu Ming condensed around his body again. There were 360 stars around his body. Lu Ming exerted all his strength. The power of the world gushed into the combat sword in his hand. The combat sword hummed and 8 types of laws intertwined together. Different laws and different mysteries intertwined and burst out with a shocking power. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming continued to slash out. Each slash could explode a star vortex. However, there were too many stars, and each one of them was extremely powerful. It was like a real star, full of terrifying destructive power. No, I didn't. Every time he split a star, Lu Ming would be bombarded by a terrifying force. "Let's see how many of my bullets you can block." The Black Tortoise Forest said coldly. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and pushed forward. This time, more than 100 stars flew toward Lu Ming. Finally, after Lu Ming continuously blocked the attacks, he was forced to retreat by the stars. The 9-Ju is indeed powerful. It seems that one still need to use 9 types of nomological laws. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. All of a sudden, the combat sword in his hand dissipated. The next moment, a long spear condensed. This long spear contained 9 types of laws. Lu Ming realized that although it was extremely difficult to integrate ultimate maxims and develop a divine power technique, the power that burst forth when it was successful was extremely terrifying. With every addition, the power would increase explosively. After adding in the life law, its power was much stronger than before. Bush, bush, bush. The long spear trembled and stabbed forward. Rays of spear light broke through the void and pierced toward the stars. Bang, bang. The stars kept exploding. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 stars were blasted apart by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and charged toward the Black Tortoise Forest like a god of war. The Black Tortoise Forest's expression changed. He waved his hand again, and stars flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear continued to thrust out and the stars continued to explode. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist, stars congregate. The Black Tortoise Forest roared. He gathered everyone's stars into a huge star and pressed it down on Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming only made a faint sound. He became one with the spear and turned into a dazzling spear ray that pierced through the void. In the sky, it was as if 2 meteors had collided, one big and one small. However, in the end, the small one was even more powerful. It directly pierced through the large star and went straight for the Black Tortoise Forest. Damn it! The Black Tortoise Forest bellowed in rage, his expression extremely ugly. His strongest move had been countered by Lu Ming. Was he going to lose? No, I can't be defeated. Black Tortoise Lin roared in his heart, and his face contorted. Once he was defeated, Lu Ming would naturally take his place and become the new 9 absolutes. He, on the other hand, would be knocked off his divine altar. This was something he could not accept. Lu Ming, you're the one who forced me to do this. Go to hell. Black Tortoise Lin roared in his heart, and killing intent burst forth from his eyes. The space between his brows glowed, and a weapon flew out. It was a pair of extremely huge scissors, and its entire body was emitting dazzling starlight. The scissors enlarged rapidly and cut toward Lu Ming. "This is a great emperor weapon." "Despicable!" someone roared. In a fair battle between peers, the Black Tortoise Forest had used a great emperor weapon. This was too much. This had already exceeded the scope of a fair battle. However, the scissors were too fast. In an instant, they were above Lu Ming's head and were about to cut him in half. "Don't think that you're the only one with a weapon." Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. The long spear in his hand disappeared and was replaced by a large bow. The fallen star bow. Lu Ming suddenly pulled the bowstring. He still did not pull the bowstring. He could only pull the bowstring slightly. However, the angle was much greater than before Lu Ming became a martial emperor. Lu Ming's law gushed into the fallen star bow. World energy gushed in crazily, and an arrow that emitted 9 colors was condensed. Buzz. Lu Ming released his grip and the arrow flew out, shooting towards the huge scissors. Clang. The arrow hit the pair of scissors, and the scissors trembled violently before being sent flying.